Now, today, we're going to see what if evil Harry Potter kidnapped cute Bellatrix? Part 1. This will have 3 parts, so make sure to join Patreon for early access of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The gentle swaying of the heavily warded passenger compartment was not at all comforting for the solitary occupant. His eyes stared unfocused at the passing landscape just outside the window of the old steam engine. The sun was high and presided over a beautiful clear blue sky. The perfect weather, however, was a stark contrast to the dark and tempestuous ruminations of Harry Potter. He doubted that his life could get much worse, abandoned by those he thought were friends, vilified in the daily news, and then the death of the only family he had left. He wondered while he sat alone in his compartment what he had done to piss off fate so badly. He had known all of his life prior to Hogwarts what it was to be truly lonely and ostracized. Growing up with the Dursleys had ingrained those feelings deep within his psyche. But when he came to Hogwarts, for the first time in his life, he had made friends and had found joy and happiness and learned how wonderful it could be to have people that cared for you. Then it all went bad, so terribly bad, and once again he was alone and ostracized. Not having known what friendship or happiness was. Before Hogwarts was difficult, but to have learned what it was to be cared for and liked, and then to have it ripped away from you was almost debilitating in its ruthlessness. It had all started October 31st of last year, with the announcement of the champions who would represent their respective schools in the historical Tri-Wizard Tournament. It had all gone swimmingly at first as the Bowsbaden's champion was named, and then Durmstrang's, and finally Hogwarts, which had been Cedric Diggory, a handsome 7th year from Hufflepuff House, who also happened to be that house's seeker and a competitor of Harry's who played the same position for Gryffindor House. So it was with a sense of foreboding that Harry watched as a 4th name was spat out of the ancient chalice that was the Goblet of Fire, this primeval relic that would choose the champions from the 3 competing schools, a relic that could only choose 3 champions. Dumbledore had snatched the paper from the air and read the name aloud in a disbelieving voice. Harry Potter. The rest of the school year from that moment on was a complete nightmare. Harry beat his previous record of hospital visits per year by a landslide. He had been hexed and jinxed no fewer than 62 times. Not only from Hufflepuffs, who felt slighted at the attention-seeking boy who lived, but from the other houses as well, even his own. Everyone had believed he had cheated, even his best friends. Hermione tried to be objective, but he could tell that she was having difficulty believing him as well. There was a not-so-secret pool of when the student body and some members of the faculty thought he who sought more fame would finally snuff it. He thought that Hermione was finally coming around to believing him at the beginning of the 3rd task, when she nervously wished him luck. But fate would not be so kind to Harry Potter. She and his former red-headed friend had begun dating, and Ronald Weasley being the jealous Burke that he was made Hermione choose between the two. A combination of low self-esteem and a desire to be loved and accepted by others caused the bushy-haired bookworm to ultimately choose Ron and sided with him and the rest of the school against him. His reemergence from the graveyard with a dead Cedric Diggory clutched in his arms, and the outrageous claim that somehow Voldemort had been resurrected from the dead with Harry's blood was too much for the student body to take. Those who had been sitting on the fence about Harry moved against him en masse. It was now widely believed that somehow Harry had most likely killed Cedric either on purpose or by accident. But either way, they saw it as an attempt to add to his fame. But to claim the rebirth of Voldemort as the cause of the handsome boy's death was more than they were willing to take. It would be the last time that Hermione and most of the school would speak to him in any manner considered congenial. Most of the school had already judged him a liar, a thief, and a manipulator. Adding the title of murderer was not a far leap for most. He had been banned from sleeping in Gryffindor Tower by its residents. All his belongings had been tossed out of the tower and had lain in a heap outside the portrait of the fat lady, who had left her frame in disgust at seeing him approach. His father's invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map were conspicuously missing from his torn and broken possessions. He had spent the last week of school sleeping in a far corner of the hospital wing. Dumbledore tried many times to pacify the school by showing tepid support for him at best, but his words fell on deaf ears. Since there was no hard proof of foul play against him, the school governors could not expel him, but it was not for a lack of desire. At the end of the school year, there were many whispered plots to seek justice against Harry on the Hogwarts Express back to London. Dumbledore, not wanting his weapon too damaged, operated him back to the Dursleys, avoiding the train altogether. Harry was stunned at the indifference that Dumbledore had shown him the last 2 weeks of school. He of all people knew that Voldemort was attempting to return, and his reluctance to stand by Harry and declare that he was telling the truth was utterly puzzling to the young raven-haired boy. Why hadn't he at least stood up for Harry during the school year and punished those that had hexed or cursed him? The lack of support from the headmaster and those he had once considered friends was excruciatingly painful. Malfoy and his cronies took advantage of the turn in public opinion. Their assaults on the former Golden Boy of Gryffindor were now seen as just desserts for the attention-seeking brat. Most of the student body guffawed as Harry was blasted off the staircase by a combined banishing charm by Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson, which had him falling 4 floors to the hard flagstone floor below. Harry spent the next 3 weeks in and out of consciousness in the hospital wing, recovering from multiple fractures and deep tissue injuries. This incident made a small group of students rethink their treatment of Harry, but they remained silent and did not speak out against the horrible conduct of their fellow students. They feared the repercussions of speaking up for the widely unpopular boy. What angered Harry the most was that no one was punished for all the attacks on him. No one spoke up on his behalf. Not even his own head of house. Harry was left at the Dursleys a broken and tortured young man. The Dursleys, like sharks, smelled the blood in the water when they saw him. Vernon Dursley wasted no time in physically demonstrating to Harry his displeasure of having him in his home again. Just 1 week after being dropped off at Durscaben, another piece of Harry's heart would be ripped out of his still wounded chest, caused by the betrayal of his friends. Unbeknownst to Harry, Sirius Black had come to visit his godson in Little Whinging to try and cheer him up, and was horrifically overcome by 2 Dementors and was kissed, having his soul sucked from his body. Harry, who had been in another altercation with his cousin at the local park, had felt the presence of the Dementors and had grabbed his cousin and fled the area. He remembered hearing the agitated barking of a dog when the intense cold came, and then it was suddenly silenced. It would be much later that day that Harry would be informed by Dumbledore that Sirius had been killed by the soul-sucking creatures. Harry was inconsolable for several days. A week later, Harry found himself at Gringotts listening to the will of his godfather, much against the advice of the headmaster, who had strongly suggested that Harry let him take care of it himself. He assured him that if there was anything important that he needed to know, he would let him know immediately. This just did not set well with Harry, who firmly told the old man that he would be going. Surprisingly, Sirius had left Harry everything, including the title of Lord Black, which according to the Black family charter automatically emancipated him because of his new status as Lord and head of house. This emancipation led to Harry finally hearing his parents' will and receiving the Lord Potter title as well. Not wanting to spend another moment with the Dursleys and having several properties to choose from, he decided to leave the suburban prison. A goblin provided portkey later, and he stood in front of an old building in a run-down urban part of London. Harry immediately moved into number 12 Grimmauld Place, wanting to be close to anything that reminded him of Sirius. And as this was the former home of his late godfather, as dark and depressing as it was still a connection to the old marauder. The day Harry took possession of number 12, Grimmauld Place had been an eye-opener. The only other magical home he had been in had been the Burrow, but this was something completely different. The Burrow was what Harry would call homey chaos. There was no rhyme or reason to the modest home, but it felt comfortable and lived in. Grimmauld Place, however, felt like a Gothic museum with its antique furniture, ornately decorated rooms, and portraits of various past family members in almost every room. Harry jumped as he saw at least a dozen severed heads of house elves leading up a staircase to the upper floors. The most surprising had been the painting of a woman who he would learn was Sirius' mother, Walburga Black. When he had first entered, she had noticed the mantle of House Black upon Harry and the black signet ring on his finger. She asked solemnly about her son Sirius and how he had died. She crumpled at hearing that Dementors had taken her last child. Harry and Walburga spoke for nearly 6 hours about Sirius and his childhood that first night, and found to his utter surprise a source of comfort in the former matriarch of the Black family. Walburga, Harry had learned, had never truly hated her son, but had merely disagreed with him philosophically. But that all seemed so unimportant to her now. Although the Blacks had allied themselves with Voldemort at the beginning of his rise, they became silent opponents of the Dark Lord's methods and had severed all ties with him when their son Regulus had been killed by the Dark Lord himself. In Harry, she saw a chance to redeem herself as a mother and redemption for the House of Black, and began to instruct Harry immediately in how to be the Lord Black that he needed to be, to bring honor back to the family. Walburga went from portrait to portrait, introducing Harry to the various former heads of the family, and informed him that they all would help him to adjust to life as Lord Black. He became privy to all the secrets of Number 12, concealed rooms, and hidden knowledge of spells, curses, and hexes developed by the Black family over the centuries, and of course the powerful offensive and defense wards that only the head of house could activate or deactivate. Dumbledore had asked Harry if he could use Grimmauld Place to hold meetings for the Order of the Phoenix, a vigilante group Dumbledore had created during the First War against Voldemort. Harry refused flatly after learning that Snape and the Weasleys were part of that organization. Harry had also exploded at the headmaster for his audacity in asking him to house an organization to fight Voldemort when the old bastard did not lend a hand to support him at the school. The Weasleys had all but abandoned him, and he didn't want to be reminded of that bitter betrayal every time a meeting was held. The public howler Harry received in the Great Hall from the matriarch of the red-headed family his last week in school had been traumatic, telling him he was a disgrace to the Potter name and was not to darken her doorstep again. Kreacher the house elf, receiving orders from his beloved mistress to be the best house elf he could be to the new Lord Black, seemed to snap out of his own depression and began to get the ancient house back in order. Dobby the house elf somehow learned of Harry's emancipation and figured he could use his services as well. Harry learned from the crazy elf that he was already bound to Harry without his knowledge when the boy who lived had freed him from the Malfoys. Harry was bemused to learn that instead of freeing the elf, he merely transferred ownership. Dobby had conveniently not mentioned that part. Harry welcomed Dobby officially as part of the House of Potterblack. Within days, Kreacher and Dobby had the old house in immaculate condition. The house elf Winky was also added to the Black family, her addition requested by Dobby. Soon the old manor became a house that was befitting of a noble family once again. It was Walburga that convinced Harry to return to Hogwarts, much to his objectionable tirade. She had told him that he needed a proper education and the training that the school would provide to be a proper lord. He was all set to leave the school behind him and isolate himself from the rest of the magical world. But Walburga nixed that idea quickly and tried to instill a sense of pride and purpose back into Harry's life. He spent 2 months under the strict tutelage of Walburga Black and the other former heads of house, who was quite pleased that Harry was such a quick study. She taught him many of the Black family spells that were only taught to family members. She taught him simple warding that every Black should know to keep him or herself safe from others. She taught him occlumency to protect his mind, which surprisingly came easy to Harry. Having the large house all to himself, and with nothing to distract him, he found it easy to focus. He had formed a good solid foundation in the art prior to his return to Hogwarts. He was taught about the Potter and Black genealogy. He was surprised to learn that his grandmother Doria Black was actually Walburga's aunt. He was taught about the place that both families held in pure-blood society. He was shown the family tapestry and where his line fit on the family tree. He felt a wave of sadness when he came to Sirius' face on the tapestry. Apparently, Kreacher was told to repair all the damaged faces of members who had been blasted off for one reason or another. He recognized the face of Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, but didn't recognize the other 2 women who were her sisters. There was an Andromeda Tonks, née Black, and a Bellatrix Lestrange, née Black. Harry was surprised to see so many beautiful-looking women on the ancient tapestry and above-average-looking men as well. When Harry asked Walburga about this, she revealed to him a family secret that had been kept for more than 1,000 years. 1,200 years ago, the then Lord Black had fallen in love with and married a Bulgarian Vila, and since then all children born with Black heritage inherited this particular gene of beauty. It was also rumored that some even were born with the ability, albeit minimal, of the Vila allure. Walburga listed all the Black members who were still alive, and Harry was surprised that there were actually quite a few still living. He was also worried when he learned several had been followers of Voldemort. He received a measure of comfort, though, when Walburga explained some of the special nuances associated with being the head of the Black family. One of these nuances is that no member of the Black family can knowingly do any harm to the head of house. It was a spell put on each child born into the family. But she assured him that most Blacks did not follow Voldemort anymore, but with a few exceptions. By the time September 1st rolled around, Harry was determined to not let others dictate his life. And although he may not have a friend in the world, that did not mean he would hide himself away. He was the Lord of House Potter and Lord of House Black. He came from two noble houses with a long and infamous history, and he would not be ashamed. Walburga had taught him, Harry, never show weakness in front of others. There are those who would prey upon your weaknesses and try and use them against you. Make alliances with those who will make our house strong irrespective of which Hogwarts house they are from. The problem, though, for Harry was a heart-crushing loneliness. He would mask it with an air of indifference while at school and in public. But beneath was a hunger to be accepted for who he was, to be believed, but most of all to be loved. A tall, lanky, red-headed wizard and a bushy brown-haired, which made their way down the corridor of the Hogwarts Express. Each had on the typical Hogwarts robes with red piping that suggested they were in Gryffindor House. And over the left breast of each was a shiny silver P indicating that they were school prefects. I tell you, Mione, I don't think he even has the guts enough to show up for the train, let alone come back to school. Ron Weasley guffawed as he and Hermione Granger made their rounds. While a second-year puff said that she definitely saw someone who looked like him get on the train. Hermione replied to her boyfriend, Potter is too much of a coward to show his face. Besides, the House voted at the end of term last year to ban him from the tower. He has no place to go, so why would he come back? He does need to finish his schooling, Ron. Hermione commented with a huff. And maybe we should re-vote. I mean, cooler heads might rethink what we have done, now that a couple of months have passed. Hermione stated with a little bit of hope. Not likely. I'll make sure the glory hog never sets foot in Gryffindor Tower again. Ron stated heatedly. Besides, I doubt Seamus, Dean, or Neville would want to share a room with a murderer, not to mention the rest of the house. Ron snorted. But what if Harry was telling the truth? What if it was, who that killed Cedric? Hermione asked softly. Are you joking? Who would believe that Harry could best, Who in a duel? Ron chuckled mirthlessly. The best dueler next to Dumbledore, and on top of that, somehow miraculously escapes under the nose of you-know-who and a dozen Death Eaters. Come on, Hermione, use your brain. You're the smartest witch of our age. Do you honestly think that Harry would have survived if all that he said happened was true? Ron spat at her challengingly. Hermione ducked her head and looked at the floor, her shoulders slumped. I guess not. She shook her head slowly and let out a sad sigh. I guess I just don't want to believe that he would make all that up. He's been our best friend since first year. All he did was use us, Hermione. He copied mine and yours homework. If not for me and you getting past the traps in first year, the stone would have been stolen. It was me who stopped Lockhart from obliviating us. But Harry did kill the basilisk. Hermione put in. So he says. No one knows for sure, do they? He could have made the whole thing up. Ginny was too far out of it to really know for sure. Ron retorted, but something was petrifying the students, and I remember the glowing yellow eyes and did the research, and everything pointed to a basilisk. Hermione tried to defend Harry, albeit weakly. Did you actually see a basilisk, Hermione? Ron asked haughtily. Well, no, it's like I said, I just saw a pair of yellow eyes. She whispered. Exactly. Ron stated triumphantly. That could have been anything. An illusion or glamour to disguise the real culprit. But what about all the other? No, but Hermione. Ron growled. All Potter wants is to become more famous and get more money. And he'll do anything to get it, even if he has to hurt or kill others like poor Cedric. Ron stated with finality. Now I'm tired of talking about the git. How's about we kip off to our compartment, and you can show me how much you like to kiss me? Ron stated, creepily waggling his eyebrows. We have to finish our rounds, Ron. We have the rest of the train to walk. Hermione stated in a businesslike manner. Fine, but afterward you're going to have to really make it up to me. Ron smirked lasciviously. Hermione rolled her eyes surreptitiously and the two resumed their patrol. Ron and Hermione had come nearly to the end of the train when she noticed a compartment that had the shades pulled down and the door locked. She knocked on the door to find out who had locked the door, since it was a train rule that all compartments were to remain unlocked. "Excuse me," Hermione called through the door. "You're not allowed to lock your door. Please unlock it now." She waited for an answer that would not come. Knocking again, she demanded entrance. "We are school prefects, and you will open the door now or lose points for your house." Again, there was no response. Hermione replied in a huff in exasperation. "We'll just have to inform the onboard professor to deal with you. I'll take care of this, Mione. No need to get the professor. Besides, they usually sleep during the trip anyway," Ron stated confidently. Ron removed his wand from his robes and pointed the magical foci at the lock on the door and incanted the unlocking spell in an attempt to open the door. "Aloha Mora," Ron voiced. The spell left his wand and connected with the lock. There was a backlash as the spell was exponentially reflected back at the caster and through the tall redhead back and into the compartment across the corridor. He hit the ground with a heavy thud and had scared a group of second-year puffs who had been chatting. "Ron!" Hermione screamed as she rushed to the side of her fallen boyfriend. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked worriedly at the dazed redhead. "Ugh! What happened?" Ron mumbled, his head spinning from the return spell. "Your spell was deflected. I'm guessing that some seventh year put a repelling ward on the compartment." Hermione replied, helping Ron to his feet. "That's illegal." Ron yelled. "Well, I don't think it is illegal, but definitely against the rules." Hermione corrected him. Harry had heard the disturbance and had pulled up the shades covering the door window to see who had tried to enter his compartment. He saw his two former best friends. Hermione was helping Ron to his feet. He felt a pang of sadness as he stared at the two, but it was quickly suppressed when he saw the rage in Ron's eyes as his own met his former friends. "Potter! You'll pay for that, Potter. You'll be in detention for a month if I have my way," Ron Weasley yelled, spittle flying all over the compartment. Yells of anger from the puffs ended his little tirade. Before Hermione could say a word, Harry had closed the shades again and resumed his seat. Any hope of reconnecting to his friends he felt was truly gone. Harry reflected back on the words of Walburga on showing weakness. "Do not let them see you anyway, but strong, Harry. Show strength in your words and actions. Do not make promises that you do not keep, whether those promises are made to an ally or an enemy. You control your destiny, Harry. Never let anyone tell you otherwise." "I control my destiny," Harry whispered as his eyes returned to the passing countryside. "But it seems that destiny has something to say about that. I have a madman out for my blood, and I don't even know why. I'm alone and isolated. HMPF. If I survive another year, it would be a miracle. I don't see as if I have any control over my destiny or anything else for that matter." Again, that feeling of loneliness rose within Harry's chest. It was a burning ache that just seemed to grow bigger and bigger as the days went by. He was under no illusion that he would be received warmly at the ancient wizarding school, but he knew Walburga was right. He needed the education and training, and he could only get that from Hogwarts. He had become such a societal pariah that finding tutors willing to train him along with what the Ministry and Daily Prophet were saying about him was near impossible. In the end, Hogwarts was the only option left to him, and begrudgingly he was returning. The pounding on his compartment door resumed. He heard Ron's voice bellowing out a command to open the door. Underneath his loud tirade, he barely made out Hermione's voice, trying to calm the redhead down. Her efforts finally won out when she had whispered something to the Pratt that Harry was unable to hear. The rest of the trip was uneventful. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and Harry waited patiently while the train emptied. He didn't want any confrontations either from his so-called former friends or anyone else. He knew that they would come soon enough, and he wanted to enjoy the peace while there was any to be had. The noise had almost died out, signifying that the train was near empty. He slowly slid open the compartment door and made his way off the train. There was only one carriage left. As he made his way to it, he jumped at the sight of a skeletal winged horse, or something horse-like, that was attached to the carriage by a harness. He eyed the animal cautiously, but it did not seem to be hostile at all. In fact, it appeared quite docile. He reached out gently and placed his hand on the neck of the animal. It felt cool and surprisingly very soft to the touch. The animal turned its head toward Harry and nuzzled his shoulder with its nose. Harry smiled at the beast and rubbed the long snout, which seemed to be the perfect thing to do. The animal let out a contented whinny. "Well, I guess I have one friend again." Harry chuckled mirthlessly. Harry stepped up into the carriage and sat. It immediately made its way up to the castle. Harry stood just outside the Great Hall. He could hear the loud chattering of the students within. "This is it," he sighed to himself. He took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. He adjusted his cloak, which was made up of the finest acromantulus silk. Walburga had insisted that as a lord he should dress the part. He took one more breath to steady his nerves and then strode into the great hall with his head held high, shoulders back, and a gaze of indifference on his face. He took even strides as he made his way to the Gryffindor table. It was eerie. The whole hall fell silent, and all eyes were upon him. The only sound came from the heels of his custom-made dragonhide boots as they impacted on the flagstone floor. Harry came to the end of the table closest to the door and prepared to sit. Those who had been sitting there quickly shuffled further down the table, distancing themselves as far as possible from the deranged killer. "Oi, Potter, we don't want your kind at our table," Ron Weasley bellowed, but was completely ignored by Harry, who did not even acknowledge that he heard the boy. "Potter, you're not wanted here. Dirty up someone else's table." "Oi, Potter, Mr. Weasley, that is quite enough." Dumbledore had risen from his seat and spoke. "But Professor, he's a murderer," Ron yelled out, getting nods from several students, including the majority of Hufflepuff. Harry sat stoically, not looking at anyone. "Mr. Potter is no murderer, Mr. Weasley. Cedric's death was tragically caused by Voldemort," Dumbledore stated, getting gasps and squeals from the majority of the students and not a small few of the faculty. "You weren't their headmaster. You can't know what really happened." A blonde Hufflepuff named Hannah Abbott yelled, glaring at Harry. Several voices added their agreement to hers. "All we have is his word, headmaster," Marietta Edgecombe stated from her seat at the Ravenclaw table. "Even if it were true, I hardly think Potter could match an adult wizard, especially you know who." She spat. More voices of agreement began to join the rising tide. Amidst the continuing back and forth amongst the students and the headmaster, one member of the staff was smirking to herself. "This will be much easier than I thought," she mused as she plucked a piece of lint from her pink cardigan. A loud bang from Dumbledore's wand brought back order to the Great Hall as students retook their seats. But the barely restrained hostility would not be denied for very long. And the target of that hostility was one Harry Potter. Plans were being made by every house to take out their anger on the fame-seeking brat. The rest of the feast and sorting was a blur to Harry. His thoughts and attention was turned inward as he tried to push down the anxiety and sadness, and yes, the loneliness that he was feeling. He was grateful, however, for the extra defensive enhancements he had placed on his cloaks and robes by Madame Malkin. The extra 20 galleons would be well worth the price. He knew that those enhancements would soon be put to the test. He was brought back to his senses as he heard the scraping of benches being pushed. The four houses had gotten to their feet and were now making their way up to their respective dorms. Harry felt a presence behind him and immediately stiffened, preparing for an attack. When none came, he turned around to see Albus Dumbledore standing behind him. "Harry, my boy, I wonder if you wouldn't join me in my office for a moment. There are some things I wish to discuss with you before you head back to the dorms." "Of course, headmaster," Harry stated as he stood and walked out of the Great Hall with the tall man. Harry noticed that there were several disappointed looks at him as he walked next to the headmaster. Apparently, the impromptu meeting with Dumbledore had ruined a few plans against the dark-haired boy. Harry sighed resignedly as he kept pace with the older wizard. 10 minutes later, Harry sat in a chair, facing the headmaster, who was sitting behind his desk with his fingers steepled in front of him and his light blue eyes twinkling. Harry knew that the headmaster was waiting for him to speak. It was a game Harry had picked up on over the years. He who cracked first lost the battle of wills. Harry was determined not to lose this battle. It seemed childish, but whatever victory, however small, was what Harry needed to keep his spirits up. "Harry, I'm pleasantly surprised how you managed to hold your temper during the feast. I was sure that you would have been on your feet challenging everyone," Dumbledore stated with half a smile. "And what would I have accomplished with arguing, headmaster? Their opinions are what they are, and no amount of me saying otherwise would do any good. And when you consider that my closest friends have that same opinion of me, it is very unlikely that others who do not know me would change their minds." Harry replied flatly, showing no emotion. hiding his true feelings behind the mask of indifference that Walburga had taught him to use. I'm sure your friends don't subscribe to what was said in there. Dumbledore began. Are you serious, Headmaster? Were you not in the Great Hall earlier? Harry answered in disbelief. Ron was leading the charge against me. Well, you know very well how impulsive Mr. Weasley can be. I'm sure that deep down he believes you. He's just going through a difficult time. But I'm sure you'll be best mates again by tomorrow. He led the group that kicked me out of the tower last year. Harry stated a little more heatedly than he wanted to. He quickly schooled his features again and stared coolly back at Dumbledore. That was last year. I'm sure he doesn't feel the same way now, and I know that Ms. Granger is quite fond of you and has always supported you. Harry stared at the headmaster without blinking. She stands with Weasley, Headmaster. She abandoned me at the beginning of last year like the rest of the school. If she was so fond of me and supported me, then she has an odd way of showing it. No one forced her to wear those blasted badges. I'm sure she just radiated fondness when the Potter Stinks message flashed across the badge. Harry said softly, but the underlying anger was there. I'm sure it was just a momentary lapse in her judgment, Harry. Dumbledore tried to justify her actions. Harry just shook his head. All I ask is that you give them another chance. Dumbledore smiled, but Harry said nothing, and an uncomfortable silence soon filled the room. Well then, on to another topic. I'm worried about your safety, Harry. Being alone at Grimmauld Place is not the best place for you to be. I would like you to reconsider returning to your aunt and uncle's house at the end of the school year, at least for part of the summer. Dumbledore added quickly. Harry started to laugh. It started soft and low, but quickly turned into a full-on belly laugh. There is no way, Headmaster, that I will ever return to that place. Harry stated, firmly ceasing all laughter. Dumbledore continued undaunted. He figured that the Dursleys would be a no-go, but using that as his opening, he was hoping that Harry would be more pliant for the next suggestion. I suggest a compromise then, Harry. Dumbledore started. Harry raised an eyebrow, readying himself for the line of crap that was about to spew from the headmaster's mouth. I will allow you to leave the Dursleys and stay at Grimmauld Place if you allow some of the Order to stay there as well. They will just be there to protect you and keep you company. Dumbledore smiled magnanimously. Harry slowly stood from his chair and met the twinkling blue eyes of Dumbledore with his own killing cursed green eyes. Harry placed both hands on the large desk and leaned forward, his eyes staring through Dumbledore's, and spoke softly but sternly through his teeth. Let me make this perfectly clear, Headmaster. You no longer dictate to me how I live my life. You do not get to decide where I go or what I do outside these walls. In case you have forgotten, I am an emancipated minor and seen as an adult in the wizarding world with all the rights and privileges associated with being an adult. I will not return to the Dursleys, and I will not allow anyone from your bird-watching club into my current home. Any attempt to usurp my rights as not only a legal adult, but also as a lord to two ancient and noble houses, and you will find yourself answering to the Wisengamot. Now, if that is all, Headmaster, it is late, and I wish to retire. Harry then turned on his heel and walked out of the door and made his way to Gryffindor Tower. 10 minutes later, Harry arrived at the portrait of the Fat Lady, the guardian of Gryffindor Tower. Harry sighed heavily as he saw his trunk once again sitting on the floor. I suppose I'm still not welcome into the tower? Harry asked the painted woman. As if we would allow someone like you into the house of the brave and noble, the fat woman sniffed and then stepped out of her portrait. Just very fantastic. Harry spat as he sat down heavily on his trunk. At least he had put protections on his trunk to keep it from being broken into or damaged. Now what am I supposed to do? Maybe McGonagall will overrule them? On second thought, freak him. If they don't want me, then I sure as hell don't want anything to do with them. Harry spat, and although his words were strong, Harry could not help the few tears that escaped from his eyes. As he sat there mustering the courage to go and ask Madame Pomfrey for a bed again in the hospital wing, he noticed a glowing light just around the corner from where he sat. A gentle voice seemed to echo, "Follow me." "Hello? Hello? Who's there?" Harry called out, but received no answer. Harry got up, quickly shrunk his trunk, and placing it in his pocket, he followed the light and the voice. Gryffindor Tower was located in the west wing of the 7th floor of the castle. The light was directing him toward the east wing of the 7th floor. It was an unused and rarely traveled part of the castle. "Hello? Who are you?" Harry called out to the ethereal voice that kept beckoning him to follow. "Where are you leading me?" Harry asked, getting a little worried. He drew his wand from his cloak and held it tightly in front of him. Hogwarts students were used to seeing moving and speaking portraits and the many ghosts that inhabited the ancient school, and although the majority were benign, well, no one knew for sure about the Bloody Baron, but on the whole the ghost did not bother the students. But Harry had yet to see a floating light that could speak to him and lead him to a seldom traveled part of the castle. But Harry, being a curious sort and never afraid of an adventure, followed the floating orb, keeping himself, however, prepared for anything. Harry found himself in a corridor devoid of portraits, statues, or any other form of decoration, except for one solitary tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas the Barmy to teach trolls ballet. The orb stopped in front of a large section of wall. The orb floated in front of him and spoke again in that gentle feminine voice. "Speak thy need, young wizard, and 3 times pass this wall of stone, and I will provide thee with that which you require." Harry raised an incredulous eyebrow at the orb and then at the wall. "What the hell does that mean?" Harry murmured. Shrugging his shoulder, he began to pace back and forth in front of the bare wall and speaking his need. "I need a safe place to stay, and while you're at it, I could use a friend," Harry stated almost sarcastically, but that was a true desire of his heart. Yes, he needed a place to stay, but he desperately wanted someone he could talk to, someone he could confide in, someone who understood what he was feeling inside. Harry was so lost in his own thoughts as he walked back and forth in front of the wall. He didn't see the appearance of a large oak door until he heard the creak of the door opening. Harry stopped and stared at the formerly bare wall and gawked at the door that was slowly opening. Harry cautiously poked his head through the door and saw a room very much like the Gryffindor common room, but smaller and much cozier. There were medieval tapestries along the sides of the room, a large hearth with a fire blazing in it. Above the hearth was a large portrait, but apparently with no one in it. 2 large, comfortable-looking chairs were facing the fire, their backs toward Harry as he still looked in from the door, and 2 comfy couches on either side of them. To the left of the chairs along the wall were 2 other doors. He would have to find out what lay behind them. To the right was a medium-sized table, and along the wall, a large bookcase with several dozen books. The room was dimly lit and warm and inviting. Harry stepped into the room, placing his wand back into his robes. His wonder-filled eyes were roaming everywhere as he took in the decor. He approached the 2 chairs, deciding to take a seat in front of the glowing fire. As he reached the chairs, the door closed with a faint click, which caused Harry to turn toward the door. Harry shrugged his shoulders and turned back around, only to find a wand pointed straight at his face and a feminine voice growling at him. "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 2. A/N. Here is Chapter 2. I hope the first chapter piqued your interest, and Chapter 2 will keep you coming back. Chapter 2. The Rebel. September 3rd, 1971. Hogwarts Express. "You can't hide from him forever, Bella." "The hell I can't. If he so much as looks at me sideways, I'll curse him into the next century." The 15-year-old beauty, known as Bellatrix Black, growled to her younger sister Andromeda. "Really, Bella? We're all in the same house. There is no way to avoid running into him. Besides, Father hasn't agreed to it yet. You know how he is. He will look over the contract with a fine-tooth comb before ever agreeing to anything." Andromeda told her sister placatingly. "Andy, it's a very marriage contract. A contract to the dumbest, ugliest, sorriest excuse for a human being that has graced the world of the living. Sweet Morgana, how can Father even think about forcing me to marry a Lestrange? Rudolphus Lestrange of all people. I won't do it. I just won't do it." Bella was almost hyperventilating. She was so angry. "You may not agree to it, Bella. I'm sure if you just spoke to Father, he would listen," Andromeda stated optimistically. Bella sighed heavily, folding her arms tightly across her chest. "I already spoke to him," Bella told her sister with a scowl. "And Andy coaxed, and he said it was not my place to offer an opinion, that it was a matter to be decided between wizards. Can you believe that?" Bella fumed. Andromeda sat across from her sister and tried to come up with something to ease her sister's frustration. "Well, you still have over a year before you have to worry about it," Andy offered weakly. Bella looked at her in incredulity. "What?" Bella snapped. "I just mean even if he does sign it, you don't turn 16 for a couple more weeks, and you won't have to marry until your 17th birthday. So you have a year to convince Father to..." "To what, Andy?" Once he signs that very contract, he's locked into it. The Lestranges will have put all kinds of penalties in the contract to prevent any rescinding on father's part. If he signs it, Andy, it's all over. Whether it's a year from now or a week from now. Once he signs the contract, I become property of Rudolph. Very me. Bella's voice strained. Andy, near tears for her sister, sat back hard and slumped in her seat. Andy looked up to see her sister with tears in her eyes. Slowly, one tear drop after another rolled down her soft cheeks. It was surprising to Andromeda to see her sister in such a state. Bellatrix was the oldest and the strongest of her siblings. She always had an air of togetherness about her, an inner strength that could not be bent. She was extremely passionate in her beliefs and was not afraid to voice her opinion. But Andromeda, on a rare few occasions, saw the softer side of her sister. Bellatrix was a romantic at heart. She loved life and was a free spirit, but the one thing that only she knew about her sister was that she wanted a Prince Charming, someone to sweep her off her feet. She was in love with the idea of falling in love. She dreamed of finding her Prince Charming, he who would rescue her and whisk her away to a life of joy and happiness. To have the threat of a marriage contract over her head was the antithesis of what Bella believed in, and it was something that would kill her very spirit to have forced upon her. A knock on the door brought Bella's and Andromeda's attention back to the present. Bella pulled her wand and cleaned up her face, then surreptitiously held it to her side in case the new visitors were undesirables. Andromeda rose from her seat and slowly slid the door open. "Hi, Andy." "Hi, Bella." An 11-year-old Narcissa Black bounced into her sister's compartment, dragging a pretty red-headed girl with her. Bella replied. "Who's your friend?" "This is my newest best friend, Lily Evans," Narcissa stated proudly. "She's a first year like me," Narcissa proclaimed happily. "That's wonderful, Sissy. I'm Andromeda, Sissy's sister, and a third year. This is our older sister, Bella. She's a fifth year." Andromeda introduced themselves to the 11-year-old redhead. Evans. I'm not familiar with your surname," Bellatrix stated, tapping her chin in thought. "Are your parents half-bloods?" Bella asked. "Bella, what a rude question." Andromeda chastised her older sister. "Whoa, Andy. I meant nothing by it. I was just asking." Bella held up her hands as if to surrender. "Sorry." Andromeda blushed apologetically. "Well, I guess from what I've been told by others is that I'm considered a muggle-born." Lily explained, a little unsure if she had the wording right. Bella looked at Andromeda and then to Narcissa and sighed heavily. "You know what Father would say, not to mention Aunt Walburga, if they find out that Sissy has a muggle-born friend," Bella stated to her sisters meaningfully. "Oh, pooh," Narcissa replied and stomped her feet. "I don't care what Papa says. Lily is really nice, and I like her," Sissy stated stubbornly. Andromeda chuckled and patted her little sister's head warmly. "That a girl," Andromeda said to her little sister, giving her an affectionate pat on the shoulder. "Is there something wrong with being a muggle-born?" Lily asked bluntly, narrowing her eyes at the sisters and folding her arms in front of her. Bella raised an elegant eyebrow as she heard the redhead speak with fire and strength. "I like this girl," Bella mused to herself. "She is spirit. Come sit down, Lily." Bella offered a seat to the little redhead, Narcissa sitting right next to her. Andy and Bella sat across from them. "Unfortunately, in our world, Lily, there are people who will judge you based on your parentage or heritage. Blood status is very important to the old families," she explained. "Blood status?" Lily asked in confusion, looking between the sisters. "Yes, blood status. There are 4 classes of magicals in our world: purebloods, half-bloods, squibs, and muggleborns, or mudbloods as some unfortunately call them. It is a very derogative term that some in our society use. It means dirty blood." Bella continued to explain before Lily could ask. "What's a squib, and why does blood matter?" Lily asked. "A squib is a person born to magical parents but has little to no magic themselves. Purebloods are magicals that can trace their family magic back several generations. Some believe that the older your family, the purer your blood, and the better magically you are, and your social status as a pure blood puts you above everybody else," Andromeda offered. "Is that true, though? I mean, will I be weaker magically because I'm a muggle-born?" Lily asked sullenly. "No, not necessarily. I know some muggle-born and half-bloods that are very powerful. The difference is in the family magics. Andromeda told the little redhead. I don't understand family magic? Lily asked, a little confused. Well, many of the old families have their own created spells, curses, and the like that they keep a closely guarded secret from outsiders. Bella explained. Well, that's selfish. Lily huffed. Bella chuckled at the naivety of the first-year Muggle-born. Knowledge is power, Lily, and the more knowledge one has, the more powerful they are. We keep our family magic secret to have an advantage over our enemies. Do you understand? Bella asked. Lily nodded. In other words, blood doesn't make you more powerful, but knowledge of unique spells can give you an advantage. Bella smiled at the intelligent younger girl. A Ravenclaw for sure. Bella grinned. So are you purebloods then? Lily asked the sisters. We are, Lily, and unfortunately our family is one of those who believe in the blood purity thing, and our family is considered a dark family because of some of our magical practices. More so because of our family magics than us being evil or anything like that. Andromeda told her sister's new friend. Our parents believe in blood purity and that we as purebloods are better than everyone else. My sisters and I have a different view than our parents, but there is constant pressure placed upon us to have the same views. I can't count the times that Bella has been punished for not acting like a proper pureblood princess. Don't tell anyone, but she's the rebel in the family. Andromeda winked conspiratorially at Lily, who grinned back. Why are you a rebel? Lily asked the oldest black sister. Sissy giggled. Well, for starters, she likes Muggle music and clothing. This drives mother and father spare. So, I like the Rolling Stones. Bella said. It's better than what we have in the wizarding world. The who? Lily asked. I like them too. Bella smiled. No. I mean, who are the Rolling Stones? Oh. Bella chuckled. Being a Muggle-born, I thought you would have known. They're this Muggle band who came out a few years ago. They're completely brilliant. Bella told the young girl. So your parents don't approve? Lily asked innocently. 3 snorts came from the black sisters simultaneously. They don't approve of anything Muggle. Andromeda replied with a slow shake of the head. They seem to think that Muggle influences corrupt our way of life and culture. I don't agree with that, though. I think we can learn a lot from them, and there are some really wonderful and amazing witches and wizards that are Muggle-born. Andromeda said wistfully. Narcissa giggled, and Bella smirked. That's because she has it bad for some Hufflepuff named Tonks. Bella laughed at her sister Andy, who maturely stuck her tongue out at her. Oh, very ladylike Andy, Bella said, holding her stomach, trying hard not to laugh. The laughter at Andy's expense was soon cut short when the door slammed open and 5 boys dressed in Slytherin colors made their way into the compartment. Well, if it's not the infamous Black Sisters. A tall boy of 17 smirked obnoxiously at the occupants of the compartment. He had long, greasy brown hair, pulled back into a low ponytail. He had a large, almost bulbous nose with overly large pores, and a bushy unibrow topped a pair of dull brown eyes. What do you want, Rudy? Bella said with distaste in her voice. Don't call me Rudy. The boy spat. My name is Rudolphus. Not Rudy. Rudolphus Lestrange spat indignantly. Yeah, whatever. Bella stated dismissively, waving her hand absently at him. What do you want, Rudy? Bella smirked at the reddening face of the unsightly boy. I'd watch my tongue if I were you, Bellatrix. As I'm sure you already know, you soon will be mine, and if you haven't learned your place by the time we're married, I will put you in your place. He sneered. Bella was on her feet in a flash and had her wand jabbed underneath the chin of the older boy. Is that a threat, Rudy? Should we find out here and now who the better witch is? Rudolphus involuntarily gulped as Bella dug her wand in. Rudolphus glared at the raven-haired witch and lowly growled defiantly. I will tame you yet, girly girl, if I have to break you mentally and physically to do it. You may think you have won this round, but heed my words, you will be mine eventually, and you will learn your place. Just try it, Cyclops. I can outduel you with one hand tied behind my back. Bella replied condescendingly. Unbeknownst to Bella, Rudolphus' friends had pulled their wands and were in a standoff with her sisters and Lily. The 2 first-year girls were obviously outmatched and did not really know any useful spells, but they nonetheless stood their ground with Andromeda. 5th years, Rabaston Lestrange, Lucius Malfoy, Gregory Goyle, and Vincent Crabbe had their wands pointed at the 3 girls. They were all snickering at the useless gesture of the 3 younger girls. They were all confident that they could take them out easily. Rodolphus slowly backed away from Bella, who now had her wand pointed at his heart. "This isn't over, Bella. Watch your back, girly girl, because you will learn your place." With those parting words, Rodolphus and his crew backed out of the compartment and returned to their own. Bella slammed the door shut and sat down heavily on the compartment seat. She lowered her head into her hands, and her body began to involuntarily shake. Andromeda was quickly beside her and wrapped an arm around her shoulder and pulled Bella to her tightly. Lily sat stunned at what had just occurred. Narcissa was holding her hand, telling her that everything was all right now. But Lily had never experienced anything as potentially violent as this had been and began to wonder about exactly what she had gotten herself into. The wizarding world seemed much more dangerous than she had imagined. "If this is what I have to look forward to, Andy, I don't think I can handle it," Bella admitted with desperation in her voice. "He and his peons will just lay in wait for me. I can't deal with continually looking over my shoulder, Andy, wondering if this is the day I'll mess up and let my guard down and be attacked and forced to shhhhhh. Bella, we'll think of something. We could tell Professor Slughorn he could talk to them about leaving you alone," she stated, thinking of their head of house. "Won't do any good. He can't be around all the time to watch them. I'm not even safe in our dorm rooms. Rodolphus is a 7th-year prefect and can enter the girls' wing of the dorms anytime he likes. I'm not safe in Slytherin anymore. I can't protect myself 24 hours a day." She gasped. "Well, let's ask Slughorn if there is at least another place where you could stay," Andromeda offered. Bella nodded weakly, but she was not optimistic. Bella spent the rest of the train ride in deep meditative thought. She knew that part of the reason that her father and her Uncle Orion, who was head of the Black family, were considering the marriage contract were twofold. First, the Lestranges were old money and pure bloods. Not as old as the Blacks, but they could trace their lineage back about 5 centuries. A marriage between the two families would lend to a stronger old family alliance within the Wisingamot, and thus more political power. Second, and this was the most difficult for Bella to admit, was because she was seen as too rebellious and too enamored with all things Muggle. Her family felt that she needed to be reined in, and the contract would ensure her obedience to her husband's wishes by an old family ritual that would bind her will to her husband's once she signed the contract with a Lestrange family blood quill. Bella feared a loss of self more than anything else she could think of. She was an independent young woman, strong-willed and passionate, and that's how she liked herself. This marriage would suppress her very nature, and she knew she would rather die than give up her freedom of self. Bella glanced over at her sisters and wondered what fates awaited them in the future. Would they be forced into the same type of marriages? Andy was always glowing after spending time with Ted. Tonks. Bella knew that if her parents found out about the relationship that she had with a Muggle-born wizard, that Andy would most likely meet the same fate as she herself was fated to have, a very binding marriage contract. Little Sissy was so carefree and so full of innocent wonder. Did she have the faintest idea what their parents would say to her if they discovered she had befriended a mudblood? A snort of derision escaped from Bella as she thought over her parents' reaction. There's got to be some way out of this mess. I won't lose my free will just to satisfy my parents' ambitions and desires. I just know that there is someone special meant just for me out there somewhere, and he darn well better hurry the hell up and make an appearance. I swear I'll very well kill Lestrange before submitting to that troll." Bella mused, disheartened and frustrated. The sun was nearly gone from the sky, its dying rays casting the sky above in orange and purple hues. She stood and opened up her trunk. "We should get our robes on," she said. "We should be arriving in Hogsmeade soon." "Lily, do you need to go get your robes?" Bella asked. "Yeah, they're in my trunk back towards the other end of the train," Lily told the older girl. "I'll go with you," Narcissa chirped in. "I'll go with you too. Wouldn't want the pair of you to get into trouble," Andromeda told the 2 first years with a slight smile. "Be back in ammo, sis," Andromeda told Bella as she escorted the 2 first years to get Lily's trunk. Bella had finished changing and was flipping through her data book when Andromeda returned to the compartment with Narcissa and Lily. Narcissa had a scowl on her face when she entered, and Lily looked ready to spit nails. Both girls' hair was completely frizzy and almost standing on end. "What happened?" Bella asked, examining the two upset first years and stifling a chuckle. We ran into Cousin Sirius and Cousin James. Narcissa replied hotly. Bella palmed her face in exasperation. What did the two miscreants do this time? Andromeda chuckled. Oh, they thought it would be funny to put a static charm on Sissy's and Lily's trunks. When they reached for them, they were hit with a shock of static electricity and their hair frizzed out. The middle black sister laughed. It's not funny. Do you know how long it will take me to brush this out? Narcissa griped. Not to worry, little sister. Bella took out her wand, and with a couple of twirling passes over the head of the two first years, and the hair returned to the sleek long hair they each had. There, that's better, isn't it? I suppose. But those two are going to pay. Narcissa stamped her foot down, already planning her revenge on her cousins Sirius Black and James Potter. Bella smirked, and Andromeda chuckled at their little sister's temper. Narcissa, although usually sweet, had a vindictiveness about her that even frightened them. The train began to slow as it approached the platform at Hogsmeade Station. The three sisters and Lily Evans made their way off the Scarlet steam engine. A booming voice called out, "Fur's years. Fur's years to me. Okay, you two. We'll see you in the Great Hall." Andromeda told the two first years. Oh, and say hello to the giant squid when you see him. Bella yelled out to the two girls as she was heading for the carriages. There's not really a giant squid, is there? Lily asked Narcissa, her eyes comically wide. Not sure, but I have heard it mentioned before. The blonde told her friend. Oh dear, Lily breathed. The Great Hall was filled with chatter as the returning students conversed and gossiped with their friends that they hadn't seen over the summer holiday. A hot topic had been the whispered rumors of a political movement of ultra-conservative purebloods that popped up about 4 years ago. All over Britain, both in large and small magical communities, bully pulpits had sprung up with a message of return to traditional values. Down with Muggle destructive influences. Small riots had broken out in some of the smaller communities. It was even rumored that there had been a few accidental deaths here and there. A general unease had begun to spread across magical Britain, and most of the older families were taking a wait-and-see attitude, while other families, including the Blacks, were throwing their support to the new movement. The movement was being led by a mysterious but charismatic lord who extolled the virtues of pure-blood society. He warned that the pure-blood way of life was in danger of becoming polluted with Muggle ideas and corrupt values. Bella and Andromeda had taken a seat at the end of the Slytherin table as their fellow classmates fell in around them. Sixth-year Slytherin Olivia Rosier sat to the left of Bella, her face looking like the cat who ate the canary. So, I hear you are betrothed to Rudolphus. The short blonde stated with a knowing smirk. I believe you have sadly been misinformed, my dear Olivia. Bella responded with an indifferent air about her. That's not what he's been telling everyone on the train. Word is he's going to approach Slughorn about the two of you living in the married quarters. What? That repulsive bastard has a lot of nerve. Bella spat with aversion. I don't know why you've got your knickers in a twist. He's a pure blood from a wealthy, not to mention old family. And he is involved in politics. The sixth year commented. Politics? Bella chortled. He wouldn't know his arse from emotion if his life depended on it. Bella's nird. I wouldn't let him hear you say that. The Lestranges have become very active in politics of late. They are supporting the new movement that promises those of our stature will one day be given our rightful dues. And Rudolphus and Rabaston are officers in the youth corps of the cause. They have actually met this mysterious lord, and they said that he will bring back power and prosperity to us purebloods, and bring to heel all these uppity mudbloods who think their way of life is better than ours. She declared with venom. The way you're talking, it sounds like he's building an army or something. Bella asked, raising a questioning eyebrow. Well, he's a revolutionary, isn't he? The establishment wants to keep him quiet, don't they? The ministry is suppressing our goddess-given rights, and they are hiding their heads to the corruption of our society by all the mudbloods. He needs an army if we're to make the ministry take notices of our plight. Our plight? What plight? If I'm not mistaken, the Rosiers are quite wealthy, the Lestranges as well. So exactly what is it that the Muggleborns are taking from us? Bella asked in a clipped tone. Since when did you become a mudblood lover, Bella? I know for a fact that your father and uncle are providing funding for the movement. Olivia spat back. I thought you'd be first in line to join the Youth Corp. I just don't believe all this rhetoric about Muggleborns being the bane of the wizarding world. Bella replied tonelessly. Olivia looked at her friend as if she had two heads. Bella, the mud-bloods and the half-bloods outnumber the pure-bloods now by almost 3 to 1. How long will it be before they demand seats in the Wisingamat? Or being put in positions of power within the ministry? They would destroy our way of life. Can't you see that? They need to be put in their place, and soon. Olivia whispered harshly. And how exactly does your great leader? Bella spoke sarcastically with air quotations. Plan on accomplishing this, huh? With our influence, laws will be passed to restrict the half-bloods and mudbloods from having any influence over or participation in our government. And eventually we may need to just thin the herd, as it were. Olivia whispered with a smirk. Bella stared at her friend in stunned disbelief. Did she just say what she thought she said? Thin the herd. Was she serious? Bella immediately envisioned what she had learned about the atrocities during the Muggle Second World War, where millions of people were put to death because of their blood status. Bella felt like she was going to be sick. Eventually, Olivia looked at her old friend, judging her reaction. You will have to choose a side. The revolution is coming. Will you stand with your own kind, or will you be found on the other? What is it with everyone giving me these ultimatums? Bella thought to herself. Well, it's obvious you've chosen a side, Olivia. The moderates in the Wisingamat won't sit by and allow some extremists to dictate policy, and they won't stand by while 2/3 of our population is persecuted. Bella retorted. Olivia smirked. Oh, I'm sure that there will be some who will refuse to see reason and try and defend the filth polluting our culture. But there are persuasive ways to change the minds of enough that we can push through any law we want. Bella began to respond, but was interrupted as Professor McGonagall entered the Great Hall with the new first years for sorting. She looked at the tiny new students and wondered if she ever looked that small. She smiled as she saw little Sissy standing next to her new friend Lily. Both girls looked rather nervous as McGonagall placed a stool with the sorting hat on it in front of the staff table facing the 4 house tables. Bella tuned out the hat song as she looked over all the other first years. Her roaming eyes soon found her first cousin Sirius and her third cousin James standing next to each other with identical mischievous looks on their faces. Bella had to hold back a snort as she thought of the trouble the two pranksters were bound to get into. She spied another dark-haired boy standing close to Sissy and Lily. He seemed to be whispering something to Lily, who, by her body language, seemed to know the hooked-nosed boy and was nodding to something he had just said. Black Narcissa. Bella heard her little sister's name and hoped that the youngest black sister did not follow in her older sister's footsteps of being sorted into Slytherin. Bella and Andy hoped that their bright younger sister would be in Ravenclaw and avoid all the political turmoil that existed in the House of Snakes. But their hopes were dashed as the sorting hat, after a few minutes, called out Slytherin. Narcissa jumped up from the seat excitedly. But then, remembering who she was, she straightened her back and walked primly to the Slytherin table like the pure-blood princess she was taught to be. Bella and Andromeda gave her a smile as she sat down at the end of the Slytherin table. Black, serious. Bella watched and shook her head in mirth as her cousin seemed to strut up to the stool and sat down as if he was sitting on a throne. Bella watched as McGonagall placed the hat on his head. A few moments passed, and then the hat yelled out, Gryffindor. Bella was gobsmacked. Never in recent memory had a black been sorted into the house of the foolishly brave. There had been the odd Ravenclaw, but most blacks had always been Slytherin. She knew immediately that Uncle Orion and Aunt Walburga would be beyond furious. Sirius was the scion to House Black, and no head of House Black had ever been anything other than a Slytherin. It was a heritage the Black family was quite proud of. A glance toward Andromeda, and Bella could tell that she was thinking the same thing. There was going to be hell to pay. Bella was brought out of her musing by the next name called. Evans Lily. Bella glanced over to Narcissa, who appeared to be bouncing in her seat. Bella noticed her fingers were crossed and saw her sister's lips repeating the word Slytherin. 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 Gryffindor. Narcissa slumped in her seat at the hat's declaration. Bella felt a pang of sadness for her little sister, who seemed to really like the red-headed Muggleborn. Bella knew, as did Andromeda, the enmity that existed between Slytherin and Gryffindor House, and that few friendships ever lasted between friends who were sorted into the two opposing houses. The sorting continued, and as expected, her cousin James was sorted into the House of the Lions along with Sirius. She almost felt sorry for their head of house. Eventually, the sorting was finished. She noticed that the boy that was talking to Narcissa and Lily had been sorted into Slytherin as well. Snape, she believed his name was. After the headmaster gave his start-of-term spiel, dinner was served. Bella avoided any further conversation with Olivia and tried to just eat in peace, but her housemates had other ideas as she felt the eyes of Rodolphus and his gang upon her. She involuntarily shivered as she glanced quickly at the boy. He had a lascivious look in his eyes and a chilling smirk to go along with it. She surreptitiously removed her wand from the wrist holster on her left arm and held the wand loosely in her right hand under the table. All too soon the feast was over, and the four houses began to make their way back to their respective common rooms. Bella held back a bit, allowing the majority of her house to leave, including and especially Rodolphus and his group of rabble. She approached Professor Slughorn, who had just stepped down from the staff table. "Excuse me, Professor, but may I have a word with you?" Bella asked the plump professor with the busy, walrus mustache. "Of course, my dear. Always have time for one of my potion prodigies," he stated with a mirthful chuckle. "Your draft of living death has been the best brewed of any student I have ever taught. And that's saying something. You know, I should really introduce you to Podrick Kettleburn. He owns one of the largest apothecaries on the Isle. He's always sending me a sample of his latest potion, discoveries, and yes, Professor, that would be lovely, but I really need to ask you something important." Bella cut off the rambling professor before he really got going. It was well known that Professor Slughorn liked to brag about all the people he had mentored or befriended over the years, and it was best to head him off before he really got going, or you could be stuck listening to him prattle on for hours. "My apologies, Ms. Black. Once I get going on a topic, right? You had a question, my dear." Slughorn caught himself before starting to ramble again. "Yes, Professor. I was wondering if there was perhaps another place I could stay besides in the Slytherin dorms." Bella asked seriously. Surprised by the question, Slughorn raised a curious eyebrow at the young witch. "Are you having problems with your roommates?" he asked. "No, my roommates are not the problem. It's just, come. Now, whatever is bothering you, I assure you, I am a trained educator, and if I say so myself, an excellent mediator." Slughorn offered. "It's just I don't feel safe, sir." Bella told the older man. "Has someone threatened you, Miss Black?" he asked worriedly. "Well, no, not threatened exactly, as much as inferred in a roundabout way that he would put me in my place." She stated, a little put out with having to reveal this. She worked hard at portraying an air of confidence and strength, and she had no fear of taking on anyone in the school one-on-one. But even she had to concede that 6 or more against 1 was too much to ask of anybody. And she absolutely hated to reveal any kind of weakness. "Well, I'm sure there was no malicious intent, my dear. I'm sure if we sat down with the other party, we could come to an amicable resolution," he offered. "But sir, I don't think." Slughorn raised his hand to stop her. "Besides, there are no other quarters available for students besides their house dorms," Slughorn stated. "But what about the married quarters?" she offered hopefully. "You are not married, my dear, and thus cannot use them," he said apologetically. "Please." The word came out bitterly. "Please, Professor, I really don't feel safe in the dorm rooms." Slughorn sighed heavily. "I will have a word with the headmaster tomorrow and see what can be done. But no guarantees, my dear," he stated. Bella's shoulders slumped a bit, but it was better than nothing. She supposed that she could get through one night in her dorm room. She would just have to ward the hell out of her bed till something else was arranged. "Thank you, Professor. I would be grateful for your help in this matter," she told him resignedly. "That's a good girl." Slughorn smiled. "Now you better hurry to your dorm room. It's close to curfew." Bella nodded and hurried out of the Great Hall and made her way to the staircase that leads to the dungeons where the Slytherin Common Room was located. Approaching the door to the Commons Room, she furiously realized she had not heard what the password was. "Merlin's very balls," she hissed as she kicked the door. TSK. "What do we have here, boys?" A nasally voice whined. A voice that suddenly sent chills down her spine. Bella slowly turned around her wand, just hidden in the sleeve of her robes, to face none other than the crux of her current problem. Rodolphus. Looks like we have a student out of her commons room after curfew. Lucius Malfoy sneered silkily. Indeed, we do, Lucius. Rodolphus smirked. What to do, what to do? He gestured to his friends, who were all smiling predatorily at the buxom brunette. I suppose we could just let her in, but where would be the fun in that? He mockingly asked his friends, who guffawed sycophantically. I believe a lesson is in order for our little princess here. Don't you think, lads? Leave me alone, Rudy. Bella spat maliciously. Smack! Bella was thrown to the floor from being backhanded by the much larger boy. Bella got to her hands and knees and then wiped the trickle of blood seeping from a newly split lip. Her head spun a little as she tried to quickly think of a way to get herself out of this predicament. You will learn to respect your betters, Bellatrix. Black! Rodolphus roared. Bella was roughly grabbed by her hair and forced to stand on her tiptoes. Rodolphus' face was within an inch of Bella's. His stale and almost putrescent breath made her want to vomit then and there. With spittle flying in her face from the angry tirade coming from the bastard, she devised a hopefully successful escape plan. In a swift move with all the strength she could muster, she brought her left knee up hard right into the groin of the boy that held her hostage. The hand pulling her up by her hair immediately let go and soon joined the other one in cupping the block and tackle of its owner, who had fallen to his knees and was currently gasping for air. Before the other four boys could respond, Bella had grabbed Rodolphus by the neck, putting his body between her and the others. Her wand was positioned at the neck of Rodolphus, glowing with a spell ready to be cast. Drop your wands now, or lover boy here will have a new orifice below his chin. Bella commanded the other boys. Do as she says. Lucius spat. Lucius, Crabbe, Goyle, and Rabastin Lestrange all put their wands on the floor. Now back up. Again she ordered. The four Slytherins stepped away from their wands. In the time it took to take half a breath, Bella had banished all of their wands further down the corridor, well out of reach. This won't go unpunished, Bella, Rabastin stated angrily. My brother will not let this go. There is no place you can hide that we can't find you. We'll see, she stated as confidently as she could, but she knew that they were right. Well, so much for staying in the dorms tonight, she thought with resignation. Bella maneuvered herself and Rodolphus toward the staircase leading back out of the dungeon, and with a quick flick of her wand, she banished Rodolphus into the other boys. Not waiting to see her handiwork, she sped up the staircase as fast as her legs could carry her. She made it to the first floor, which was completely empty. The torch lights were low, and she found herself in semi-darkness. She thought about running out the main castle doors, but to what and where? She slumped against the wall, listening for footsteps of her attackers, but none were heard. She was fighting back the tears that threatened to fall. This was not how she had planned her first night back at school to be. She didn't think she could or would return back to the Slytherin dorms, but she needed a place to at least sleep for the night. Across the empty hall, she saw something glowing. It did not look like torch light or candle light. It appeared almost gold in color. Cautiously, she stood and made her way slowly toward the light. She turned the corner and found a floating orb of light. In all her years here, she had never seen anything like this before. The orb began to move, not knowing why, but Bella felt the need to follow it. The orb climbed the staircases higher and higher. It went till it arrived at the 7th floor. It then moved toward the east of the staircase. She followed it down a hallway that didn't seem to be used if the dust and cobwebs were any indication. The orb came to an abrupt stop in front of a bare wall. She then heard a distinct feminine voice speak to her. Speak thy need, young witch, and 3 times pass this wall of stone, and I will provide thee with that which you require. Suddenly the orb flew into the wall, seemingly passing through it. Bella was confused at what was going on, but she thought to herself stranger things have happened, but couldn't think of any at the moment. So, she began to pace back and forth in front of the bare wall and speaking her need. I need place of refuge to stay in, a warm bed, and maybe an understanding shoulder to cry on would be nice too. It couldn't hurt, she thought. An ornately decorated set of oak doors suddenly materialized where solid stone had been a moment ago. The door slowly opened and Bella gasped as she saw a comfortable decorated room that resembled the Slytherin common room a bit. The warmth of a crackling fire lit in the hearth of the room beckoned her in. She stepped through the doors and made her way to the fireplace. There were two large and comfortable-looking chairs that sat directly in front of and facing the roaring fire. There were also two couches on either side of the chairs, creating a nice sitting area. She noticed several doors along the outer walls and decided to explore them. She opened one door along the left-hand side of the room from the door and found a comfy-looking bedroom decorated in a green and silver motif with a queen-size four-poster bed with forest green drapes. A small love seat sat at the foot of the bed. Along the left wall was a large wardrobe. Opening the wardrobe, she discovered it was empty. Next to it was a vanity table with a mirror and drawers to place her grooming articles. A door on the right-hand wall opened to reveal a large, oval-shaped room with an equally large bathtub with many knobs and levers. It looked as if it could hold half a dozen people comfortably. A black and white Italian marble tile floor covered the room. There were even a few Greek marble statues on either side of the tub, one of the Venus de Milo. On the opposite end stood a statue of the god Apollo. In the middle of the large bathtub stood the statue of the three Carides. She smiled at the stately beauty and elegance that the ornately decorated bathroom seemed to offer. She quickly decided that fortune was smilingly upon her, and why not take advantage of what the castle seemed to be offering her? If she had thought about it, she probably would have been in shock that all this was being provided to her by a building of stone and wood. She removed her trunk from her robe pocket and enlarged it, placing it near the wardrobe. Grateful, she thought ahead and kept the trunk with her instead of leaving it on the train. With a flick of her wand, the trunk opened and clothes, robes, and other personal items found their way into the large wardrobe. After getting unpacked, she changed into some comfortable clothes and then decided to explore the other doors she saw when she entered the magical room. Exiting her bedroom, she saw another door just down from hers. Opening the door, she saw another bedroom similar to her own, however decorated in red and gold. A door to the left in the bedroom opened up to bathroom. She just saw. It appeared that both bedrooms shared the same bathroom. The fact that there were two bedrooms didn't seem to concern her, or she was just too awed by the room that she didn't really give it any thought. She returned to the commons area and curled up in one of the oversized chairs, tucking her legs beneath her. She sat there just staring at the crackling fire and going over the events of the day and trying to decompress. Some tea would be lovely about now. Before she had even finished her thought, a pot of tea appeared on the small table between the two chairs. Wow, now that's service. I could get used to this. Bella poured herself a cup of the aromatic chamomile tea. As the warm beverage made its way down her throat and began warming her insides, she sighed heavily and sat back heavily in the chair. Only a few minutes had passed when she froze at the sound of a door opening up behind her. Had they found her? Her body screamed at her to flee, but her rationale side told her to calmly wait. Producing her wand, she quietly listened and prepared her body to fight. She risked a quick glance around the back of the chair. A dark-haired boy about her age was gawking at the room and was not looking her way at the moment. The boy began to make his way toward her, and she noticed that he did not have his wand out. She did not recognize him, but that did not mean he was not a potential threat to her. She heard the door click shut and saw the boy turn in the direction of the door, turning his back toward her. Now was her chance to get the upper hand on the intruder. Quickly, but silently, her bare feet rushed her toward the young man whose back was still turned toward her. She raised her wand and pointed at the back of his head. He turned around, a look of shock on his face, as a pair of emerald green eyes opened widely and had focused on the tip of her wand. Who the hell are you? Bella Rord, /in. Please leave a review and let me know what you think. I'll try an update every 2 weeks. The next 2 chapters are already written with the 5th started. Chapter 3. Oh, and wow! I am humbly surprised at the response I got from these first 2 chapters. Within just a few days, I have received 43 reviews and comments, 63 faves, and 126 followers. I'm grateful for all the reviews. Some were very complimentary, others not so much, but I appreciate them all even when a review is a bit critical. I wasn't going to post this chapter until next week, but decided in posting it sooner due to a couple of reviews, one from my good friend N. Flammel, who has been following my stories since I began posting them over a year ago. I have a great respect for his keen observations and insight. I hope this chapter explains in some part Dumbledore's character and what his goals are. This is just a filler chapter and is short, but it gives an explanation into the mindset of some of the characters. Now, just because a few critical reviews got me to post this chapter earlier than I wanted, don't get the idea that critical reviews will get me to post another in like manner. Unbetted. P.S. Nick, I still want you as a beta P. Chapter 3. The Headmaster's Folly, September 1st, 1995. Headmaster's Office, 9 p.m. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and the defeater of the Dark Wizard Grindelwald. With various other titles and accolades, the wizarding world saw him as a powerful leader of the light and the very embodiment of what was good in the magical society. So being who he was, there were very few who would ever challenge any decision he made. So ingrained in the psyche of every witch and wizard who had been born since the late 1940s, and every witch and wizard who had been alive during that time, it was inconceivable for the man to do wrong. After so many years of being heralded as Merlin incarnate, the man began to believe in the many stories of his own legend. And as such, he began to see himself in the role of guardian, even a parent to all magical society. And as any parent, he knew what was best for his children, and they were children in his eyes. He would teach, and they would learn. He would speak, and they would listen. He would direct, and they would comply. It was just the nature of things, and nature must be obeyed. Of course, despite his best efforts, there was the occasional child who acted up. It was inconceivable to see a child or two rebel against the tender nurturing that he as a doting father provided. It saddened him that they would stray from his caring arms and choose darker paths to travel. If they had just taken his teachings to heart, they would see the error of their ways. He loathed forcing his children to obey him, but they must be brought to the understanding that he was their father and he did know best. It was for the greater good of his society that they follow him unquestioningly. Anything less than absolute adherence to his teachings would lead to anarchy and unnecessary suffering. So it was that Albus Dumbledore stood overlooking the grounds of his venerated school through the window of his tower office, reflecting on his greatest failure, Tom Riddle, a.k.a. Lord Voldemort. Albus had such high hopes for the talented young wizard. He was intelligent and powerful and had a charisma as inviting as Albus himself. But the child had been able to hoodwink most of the student body of Hogwarts and the majority of his professors as well, into believing that he was the model child, a prodigious student who could one day walk in the shadow of the greatest wizard of all times, Albus Dumbledore. It wasn't until Tom's 7th year that Albus began to have doubts about the heart of his protege. There was a darkness and a rebelliousness that, while buried deep within the boy, Albus was able to catch a flicker of it every now and then. Tom's true nature would finally reveal itself during the mid-60s as he began to teach a philosophy of pure-blood exceptionalism and an animosity toward anything and anyone that he considered inferior. Isolationist and pure-blood extremists began to rally to the man who had fashioned a new name for himself, a name that would inspire loyalty to those who shared his values and fear into those who found themselves wanting. Lord Voldemort arose to be a fly in the soup of Albus' dream of a wizarding utopia. On many occasions over the next 15 years, the two would confront each other. Each time Albus tried to remind the boy of his earlier teachings and that he was being unnecessarily stubborn in accepting Albus' counsel and turning away from the path he was on. Tom, however, would not listen to reason and eventually escalated his attacks on the rest of Albus' children. Albus did not want to hurt his wayward children, but they needed to be re-educated and brought to remembrance of the instructions that Albus had provided them. In the early 70s, Albus formed the Order of the Phoenix to combat the radicals members of their society. Albus saw himself becoming the stern father who needed to discipline his children who had gone astray. The order was to capture, unharmed if at all possible, the rebellious children so they could go through re-education and realize their folly. But his efforts were to be in vain. His pacifistic stance was not providing the outcome that he had desired. He realized that despite his best efforts, he could not allow the continuation of the raping, torturing, and killing of his other children. He began to make plans to begin his own offensive when a serendipitous event occurred in the spring of 1980. A prophecy was made of a child who would be born as the 7th month dies to those who had thrice defied the Dark Lord, and this child would end the senseless destruction of his children. And from the ashes, like a phoenix, Albus would restore his children to the path that he had set for them. On the 31st of October 1981, the prophecy was fulfilled, but not exactly how Albus had thought it would. He had believed that Tom would have been completely destroyed, but he hadn't. Somehow he had survived the encounter with the Potter boy. Furthermore, his other rebellious children, instead of running back to him for forgiveness like he had believed, they remained for the most part defiant. A few, like Severus Snape, who had become his spy, had returned, but the bulk of his wayward children remained in their lost state. It was then that Albus realized that the role the Potter boy would play was not over with. Albus knew that with Tom somehow managing to survive, it was only a matter of time before he would make a return and the cycle would repeat itself. Pacifism would no longer be the answer to stopping Tom. The Potter boy was the answer. A plan formed in Albus' mind, a way to meet Tom and equal ground the next time he appeared. A pacifist could not beat Tom. He needed someone or something just as terrible to defeat him and frighten his other followers down to their very marrow, so much so that they would come running back into the waiting arms of their forgiving father. He knew that to do this, he would have to make the life of the Potter boy mirror that of Tom's as much as possible. One must know his enemy intimately, feel as he felt, think as he thought. The Potter boy must become in every way Tom's equal. Was there a chance that this could backfire on him? It was a possibility. But if orchestrated just right, the Potter boy and Tom would destroy each other in the end, thus eliminating the possibility of another Dark Lord. And if one did survive, they would be weakened enough where Albus could safely subdue them and then humanely put them through the veil. His society must be kept free from the cancer of another evil wizard. He knew the kind of life he was condemning the boy to, but it was for the greater good. 1 or 2 deaths to save thousands was a price he was willing to pay for the redemption of his other children. Albus, we have been waiting for the last 10 minutes. Are you going to start this meeting, or should we call for tea to occupy us until you're ready? An irritated Scottish brogue spoke, breaking Dumbledore from his musings. Oh yes, the old headmaster chuckled. Forgive an old man for getting lost in his thoughts. The old man chuckled, his eyes twinkling. He moved from the window and took his seat in the throne-like chair behind the large mahogany desk and stared back at his 4 heads of house. Now, I believe we just have new business to go over, if I'm not mistaken. Minerva, what do you have? Albus stared at his deputy headmistress over his half-moon spectacles. You need to end this madness, Albus. I can no longer support you in this endeavor. For Maeve's sake, he is Lily and James' son. I can't imagine how this is going to end in any other way than horrific. Minerva McGonagall had had enough. She had grown quite fond of the raven-haired boy, and Albus' plan to harden Harry into a warrior of the light no longer seemed right. She was drowning in the shame of going along with her mentor's plan in manipulating the boy's life. Since his first year, it had been a carefully orchestrated test after test. He was pushed to the limits of his tolerance. He was brought to the point of breaking, and then easing off, only to start up again. She knew there would be a heavy penance demanded of her when she met Lily and James in the next life. Not that she believed they would ever forgive her. Minerva, we have had this discussion before. As hard as this is, as distasteful we may find it, it is what is necessary. Albus replied in his grandfatherly way. He nearly died last year. Minerva shouted. He was pushed from 3 bloody stories, Albus. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Minerva. Albus stated. I agree with Minerva. Albus. Pomona Sprouthead of Hufflepuff stated, standing by her friend. Harry may be the chosen one to defeat Voldemort, but he is not immortal. You need to act like you're the very headmaster of this school and rein in your students before some does succeed in killing the poor boy. He is a student under our care and deserves every protection we can give him. Oh yes, let's coddle the spoiled brat. Shall we hold his hand as he goes to potty, cut up his food for him, and feed him? Powder his arse. Yes, let's give the little gobshite a life free of responsibility and just feed his oversized ego some more. Pomona and Minerva glared dangerously at Severus Snape, who snorted at their attempt to quell him. You petty, miserable excuse of a human being. You should be boiled in your own entrails, you. Enough! Albus shouted, abruptly stopping Minerva's tirade. We have enough to be going on about without us fighting each other. Need I remind you that we all agreed during Harry's first year to guide him toward his destiny? So we did, Headmaster. Phileas Flitwick remarked. but we did not agree to put the boy's life in danger and to ignore his pleas for help. The diminutive professor squeaked. I know that I don't need to remind you of the horrors Voldemort visited upon our people. Albus looked at Minerva. I recall comforting you, Minerva, when your husband was killed. Pomona, how many pieces did they find your sister and her family in after their home was attacked by Fenrir Greyback? He turned his gaze to Flitwick. Your entire family was wiped out, Filius. This is what we have to look forward to, now that Voldemort has returned. I am absolutely convinced that Harry is the only one that can stop him, but he must be hardened. He must learn to fight, and dodging curses and hexes from his fellow schoolmates will fine-tune and enhance his reflexes. Knowing betrayal will harden his heart and resolve. Being isolated will cause him to turn inward, making him realize that he can only depend on himself. Voldemort is a monster, and unfortunately, it will take another monster to destroy him. Albus told the group. Severus showed no outward emotion about what had been said, but the other three wore faces of shock, as they now understood the depths to which Albus was ready to go to end Voldemort. It's as if you want the poor boy to lose his humanity. Pomona stated with a shaky voice. That is precisely what I'm trying to do, Pomona. At least the weaker emotions of humanity like love, compassion, kindness, loyalty. We need to foster in him those emotions that elicit powerful feelings within him: anger, hate, loathing. These are the emotions he needs in great supply if he is to defeat Voldemort. Those emotions will fuel his magic to the levels he needs. Albus explained, more likely you will send the boy running to Voldemort, and then you will have two powerful wizards to contend with. Filius commented, I seriously doubted Filius. He sees Voldemort as the murderer of his parents, the source of his misery and lot in life, and I've cultivated that feeling for the last 4 years in him. He would rather cut of his own limbs than join the man responsible for his miserable existence. Dumbledore replied dismissively, I hope you know what you're doing, Headmaster. Pomona stated sadly, and I hope whatever deities exist will have mercy on all our souls. I fear this will not end well. Pomona rose from her chair and walked out of the office. She was quickly joined by Flitwick and Minerva, who felt sick to her stomach. When the group exited the revolving staircase, Minerva had come to a decision and hoped that her colleagues felt as she did. She just couldn't continue with the headmaster's plans. For a little more than 4 years had she followed Albus, but that would end tonight. She just hoped that Pomona and Filius felt the same. Minerva no longer cared about destiny or very prophecies. She had failed her cub in the worst possible way, and she needed to begin to atone for her failures starting right now. Pomona, Filius, Minerva began. I can't. We're with you, Minnie, Pomona said fervently. A nod from Filius. But you don't know what I was about to. If you are suggesting that we stop this foolishness and protect that boy, then Minerva, we are with you, Filius stated with fire in his tiny voice. Minerva nodded to the pair in appreciation. Let's meet in my quarters after breakfast tomorrow, and we'll figure out a way to stop Albus. They nodded in agreement, and then parted ways. Minerva rushed to the Gryffindor common room to find her abused cub and start to make amends. I fear we may be losing the support of our colleague Severus, Albus stated as he crossed the room and was once more staring out of his window. Possible headmaster, but I doubt they would do anything about it. They may disapprove, but they will stay the course, I believe. Albus was pensive for a moment before he responded. You're right, of course. Minerva and I have a long history together. We have disagreed in the past, but she has never gone against my wishes. Pomona and Filius will follow her lead, I'm sure. Albus commented. On another note, have you cast the compulsion charms on all the doors to the commons rooms? Albus asked, glancing over his shoulder at the sallow-faced man. I have tried but failed. The castle seems to repel any spell I try and place on it. Though in truth it is not needed on the Slytherin entrance. My snakes already have a dislike for the boy some stronger than others. Severus sneered. We only have to keep the majority of the student body mildly antagonistic toward the boy. There may be a few that reach out to him, but they will be severely outnumbered, and fortunately, the teenage mind seeks conformity and therefore will not want to stand out and be looked at as different. Albus remarked, I am surprised at the level of animosity the youngest Weasley boy has for Potter, and that Granger has followed him. Snape added. Severus noticed a widening smirk on Albus' face. Yes, well, I had a bit of a hand in that. I need Harry to feel betrayal on the deepest level. But Miss Granger is extremely loyal to Harry, perhaps even loves him in a romantic way. So of course that would not do. So I have been having her dosed with small amounts of amortentia since October of last year, attuned to Mr. Weasley. And a similar suggestion was implanted in her mind that Ronald was the only boy who could ever love her. The more her heart reaches out for Harry, the more assertive the suggestion becomes. Albus explained with a grin. Clever, Severus admitted, which earned him a smile from the headmaster. I leave nothing to chance, Severus. So it would seem, headmaster. As for Mr. Weasley, he has always been jealous of Harry's wealth and fame. It was not difficult to fan the fires of his jealousy into a burning hate. Compulsion charm? Severus asked, chuckling. No, actually, simply an amplification of emotion charm. It was only supposed to last through the end of last year, but it seems that it has taken on a life of its own. It's all Mr. Weasley now. Also, as we discussed this summer, Severus, I will be informing Mr. Potter that due to his connection with Voldemort, he is required to learn how to protect his mind, and you will be sending him to me to teach a culmancy. Severus sported a twisted grin. Indeed. Albus chuckled. I want his mind so weak and open that if Tom sneezes, Harry will feel it. Allowing Harry to feel Voldemort's every psychopathic emotion will only speed up the boy's descent. We need our weapon merciless, Severus. Albus stated. You're playing a dangerous game, Albus, should he discover what it is you are doing to him. Severus warned. Not to worry, Severus. Have I not said I leave nothing to chance? Harry will fulfill his destiny in one manner or another. Dumbledore smiled. A/N. Please read and review. No flames, please, but if you have a genuine critique and suggestion, I'm more than willing to give it a read. Have a great weekend. Chapter 4. A/N. So I'm posting this sooner than I said I would. Oh well, I'm stunned at the interest this story has garnered. I find the polarity of the reviews very interesting. Some love it while others are highly critical. All I can say is that I'll continue to write it the way I have envisioned it, and hope that I can at least keep most of you interested in continuing to follow it. My vision of Dumbledore in this FIC is a man who is detached from any morality. He sees himself as above that human frailty, and as such does not see people as people, but as tools and a means to an end. Thus his treatment of Harry and the manipulation of the faculty and student body. I know this is a point where some of you have really felt that I have gone wrong. To me, he is a little bit Caesar-esque, well enough explaining. I hope you enjoy this next chapter of Passageways, and would kindly leave me a review on what you think. Chapter 4. The Roommates. Harry's stunned eyes went from staring at the tip of a wand to the most gorgeous girl he had ever seen. Even though the girl had a look of deadly determination, it did nothing to take away from the obvious beauty before him. She had long, wavy black hair that cascaded down her back in gentle waves. Her features were fine and aristocratic in nature. Her eyes were a startling violet that just sucked you in. Her complexion was fair, and her skin looked incredibly soft. Harry had an almost uncontrollable urge to reach out and touch her full red lips. Bella forced herself not to roll her eyes at the dazed look and goofy grin of the boy in front of her. She knew she was an attractive young woman and had many boys try and woo her for her affections, but none had measured up to her standards of an ideal suitor or her station as a member of an ancient house. Bella gave a quick smack to the top of his head with her wand to get his focus back on the here and now. I'll repeat myself only once more before I start hexing. Who the very hell are you, and what are you doing here? She asked with a firm tone, her wand now pointing at his chest just above his heart. Ouch! What the very hell did you do that for? Harry yelled, rubbing the top of his head that was smarting from the wand lashing he just received. To get your attention. Now are you going to answer my questions, or am I going to start cutting off things you might miss? She stated with a scowl and a look in her eyes that Harry could tell she meant business. My name is Harry, as if you didn't already know. He replied tersely to the raven-haired beauty, his hands still rubbing the spot on his head that she had whacked with her wand. A little full of yourself, aren't you? Harry, is it? I haven't a clue as to who you are. I've never seen you before now. Bella responded. You're right. The whole very wizarding world knows who I am, so don't give me that tripe. Harry groused. Whatever. Bella spat. You just go back and tell Rudy and the others to leave me the hell alone, or the next time I see him, I'll do more than crush his twig and berries. Who? Harry asked, confusion clearly on his face. What year are you, and what house are you in? Bella barked, keeping her wand on him. You're kidding, right? Harry asked incredulously. Bella closed the distance between him, placing the tip of her wand against his chest right at heart level. Do I look like I'm kidding? Now answer the very question. Phoenix, I'll play along. I'm in Gryffindor. As if you very well didn't. No. And I'm a fifth year. And while we're on the topic, what exactly is your name, and in which house and year are you in? He replied tersely. She looked at him skeptically. He was in her year and a Gryffindor, but she didn't remember ever seeing him in any of her classes she shared with the Lions. If he had been, she would definitely remember him. After all, he was arguably one of the better-looking boys she had ever met, and there was no way she wouldn't remember those eyes. They were, in a word, entrancing. Bella shook her head to clear her errant thoughts, angry at herself for letting herself get distracted by a handsome face and a pair of gorgeous green eyes. You don't look like any of the fifth-year GRYFFS that I've ever seen in the castle. So who are you really? She asked, her eyes narrowed dangerously at the boy in front of her. What are you playing at? Harry asked, a bit bewildered. He could tell from her eyes that there was no sign of recognition in them. I've been attending Hogwarts since first year. Bella just stared blankly at him. I answered your questions. How about you answer mine? Bella stared back at the boy, and he did seem to be somewhat familiar, but she could not place him. His features were similar to those of the Blacks, especially the aristocratic bone structure in his face and the black hair that was prevalent among Blacks. The eyes were all wrong, and he had broader shoulders. Males of the Black family tended to be tall with thin builds. Noticing he was waiting on her to say something, she let out an exasperated breath and spoke. My name is Bellatrix, a fifth year, Slytherin. Harry stiffened somewhat. It did not go unnoticed by Bella. She saw his hand jerk like it wanted to go for his wand, but he did not make the attempt. He was a typical GRYFF, she figured, as the enmity between the two houses was evident in his new posture. Harry knew he had just let his emotions affect his body as the girl in front of him had responded to his body's sudden betrayal of emotion and was now slipping into a more defensive posture herself. Look, I mean you no harm, Harry told the girl in a voice he hoped sounded sincere. As you know, your classmates and I have had our differences, but I don't recall you ever being a part of their actions against me. Come to think of it, I can't recall ever seeing you with any of the fifth-year Slytherins, or seeing you ever in the castle before. Bella observed the sincerity in his eyes and became puzzled herself at who this young man was and what trouble he had with Rudy and the others. I don't mean to be rude, but what was your name again? Harry asked softly. Something about her seemed familiar now, but he was having trouble placing her. Bellatrix Black. She told him. Harry's eyes went wide as he was suddenly struck by the remembrance of where he had seen her before. It had been on the Black family tapestry back at Grimmauld Place. The woman in the tapestry was much older than the girl in front of him, but there was no mistaking that it was her. But that wasn't possible. Bellatrix Lestrange would be near 40 years old now. Harry stared at the young beautiful witch in front of him and was at a loss as to what to think or say. If this wasn't Bellatrix, she was a dead ringer for her. But why would she call herself Bellatrix Black, though? It did not make any sense to him. Just then, something ridiculously improbable popped into his head. Why not? He mused. Stranger things have happened, although I can't think of any at the moment. Bellatrix, may I call you Bellatrix? Harry asked respectfully. She gave a curt nod in acquiescence. May I ask you a question that may seem a tad bit strange, but nonetheless I think may be important? Harry began. Bella looked at him strangely, but she shrugged her shoulder and motioned him to go ahead. What year is it? Harry asked almost apologetically. You're joking, right? She looked at him as if he were daft. Just humor me for a minute. He asked again. It's 1971, of course. What are you, a simpleton or something? Bella stated sarcastically. Harry fell with a thud as he landed on his backside on the floor and just stared up at the witch, who backed up a couple of feet, but still having her wand trained on the young man, now sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of her. No very way, Bella heard Harry exclaim. No feckin' very way, Harry repeated. What are you going on about? Bella asked, irritated. Harry rubbed his face with both hands a few seconds later, and he looked up at her. You're not a ghost or anything like that, are you? Harry asked her in serious tone. No, I'm not a very ghost. I'm seriously beginning to think you are mental, whoever you are. Bella replied. Harry, to her astonishment, just chuckled. Maybe I am, because what I'm thinking can't be sane. Harry stated, shaking his head back and forth. Are you always this irritatingly cryptic, or is it just for my benefit? Bella replied with impatience, tapping her left foot. Harry laughed again. I suppose even if I were, I'm not as bad as Dumbledore. He chuckled. Bella's eyes narrowed at him again. Well, what? Harry replied. Well, what the hell is going on in that head of yours? Sweet Maeve. I should have just blasted you the moment you came through the door. Harry chuckled again. Okay. You might want to sit down for this, because as daft as you think I am now, you're really going to think I am once I explain why I think it is we don't seem to know each other or have seen each other in the castle. He grinned his patented lopsided grin, which caused Bella's stomach to flutter for a moment, surprising her momentarily. What the hell was that, she thought to herself. Bellatrix, what year were you born in? Harry asked and then added. It's important. September 15th, 1955. Why? I was born July 31, 1980. He stated in serious tone. Bella looked at him and raised an elegant eyebrow. As Harry had expected, she began to laugh. You are mad, aren't you? She chuckled, shaking her head at him. 1980, you say? What are you going to tell me next? That you are? A time traveler coming back to right the wrongs of the world? She grabbed her stomach as the laughs came hard and fast. Harry looked at her silently, his eyes showing to the world that he was serious. Would it help you to believe me if I gave you a wizard's oath? Bella sobered up instantly after Harry's statement. She looked at him skeptically. Like most pureblood, she was taught of the seriousness of a wizard's oath and how you didn't give one lightly. It had serious ramifications on not only your magic, but your life as well. Are you serious? You do know what will happen if you give your oath, and you are lying. She stated in a grim tone. I do. Harry replied in the same tone. Bellatrix, for me, today's date is September 1st, 1995. That's impossible. It came out in a whisper. It's September 3rd, 1971. She affirmed. The two teens sat in silence for a few minutes, each with their own thoughts on how this was possible. It just didn't make any sense. Bella spoke first, breaking the silence. If what you're suggesting is true, how can we both be here in the same room at the same time, but 24 years apart? There has to be some natural or magical law that would not allow such a thing to happen. She stated, shaking her head and gesticulating with her hands. I've learned to never underestimate magic or this castle. For example, I think the castle might be alive. Harry offered to a skeptical look from Bella, who raised both her eyebrows in doubt. Just let me explain my thought process, okay? Harry stated with his hands up entreatingly. You know how the stairs tend to move of their own free will. Classrooms moving around and appearing on other floors without warning. And just today, I was led to this room by this floating golden orb that I have never seen before, and it spoke to me in a woman's voice and told me how to enter this room. At this declaration, Bella sat up straight. That happened to me as, well, today. I was looking for a place to be safe, not to sleep, and this golden orb spoke to me and led me here as well. Speaking of which, why are you not in your common room? Bella asked, glaring at him. Well, I've been sort of banished from my house. Harry grunted. Banished? Yeah, it's something I would rather not talk about. Harry stated flatly. What about you? Why are you not in your dorm room? I'd rather not talk about it either. Bella stated. Fair enough. Harry replied. So back to your theory. Bella encouraged, changing the awkward topic. Well, what if? Harry paused here, knowing what was to follow sounded completely mad. If he heard it from someone else, he would probably tell them that they watched too many sci-fi movies. What if somehow the founders created this room as some kind of time portal? Or perhaps a place that is not affected by time, maybe a space where time doesn't exist. I have not ever heard of anything like that being remotely possible. There are so many flaws in that theory, I don't know where to even begin. Bella stated matter-of-factly. It was just a theory. Harry shrugged. How else do you think it could have happened? I'm not entirely convinced that this is happening. This could all be some elaborate prank, a prank. Bella whispered the last word to herself, looking closely at Harry again. And then it dawned on her. Harry looks a lot like her prankster of a cousin, little Jamie Potter. What is your surname, Harry? Bella asked suspiciously. He did look like a mix between a Potter and a Black, just like Jamie did. But Jamie was an only child. Could there be another branch of the family out there that she did not know about that also shared Potter and Black blood? Harry didn't like the look in Bella's eyes, and wondered what he should reveal. Bellatrix, according to Walburga, had joined the Death Eaters. He didn't think she was at this moment because she was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and there was no dark mark on her left forearm. And according to Walburga, all Death Eaters were branded with it. Although she did not bear the mark, didn't mean she wasn't sympathetic to him now. What year did Voldemort become active anyway? Harry mused. Why is my last name important for you to know? Harry asked cautiously. Let's just say I have a theory, and your surname could prove or disprove that theory. Besides, I gave you my surname. It is only right and proper that you give me yours. She asked suspiciously. Why would I make up a story like this, Bellatrix? There is nothing that I could gain from misleading you. Harry offered. Maybe, maybe not. But I'm not in a trusting mood at the moment. Now are you going to give me your name, or do I need to force it out of you? She threatened, bringing her wand back to bear on him. Harry went for his wand and had just clasped it when he heard Bella's voice call out the stunning spell. Stupefied, Harry waited for the red light of the spell to hit him, but it never came. He looked up at Bella, who was looking at her wand in confusion. It was all the time needed for Harry to raise his own wand and point it at Bellatrix. Well, it seems that we are at a stalemate. I was serious, Bellatrix, when I said I meant you no harm. But since you have a hard time trusting me at the moment, I suggest we both put our wands away and discuss this like two civilized people. Harry suggested. Bella snorted and rolled her eyes. My wand stays right where it is. Look, Harry said exasperatingly. What will it take for you to believe that I am not a threat to you or trying to prank you? Nothing comes to mind as long as you're unwilling to give me your surname and some hard evidence of you being from the future. She stated emphatically. Fine. Can we at least be comfortable? Harry stated, nodding over to the two chairs by the fire. Bella gestured to the chairs with a mocking half bow and a wave of her hand toward them. The two teens made their way over to the chairs and faced each other. Harry warred with himself on what to disclose. On one hand, he was wondering why he was trying so hard to get her to believe him. Was it because he was lonely and desperate for a friend, or maybe it was just to diffuse a tense situation before it got worse? Maybe it had more to do with being Lord Black, and Bellatrix was technically family, and Walburga had taught him the importance of family loyalty, and the Blacks were almost fanatically loyal to each other. Should he tell her about him being Lord Black? Would that solve the problem or exacerbate it? Should he disclose his real surname? His parents would be first years now if he had his dates right. What would Bellatrix do with that information? And could she change the past concerning his parents? Also, and perhaps the most intriguing question was, is she in his time, or had he gone back to hers, or perhaps neither? There were just still too many unknowns. Finally coming to a decision, his eyes focused on hers and spoke. Harry took a deep breath and focuses his thoughts. My title is Lord Hadrian James Black, head of the House of Black. Harry could tell that Bella was about to unleash a verbal assault of impressive magnitude on him by the way her face reddened and her eyes tightly squinted. Before she could unleash, however, Harry concentrated on the ring finger of his right hand. Suddenly, a large silver ring with a black opal with a black coat of arms etched into its center appeared. Harry raised his hand and quickly showed the ring to Bella. She froze with her mouth open, about to challenge Harry's assertion when she saw the ring on Harry's finger. It was, to her utter shock, the head of house ring for the House of Black. As you are undoubtedly aware, only the legitimate heir to House Black can place the ring on his finger without dying on the spot. Harry stated firmly. Bella was completely gobsmacked. She sat and alternated staring at Harry and the ring on his hand. She was well aware, as all members of her family were, that only the head of house was able to wear the ring. She had just seen Uncle Orion 2 days ago, and he was as healthy as a hippogriff. That meant that the impossible seemed to be true. Harry could be from the future and was indeed Lord Black. Her years of Black family inculcated training asserted itself, and she dropped to her knees in front of Harry. Forgive me, my lord, for not believing you. I humbly apologize for my attempt to stun you and for my lack of decorum when we spoke. I pray thee consider my ignorance to your position before assigning punishment for my offenses. Now it was Harry's turn to sit speechless. He looked down at Bella, who was on her knees with her head bowed low. Harry shook himself and gently lifted Bella's chin. Bella looked up at him and saw confusion, and was it mirth? Bellatrix, there is no need for that. As far as I'm concerned, we are family, and I won't have my family kneeling before me." Harry stated firmly, "But my lord, I have behaved in a most—" "Stop, Bellatrix. I told you who I was not to assert authority over you, but to prove to you that what I have told you is the truth. I am from a different time than you." He lifted Bella up from her knees and guided her back to her chair. "I believe you, my lord. That also explains why my spell didn't work." Bella began softly. A member of the Black family could not knowingly use magic to harm its head of house. It was old family magic. "Please, Bellatrix, it's just Harry, no more of this, my lord Tripoke." Yes, Harry." Harry smiled an appreciative smile. Bella returned the smile, and Harry's stomach seemed to flip at the dazzling smile of the young witch. "What do we do now?" Bella asked. "Well, I am curious about something," Harry stated with a contemplative look. "What about?" Bella asked, looking at him, wondering offhandedly what the relationship was between them. Was he a cousin or maybe a nephew? She was old enough to be his mother. Her eyes widened at the possibility. Unaware of her musings, Harry answered her question. "I'm curious if I am in your time, or if you are in mine, or are we in both, or neither?" Harry stated, scratching the back of his head. "I hadn't thought about that." Bella replied, thankful for the interruption to her disturbing thoughts. "How do you suggest we find out?" "Well, when we leave the room, we'll obviously find out whether it's one time or another. But seeing as it's past curfew, I suggest we wait till morning and then we can go from there." "Seems reasonable," Bella stated. "Now how about you show me around this wonderful room?" Harry asked, wanting a break from their heavy discussion and a chance to reorganize his thoughts. For the next hour, Bella showed Harry where her room was and where the other bedroom was. They discussed briefly the coincidence of the room having 2 bedrooms. Harry was amazed at the size of the bathroom and tub/pool in the center of it. Further exploration of the room revealed many other amazing things to the teens. For example, they found a large book on a pedestal in one corner of the room where they discovered if they wrote what subject or book they were interested in on the blank pages, that book or a book on the topic they desired would appear. By accident, they both discovered another feature of the room. Harry was looking at the Gryffindor color scheme in his room, and it filled him with anger, bringing to mind the betrayal of his house. He had vocalized that a nice forest green motif would suit him better. Before their eyes, the colors changed. That began a small game between the two, where they would ask the room to change certain things like furniture or lighting. When this was met with success, they began to try and find the limits of the room. To their astonishment, the room could appear any way they asked for. It became a library with thousands of books, an armory with weapons from every age of man. It became a forest meadow, then a starry night on the savannah. It was nearly 1 in the morning when the 2 tired teens sat cross-legged across from each other on the rug-covered floor just in front of the fireplace. Each stared at the other, simultaneously realizing that there were still questions that needed answering. "So," Bella began. "The future, huh?" The curiosity was evident in her voice. "Yeah," Harry said with a shrug. There was an awkward pause as the 2 teens tried to formulate questions that would not sound idiotic to the other. Bella frustratingly blew a strand of her curly locks out of her face. "This is ridiculous," Bella whispered, but was loud enough for Harry to hear. She was dying to get some answers and finally just decided to go for it. "So are we related then? Like, am I your mother or something?" Bella asked Harry, who had a dumbstruck look on his face. "What?" Harry gasped, taken off guard by the seemingly random question. No, you're not my mother," Harry replied, shaking his head and allowing a chuckle to escape his lips. "Well, that's a relief," Bella stated with a relieved sigh, eliciting a raised eyebrow from Harry. "What do you mean by that?" Harry asked, feigning insult. Bella laughed and just shrugged her shoulders and gave him an enigmatic smile. "Seriously, though, are we related? I mean, I guess we have to be related since you're Lord Black, and Uncle Orion is the current head of House Black in my time. So you must come through his line either from Sirius or Reggie. Am I right?" Bella asked. Harry was not sure how to reply to that or if he even should. How much damage would happen to the timeline by disclosing future events? Hermione had told him in their 3rd year that interfering too much in past events could have disastrous results. The events surrounding the use of the time Turner to rescue his godfather from the Dementor's kiss came to the front of his thoughts. Hermione had gone on and on about not running into their past selves, that it could cause irreparable damage to the time-space continuum. Or was that something he had heard from a sci-fi show? Anyway, it was supposed to be very bad either way. Deciding on just giving her the bare minimum, at least for now, that could change depending on what he did not yet know, but he left it open as a possibility. My grandmother was a black, which gave me the bloodline, but there were a series of unfortunate circumstances that made me the head of House Black in my time. Harry replied with a slight hitch in his throat as the thought of his godfather's soul being sucked out by the guards of Azkaban entered his mind. Bellatrix Black was not just a pretty face, but also extremely intelligent, and it did not take her long to formulate a scenario in her mind, and she vocalized it. If you're not from Orion's direct line, then something must have happened not only to him, but to Sirius and Reggie as well, as they would be the heirs apparent. If Orion's family was wiped out, somehow it would go to his nearest sibling's family. Uncle Orion had only 3 other siblings. My father, Cygnus Black, who is the youngest, Aunt Cassiopeia is the next oldest to him. That leaves Aunt Artemis just under Uncle Orion. No, maybe another generation back. Bella was running through all the family members in her head. Harry's eyes widened as he watched as Bellatrix was making the connections. He began to worry that his secret would no longer be a secret in the matter of mere moments. How could he have been so careless? Family was everything to the Blacks, and of course every Black is well versed in their genealogy. Bellatrix looked deeply into Harry's eyes as she ran through her relatives' names and who they had married. Aunt Cassie has never married, but that doesn't mean she couldn't before 1980. Harry stated that he wasn't her child. However, he could be from Andy or Sissy, but she did not think he was. Something about him just told her that he was not from one of her sisters, or he would have been more familiar with her. At least that was what she hoped. Bella gasped as she looked closer at Harry's facial features. She could see her great Aunt Doria in his cheekbones and skin tone, but what clinched it was that Harry had a small mole behind the earlobe of his left ear in exactly the same place as her Aunt Doria. The messy, unruly hair looked just like her Uncle Charles and her cousin James. James was an only child. Aunt Doria couldn't have any more. That meant Merlin's bloody beard. You're a Potter. You're little Jamie's son, aren't you? Bella had jumped to her feet, knowing she was right, and was further vindicated when Harry's face showed a mix of fear and shock written all over it. Sweet Morgana. Bella Crud. I knew I would figure it out. She bounced around their commons room, celebrating her superior intellect. That was until she was forced to stop at a wand which was pointing right between her eyes. Ah, what's up, Harry? Bella gulped as she saw her third. Cousin's eyes were set hard and unblinkingly glaring at her. She tried to back away, but found herself pushed up against the back of one of the chairs. You shouldn't have done that, Bella. Harry spoke so softly that it came out as barely above a whisper. It was better that you did not make that connection. That information is too dangerous to have. Harry growled, thinking of all the horrible possibilities of Bellatrix, a known supporter of Voldemort in his time, would do with that information. What are you talking about, Harry? Bella asked in confusion and trepidation as the wand continued to be pointed at her head. This just complicates things. Harry said more to himself, shaking his head. What is complicated? We're family, Harry. Why would knowing that we're related be dangerous? Or are you concerned with what I figured out about Uncle Orion and his family? Once again, Harry's memories replayed some of Hermione's warnings on time travel. A little bit of foreknowledge could completely change the past and alter the future as well. Knowing the future can have unexpected consequences. Bella finished for him. The 2 teens again looked at each other, both of them wondering how to proceed. Look, would it help if I said that I won't say anything about this to anyone? She asked. Harry raised an incredulous eyebrow at the dark-haired girl. You're a Black, Bella. Of course you're going to use this to your benefit, Harry stated, recalling one of the many lessons Aunt Walburga gave him on using any advantage to benefit himself and his family. Bella looked at him with interest. I have had some tutelage in Black family philosophy. Harry smirked. Bella couldn't help herself and grinned widely at Harry. Harry, Bella started, not believing she was about to offer what she was about to offer. There was just something about him that told her she could trust him, and she trusted few people, that is to say, just one person, herself, okay, maybe her sisters. So to feel this way about someone she had just met a few hours ago was something completely out of character for her. Violet eyes stared into green as she considered all of the ramifications of what she was about to do. There were so many ways that this could come back to bite her in the arse. If I give you a witch's oath to not reveal anything you tell me or any secrets you reveal to another soul without your express permission, and Bella went on knowing that Harry was about to interrupt her. Or use said information for personal benefit unless you say so. Would that allay your fears about me? She asked in all seriousness. Harry stared at her for a long moment, deliberating on what to do. Everything seemed to be moving too fast. Not 8 hours ago, he had barely gotten off the Hogwarts Express. Friendless, alone, and not knowing what the school year would bring, he made his way to the castle. He felt all the malicious and hateful stares following him as he took his seat in the Great Hall. Ron's outburst had not entirely been unexpected, but it hurt just the same. Then being led to this magical room and finding it occupied with the infamous Bellatrix Black. Although their meeting had been uneasy and a little tense at first, it quickly moved to strange and then to almost comfortable as they explored the room together, and now back to tense. But even so, looking in her eyes, there was something that said, trust her. Harry wondered if there was not some higher power at work here, something beyond reason why he was lead here and why she was lead here. Maybe there was a purpose. Maybe he thought too much. Harry mused with a dry chuckle. Coming to a decision, he looked at her, shaking his head. You don't need to make an oath, Harry said with a half smile. A friendship should start with trusting each other. Bella smiled at the raven-haired boy, but immediately took out her wand. I Bellatrix Addian Black pledge on my life and magic not to betray the secrets of Harry James Potter. Here Bellatrix gave him a smirking smile. Unless he gives me permission to do so, nor will I use information which he may reveal for personal gain unless he gives his permission to do so. So mote it be. Bella, you didn't need to do that. Harry growled. I know, but I didn't want you to have any doubts about me. She replied. I'm still waiting, Harry. Bella stated, waiting for him to accept her oath. Oh, so mote it be. A blue light flared around both teens as Harry sealed her oath. With the oath made and Harry's anxiety calmed, the two teens seemed to relax again. Bella began the dialogue once more and asked about Harry's obvious anxiety about the future. It had not slipped her notice that Harry seemed to react almost viscerally to her making the familiar connection. She knew there must be a story there and hoped that Harry would one day tell her about it. But until then, she could only speculate why it concerned him so. Eventually, exhaustion overcame the two teens, and they retired to their respective bedrooms. It had been a bizarre day with a lot of highs and lows for both, and tomorrow promised to be just as interesting as well. As the two teens drifted off to the land of Morpheus, a bemused golden orb hovered over each teen in turn. Never had it taken an interest in the personal lives of the students before, but if it could set these two on a path of discovery together, the evil that has and would grip the wizarding world for over 2 decades could be destroyed before it became a real threat to wizard kind. She had set the stage, but it was up to the two protagonists now who would decide where the story would go. Saturday morning came way too early for Harry as he stumbled out of bed. For a moment he panicked, not recognizing where he was. It definitely did not look like his dorm room in Gryffindor Tower. It was then that he remembered the night before, and that he was no longer welcomed in Gryffindor House. Oh yeah, Harry chuckled, as last night came back in complete clarity. Mysterious magical room, Bellatrix Lestrange. Bellatrix Black, he reminded himself. At the thought of the raven-haired beauty, his mind began to wander, where most hormone-fueled teenage boy's mind would go, and had the typical early morning reaction. Okay, stop. Harry told himself. You barely know the girl, and she's family in a roundabout way, not to mention that she is older than your own parents. Besides, that girl is way out of your league. Not to mention, she became the most dangerous witch in modern history. He told himself. He made his way to his water closet, which was not part of the larger bathroom that connected his room to Bella's. After his morning ablution, he exited his bedroom to find that Bellatrix was already up and dressed. She was sprawled out on one of the large couches, lying on her stomach reading one of her textbooks. Her legs were bent forward, hovering over a well-put-together posterior. Her ankles were crossed as her legs bobbed up and down. Harry froze at the sight in front of him. The 15-year-old Bella was wearing a pair of red short shorts that showed off a pair of extremely long and sculpted legs that ran all the way up and disappeared into the tight shorts that hugged an incredibly firm-looking arse. To add to Harry's loss of blood to his head was her tight black tank top. With an arm tucked under her breasts as she propped herself up somewhat to read her book, it left an incredible view of milky white globes of femininity that threatened to fall out of the stretched cotton fabric. "Flies, my lord." What? Harry stuttered. "You'll catch flies if you leave your mouth open like that." Bella coyly smirked. Harry closed his mouth with an audible pop. "I was just looking for something." Harry stuttered, blushing furiously and looking anywhere but at where his eyes had been moments before. "I'm sure you were, my lord." Bella giggled, her eyes full of mirth. "Boys are just too easy." She mused as she sat up, placing her book down. "I thought we had an understanding about the my lord thing." Harry stated, a bit more in control of his voice, and taking a seat in front of the lovely witch who was giving him an appraising look. "Sorry, Harry." Bella smiled, mischievously, causing Harry's stomach to flip again. Harry wondered why this kept happening. He'd never experienced this when he was around other girls. He reasoned it off. It must be just the odd circumstances they found themselves in. She being from the past and all, and knowing of her future reputation as hardcore supporter of Voldemort. Yeah, that must be it. "So, what is the plan then, Harry?" Bella asked, crossing her legs in front of her Indian style. "Well, I would like to know what has happened. You know, how are we here at the same time, and are we in the same time together? Or I don't know, it's just all a bit confusing. Don't you think?" Harry rambled. "Well, I guess the only way to find out in which time we're currently in is to leave the room and find out who's about." Bella offered. "That's what I was thinking as well. But you should probably change into your Hogwarts robes." Harry offered. "Why? Don't I look good in what I'm wearing now?" She said with a pout. "Am I that hideous?" "What? No, you're gorgeous. I mean, you look in nice. Your legs are..." "Not that I was staring. I mean, I just..." "Oh!" Harry blushed furiously as he spun around, feeling completely had as he heard Bella laughing musically and singing. "You think I'm gorgeous. You want to eat me, hug me, and kiss me." Bella danced around singing mirthfully, enjoying how flustered she got the young lord. "I did not say that. I was just... all I meant was... oh, nonsense." Harry griped. He then spun on his heel and returned to his bedroom, slamming the door behind him. Bella cackled victoriously and returned to her own room to get dressed. Bella didn't know why she was teasing Harry so much. She was not a flirt, well, not a huge one anyway, but she just couldn't resist teasing her new roommate. He looked so cute when he was blushing red. It really brought out the color of his emerald green eyes. Upon some reflection as she got dressed, she was stunned to find how quickly she felt comfortable around Harry. Comfortable enough to playfully tease him. She was not one who made friends easily. She liked to keep people at a manageable distance, not letting them get too close to her either physically or emotionally. But with Harry, it was so effortless that it was amazing, if not odd. She would have to think more upon this. 20 minutes later, she exited her bedroom dressed in her school robes. Although it was a Saturday. Well, at least in her time, many students wore them while on school grounds. She found Harry by the large bookcase, looking over the many ancient tomes that were stacked there. She cleared her throat to get his attention. Spinning around with her arms out to her sides, she asked, "More to your approval, my lord?" She teased with a small curtsy. Harry rolled his eyes and just grunted, which evoked another giggle from Bella. "Just kill me now?" Harry groaned. "Well, should we head to the Great Hall and see who's about?" Harry offered. "I suppose, since I got all dressed and everything." Bella replied with a smirk. They then turned and approached the large door that led out of the room and stopped. They both looked at the door, and all the amusement and jocularity of a moment ago was gone. Back were the harsh realities of the worlds they came from. Harry was thinking about how he was still the outcast of the school, exiled from Gryffindor, friendless and looked upon with suspicion and disdain. Bella's face fell as she remembered the attack on her person last night and the threat that her housemates had made. Rudolphus, for all his lack of any social graces, was a powerful wizard, and with his brother and the others, they were a force to be reckoned with, and they did not take any defeat lightly. They would be out to teach her a lesson. Simultaneously, the two teens looked at each other. each seeing the reluctance in each other's eyes and each wondering why that reluctance was there in the other. Neither had given the other a complete story as to why they were refugees in the magical room and not in their own house dorms. It had been an unspoken agreement not to pry, and so neither had. It was obvious to them both now that whatever the other one was dealing with was serious enough to make them apprehensive about leaving the safety of the room, and that gave them some common ground to perhaps come to an understanding of each other. "Well, ready?" Harry asked, turning his head to look at her. "Yeah," Bella stated after a brief pause, nodding hesitantly. "Let's not tell anyone about the room just yet, yeah?" Harry stated. Bella nodded in agreement. No sense in letting others know where her safe haven was. "To the Great Hall, then?" Harry asked. "Sure," Bella responded emotionlessly. Harry reached for the handle of the door and pulled it open. The teens stared out into the empty hallway, and both sighed in relief at no one being around to see them. The two of them, with determined looks, stepped out into the empty corridor. "Well, here we go, Bella." "Harry." Bella spun around, only to find herself alone in the empty hallway. Chapter 5, A/N. I am totally blown away by the interest in this story. 54 reviews on the last chapter alone. You guys are awesome. This chapter is over 10,000 words. Typically, I like my chapters between 5 and 7,000 words, so don't expect many chapters of this length. Not much Bella/Harry interaction in this chapter, but a lot more in the next. I hope you enjoy the chapter, and I hope you will leave me a review or comment on your thoughts. Chapter 5, The Mystery. Harry spun around, but there was no sign of Bellatrix anywhere. The only footprints he could see in the corridor were his own from the previous night. The door behind him gently closed and then vanished from sight. Harry gave a start and turned to look at a solid wall in front of him now. All traces of the door was gone. "What the hell?" Harry mumbled as he pushed on the wall with his hands, but the wall was hard, cold, and unmoving. He stood back and stared at the wall. "I guess the room closes up when not in use," he mused. His eyes swept around, still looking for his missing roommate, but he found neither hide nor hair of her. Suddenly, a worrying thought crossed his mind. Was it all a figment of his imagination? Was it all some terrible joke? He scratched the back of his head, pondering the situation. The room had provided a common room, bedrooms, a large bath, and many other things. Could it have also provided the girl? The thought depressed him somewhat, as he rather liked her. In the space of one night, she had made quite the impression on him. He found her fascinating, definitely dangerous, and he really liked her playful, if not teasing personality. But why would the room go through all the trouble of providing someone, and why Bellatrix Black, of all people? Maybe the room somehow pulled her from his mind. After all, when he had seen her image on the family tapestry, he had thought she was very attractive. Perhaps the room saw this and created her to be a friend for him. And hadn't he requested a friend along with a place to stay when he was first lead to the room? Get a grip, Potter. I doubt the room could produce a living, breathing person. Or could it? He mused. Okay, head, think logically. How would Hermione look at this? Immediately, Harry felt as if something gripped his heart, a heavy hand squeezing it, forbidding it to beat, as the thought of his former best friend was brought to the fore. Sadness quickly shrouded him in its oppressive cloak. He missed her. She had always been there for him, and she was the sister he never had, a kindred spirit. Why wasn't she there for him now? Why didn't she believe him? Why was this time any different than all the other times? She believed him in first year when they stopped Voldemort from getting the Philosopher's Stone. She had supported him in second year with all the trouble of being accused of being the heir of Slytherin, and then the whole Basilisk incident. And believed him that Tom Riddle, aka Voldemort, had almost been brought back to life through his cursed diary. She stood by him in third year, where they rescued an innocent Sirius Black and saved them from Dementors. What was it that made the events of fourth year turn her against him? Was she just fed up with all the adventures of the Golden Trio of Gryffindor? Had she had enough of being in dangerous situations? Did she fear for her life? Thinking about all these adventures, and Harry was loath to admit to himself that maybe she did have a good reason to pull away from him. He was dangerous to be around. For Merlin's sake, he had the most dangerous dark wizard in a century out for his blood. But Hermione took it a step further and completely turned her back on him and joined the chorus of others calling him a cheat, a liar, and a murderer. Harry swallowed a rather large lump in his throat as the sadness and loneliness powerfully asserted itself once again. He slumped to the floor leaning against the wall, his knees brought up to his chest, and his head resting on them with his arms over his head. Harry tried to stifle the tears that he felt coming. Walburga would be disappointed in him. She had tried to instill in him an air of indifference to be above the weakness of sentiment and emotion, to look with contempt at those who would set themselves against him. But Harry was a creature of powerful emotions. He wore his heart on his sleeve, and although he had gotten better at hiding them, the more powerful would still seep through. He needed a friend. He did not want to be alone. However, he knew he did not need a love-sick fangirl like Romilda Vane, or a Ginny Weasley, or even a promiscuous girl like Lavender Brown. He needed someone that he could be himself around, someone with intelligence, but perhaps not as overbearing like Hermione tended to be at times. He needed someone who he could have a serious conversation with that didn't just involve Quidditch or chess, or if he had completed all his homework. Bella was perfect, maybe too perfect. She was angsty, just like him, disillusioned with what the world had dealt her, just like him. She was intelligent, but not obnoxiously so. She was fun and flirty, and just easy to talk to once you got past the wand pointing and threatening stages. She had secrets, and so did he. Was she just a figment of his own imagination? A representation of what he wanted most in a companion? A friend? Perhaps, but was it that bad, really? So what if she isn't real? She was more company than he had right now, which was none. Harry decided that no matter the case, it did not bother him, though he hoped deep down she was real. But where was she? Why did she disappear right when they exited the magical room? Maybe she didn't exist. Maybe she had turned around for something and was coming right back out. But several minutes had passed by now, and she still had not appeared. A growling stomach drew Harry's attention away from his missing companion and on to finding some sustenance. He would worry about the mystery of the magical room and the lovely Miss Black after he got some breakfast in his stomach. Harry made his way to the staircase, passing by the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. He quickly hid behind a suit of armor when the portrait of the fat lady swung open. He saw Hermione emerge from the opening, quickly followed with about a dozen first years. He assumed that she was escorting the Fursties to the Great Hall for breakfast. Ron was not with her, most likely sleeping in. Ron never saw the point of getting up any earlier than absolutely necessary on a weekend. In fact, it was an affront to his way of life. Laziness was an art form, and Ron was its Da Vinci. Smirking to himself, Harry joined the procession, falling in behind a small little blonde-haired girl with pigtails. As they traveled, Hermione was elucidating the group on the finer points of hard work and earning house points for Gryffindor. Harry silently chuckled when he noticed that all the first years had a homework planner similar to the one Hermione had given him and Ron for Christmas second year. Harry shook his head with mirth, imagining a whole year of mini Hermiones. Merlin et Miss Hare, Harry thought, glancing sadly at the mop of busy brown hair in front of the marching group. The group had just reached the third-floor landing when Harry's musings were interrupted by a high-pitched scream. Harry immediately withdrew his wand and searched for signs of an attack. Harry turned back to the group he was following only to see a nervous Hermione pointing her wand at him, with the entire group of first years hiding behind her in fear. Looking at the small cherubic faces behind his former best friend, he saw that their fear was directed toward him. Why would they be terrified of him? What are you doing on Harry? Hermione ordered, but her bravado was lost on the tremble in her voice and her shaking wand. Harry sighed deeply. Apparently his former best friend was still following the rest of the very sheep in the wizarding world and only saw him as some deranged psychopath. It was obvious from the looks of terror on the faces of the young students behind her that they were informed of his derangement as well. I want nothing, Hermione. Harry softly spoke, looking into her cinnamon brown eyes. I was just heading to the Great Hall for some breakfast. Nothing nefarious, nothing untoward, just going down to breakfast. I am still allowed to eat, am I not? He asked. He's not going to kill us, is he, Hermione? The same blonde girl he had been walking behind asked with trembling lips. It's just that Mr. Weasley told us that he was a dark wizard and would kill us if he got the chance. Harry glared at Hermione, his eyes glowing with anger. Hermione and the group that had been following her unconsciously took a step back. A wave of uncontrolled magic was flowing from Harry. His eyes seemed to glow with unrestrained power. Is this true, Hermione? Harry asked in a low, growling voice. Is your boyfriend spreading malicious lies about me? Is that what you believe too, Hermione? Harry spat. Hermione was opening and closing her mouth like a fish out of water, her brilliant brain not knowing how to respond. Harry gazed searchingly into Hermione's eyes, but did not find what he was hoping for in her eyes. A sign of belief, or guilt about betraying him. But all he saw was trepidation and fear. I thought you were my friend Hermione. I thought you knew who I was. Out of everyone in this cursed castle, it was you I could always count on. Harry balled his fists in anger. He shut his eyes, tightly shaking his head back and forth. In a quieter voice, Harry continued, You were my sister Hermione. I loved you as if you were my own blood. You were my rock, my solace in the craziness that is my life. How could you betray me like this? Did our friendship mean nothing to you? Harry's voice cracked with emotion, his eyes reflecting the hurt he felt inside. Hermione did not speak. Her eyes were wide and filled with tears, but she made no effort to speak, to deny what Harry was saying. So conflicted were her emotions that she was frozen. Her heart screamed at her to run into his arms and beg forgiveness. But Ron was her boyfriend, and he had forbid her to ever speak to Harry again. Ron was the only boy to ever show romantic interest in her, and she desperately wanted to feel wanted. She believed herself to be a plain girl and not very popular. She did not want to grow old and alone, so she latched onto Ron's affection like a lifeline. In her heart, she knew that Harry was not the monster that people and the press had painted him to be, yet she did not have the courage to defend her first true friend. Her Gryffindor courage seemed to have fled her. Harry slowly nodded his head. I see. Harry rolled up his left shirt sleeve. On his wrist was a friendship bracelet that Hermione had made for him for Christmas their first year. It had been one of Harry's most prized possessions, next to his father's invisibility cloak. It was a token of a friendship that he thought would last forever. From the day Hermione tied it to his wrist and explained its meaning, he had never taken it off. Hermione's eyes widened in recognition of the woven bracelet. Harry grabbed the bracelet in his right hand, and with a quick and hard tug, he snapped the threads that bound it together. Harry looked at the bracelet longingly for a moment before slowly turning his hand over, allowing the token of friendship to fall to the cold stone floor. Without another word, and without looking back, Harry walked away, and in his mind, ending any hope of reconciliation with the bushy-haired bookworm. Hermione fell to her knees and lovingly picked up the bracelet, as if it were the most fragile Faberge egg in existence. The first years all jumped as a mournful wail echoed throughout the corridor as they watched the fifth-year prefect sob uncontrollably. What have I done? What have I done? Hermione repeated as she rocked herself back and forth on the hard stone floor. Something had snapped in Hermione when she had picked up the discarded bracelet. Her mind seemed to come to life as she held the token of friendship to her chest. The sudden lucidity, instead of comforting her, racked her soul with guilt as the weight of what she had done to her best friend came crashing down upon her. She could not fathom why she had treated her friend thusly, but the memory stood clearly in her mind, judging her harshly. Hermione never made it to the Great Hall and was not seen again until the first class Monday morning. Having lost his appetite, Harry made his way back to the 7th floor. The scene with Hermione played over and over again in his mind. She said nothing, not a word. How could she do? I don't understand. Harry agonized. Harry had made it to the 5th floor when he noticed a girl looking in and out of classrooms and peering into broom closets, apparently searching for something. He almost turned to continue his journey to the 7th floor when he noticed that she was not wearing shoes, or socks for that matter. Although it was September and still relatively warm, the flagstone floors were always a bit cold. Looking closely at the girl's feet, he noticed that they appeared to be red with cold, and the girl would repeatedly rub one foot and then the other against her legs, trying to warm them up. Against his better judgment, he approached the small girl. She was a good 6 inches shorter than he was, with dirty blonde hair that reached her waist. She had a thin frame and almost elfish facial features except for her large, almost bulbous blue eyes that, oddly enough, seemed to fit her face beautifully. He noticed that she had interestingly tucked her wand behind her right ear. She wore an oversized knitted sweater with some sort of weird rabbit-looking creature with a single crumpled-looking horn coming out of the middle of its head, and a poodle skirt that came straight out of the 1950s. a necklace that appeared to be made of butterbeer corks and what looked like radishes dangling from her ears. It was an odd ensemble, but he had noticed that most magical didn't have the best fashion sense when it came to muggle clothing. Harry cleared his throat, wanting to announce himself, so as not to startle the young witch. Without turning around to acknowledge him, she opened up another broom closet and searched it quickly and at the same time spoke. "Hello, Harry Potter," the small girl stated in an airy voice. Hello. Have your shoes disappeared as well?" she asked, now turning to face him, then looked down at his feet. "Oh, you found them. Good for you. It usually takes me till the end of term to find mine. Nargles are exceptionally good at hiding things, you know." "I'm sorry. Nargles?" Harry queried, never hearing of such a thing. They like to live in cold and damp places, so a castle is a prime breeding environment. And with so many nooks and crannies to hide things, and they can't help themselves in borrowing items and hiding them. I think it's kind of a game they like to play, really. Harry just stared blankly at the blonde witch, unsure what to think about her. "We believe you, by the way," she replied out of nowhere, not noticing the awkward silence coming from Harry. About Voldemort being reborn. My father, and I believe you. Or are my manners? In Luna Lovevo. The blonde stated and held her hand out. "Air high and thanks." Harry intelligently replied, taking her offered hand. In a swift motion, Luna had gripped his hand tightly and pulled him closer to her. They were nearly chest ahead. Luna kept a hold of his hand, and leaning her head back, looked straight up into Harry's eyes. Harry uncomfortably stared back at the smaller witch who seemed to be studying him. "As I suspected. Luna nadith. Rackspurts, a large infestation of rackspurts." "Rackspurts?" Harry asked. "Yes, rackspurts. They're tiny creatures that enter a person's brain through their ears. They kind of make your thoughts fuzzy and disjointed, and can also cause moodiness and depression." And how does a person get rid of rack? Rackspurts. Luna helped. "Yeah, those. How do you get rid of them?" Harry asked, humoring the girl. "Well, there are two ways. The first way is to jump into a mountain lake wrapped in seaweed and allow the plimpies to nibble it off your body while you sing My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean." Luna stated. Harry's eyes widened. He didn't know whether to laugh or run away from the odd girl in terror. "So what is the second option?" Harry queried, almost afraid to ask. "Butterscotch pudding. I find the second option more agreeable." Luna stated, matter-of-factly tapping her lips with her left index finger. "What do you have to do with the butterscotch pudding?" "Well, you eat it, of course." Luna stated, looking at the boy as if he were daft or something. Chuckling, Harry agreed that the second option sounded much more palatable. In an effort to change the subject, Harry asked Luna about her lack of footwear. "Well, like I was explaining before, Nargles have taken all my socks and shoes again." "Again? Does this happen often?" Harry asked. "Oh yes, every year since coming to Hogwarts. Sometimes my shoes are borrowed, sometimes my winter cloak and other clothing articles. On occasion, my homework disappears. Though this is the first time it has happened on the first day back. Usually I find most of my things, though, by the end of the school year. I'm sure the same thing has happened to you." Harry looked at the girl with a touch of concern. He had a feeling that the Nargles were most likely her housemates stealing the young girl's things, because she was a bit odd. "No, Luna, that has never happened to me. Have you spoken to your head of house about your things disappearing?" Harry asked. "Oh no. He is much too busy to bother with something so trivial. Besides, sometimes they're returned, and if they're not, I can always owl daddy for replacements." "Are you sure that these nettles?" "Nargles. Yes, I'm Nargles." "Are you sure that Nargles are the culprits here, Luna?" "Well, I think so, but I'm a little confused because I have anti-Nargle talismans in my trunk, and I wear one around my neck." She showed the butterbeer cork necklace. "So, they must have become immune, so how? What about your roommates? Maybe they have had a hand in your things vanishing?" Harry asked. A cloud of sadness seemed to pass over Luna's eyes, but it was so quick that Harry wasn't sure that he had seen it. "Why would they do something like that, though? I mean, they never talk to me, so I don't see why they would be in cahoots with the Nargles." Luna half smiled. Harry shrugged, but didn't comment. Luna began to rub her feet again on her legs in an attempt to warm them up. "Here, let me help you," Harry stated kindly. He then took out his wand and pointed them at Luna's feet and cast a warming charm. "Oh, that's nice," Luna commented, wiggling her toes. "You know, you're not at all what they're trying to portray you as. Not that I ever believed it. Anyways, you have too many gilded chumlais circling you." Luna stated with assertion. Is that a good thing? Harry asked. Oh, very good. Gilded chumlais are attracted to people of noble spirit. Unfortunately, they can't chase away the nargles, but I can give you one of my talismans for that. Luna offered with a large smile. Well, I think you are probably the only one who thinks that about me. Harry said a bit downheartedly. Oh no, there are many Harry Potter. Some are just too afraid of the blibbering humdingers to show their support. But the curse is what's turning most against you. But sadly, there are those who just for whatever reason allow the rackspurts to affect their minds. Curse what curse? Harry asked. The curse that the sniveling wingbat has put on the students. Well, not the students per se, but at the entrances to the house common rooms. Something has cursed the students to be against me? Harry asked. Not a very nice thing to do, but there you are. Luna replied, picking at a loose thread on her jumper. If that's true, how come you are not affected? Harry asked. Well, I'm not 100% sure. It could be my necklace, but that wouldn't explain all the others who are not affected. So, I think it must be simply a mental thing. You choose to let it affect you, or you don't. I chose not to let it influence me. She shrugged. So the reason everyone hates me is because of this curse? Harry asked. Oh no, there are plenty of people who hate you even without it. It just negatively affects those who have no opinion one way or another. She stated. How do you know this? Harry asked curiously. Well, I could see it over the Ravenclaw entrance, and I assume all the common rooms have it. And because the magic leaves a visible trace on everybody who passes underneath it. You can see magic? Harry asked in an impressed tone. Luna smiled brightly and nodded. All magic leaves a trace, whether it is a curse, hex, jinx, or spell. Luna confirmed. Do you know the counter-curse, Luna? Harry asked hopefully. Luna's countenance fell. I'm sorry, Harry Potter, I don't. Does this mean we can't be friends? What? No, of course not. Do you want to be my friend? I mean, with everyone else against me, wouldn't that put you at odds with the rest of the school? Luna looked at him sadly. Most people already ignore me. They think I'm kind of odd. Luna whispered conspiratorially with a small shrug of the shoulders. But I would love to be your friend if you'd let me. Luna whispered in a small voice. Harry stared at Luna for a moment. Her voice and facial expressions were so genuine and open that it surprised him. She was definitely unique, but that wasn't a bad thing at all in his book. Dobby gave new definition to the word odd, but Harry counted him now as a good friend. I'd like that, Luna. I don't have many friends right now as it is, and I would be daft not to accept such a wonderfully unique person as you as a friend. Harry smiled at the petite blonde. Luna's smile threatened to eclipse her face, it was so large. She launched herself into Harry and hugged him for all she was worth. Harry not totally unaccustomed to hugs. After all, he had received them from Mrs. Weasley and from Hermione. But this hug was not the smothering kind that he received from the Weasley matriarch or the occasional bone-breaking hug from his former bookish best friend. But it had been a hug full of emotion and gratitude that Harry couldn't help smile in spite of himself. Luna stepped back from Harry, her cheeks flushed pink with embarrassment. Sorry, Harry Potter, I guess I got a little too excited. Luna mumbled. No worries, Luna. That's what friends do, right? And please, it's just Harry, okay? Harry offered with a smile. Luna returned his smile and nodded with enthusiasm. Have you had breakfast yet, Luna? Harry asked his new friend. Luna shook her head in the negative. Well, how about we kip off to the kitchens and have something to eat, and then I'll help you try and find your shoes, yeah? Luna nodded, and soon they were off to the basement and finding the entrance to the kitchens. Harry tickled the pair on the painting of a cornucopia of fruit. The pair turned into a brass doorknob, and with a gentle turn and a push, the two new friends walked into the Hogwarts kitchens. The kitchens were a bit larger than the Great Hall, with long tables that sat precisely under their counterparts on the floor above. There were dozens of house elves running to and fro, setting platter after platter of breakfast foods on the groaning tables. Once the platters were placed on the table, they immediately disappeared and reappeared on the corresponding table above. An excited house elf appeared before them, wearing a ruffled pink apron with the Hogwarts crest in the center of it. From the longish white hair, he guessed she was female. She had large blue eyes and a pointy nose, and with the typical large bat-like ears that all house elves seem to have. House Kennelly BZ, helping young miss and young sir. The little elf squeaked. We were wondering if we could have breakfast here in the kitchens. Harry asked the diminutive elf. Ellie bounced on the balls of her feet and clapped her hands together. Of course yous can. She squealed, happily dragging the pair to a medium-sized table. Harry and Luna had barely sat down when several elves brought plates full of eggs, rashers fried, tomatoes and pastries in carafes of pumpkin juice, and a tea setting. Harry and Luna thanked the elves for the wonderful services they received, beaming faces in return, and then returned to their other duties. Harry and Luna began to load their plates with the delicious-smelling buffet before them. Harry had just taken a bite of his eggs as he looked around at the busy elves. He suddenly had a thought and wondered if it were possible. Harry called to a passing elf and asked to speak to him. "Does young sir need something from Tudgy?" The small elf asked. Yes. I was wondering, my friend here has seemed to have lost her shoes and socks, and I was wondering, is it possible? Are you able to find lost items within the castle? And if you were, could you help us in locating them?" Harry asked, unsure if it were even possible. "That is an easy thing to do, sirs." The elf replied happily. "Oh," Harry asked. The little elf nodded his head vigorously. "Oh yes. Every witch or wizard leaks their magic which gets into their clothing. All we needs to be doing is looking at young Mrs. Magic, and we can be finding her thingses." "Wow, I didn't realize that was possible." Harry stated, impressed. "Is young Miss wanting Tudgy to find her thingses? That would be ever so lovely if you could." Luna stated with a happy smile. Without another word, the elf popped away. Within moments, the elf returned with a rather large pile of clothing, shoes, jackets, and other clothing. Harry looked at the rather large pile and then back to Luna. "Where did you find all this, Tudgy?" Harry asked. "Some as were in the abandoned greenhouse. Others were being in the trunks of other Ravenclaws." It squeaked. "Luna, how I?" Harry was at a loss for words as he looked at the large pile that had obviously been things taken from the young blonde since her first year. Luna looked a little embarrassed and could only shrug. She picked out a pair of mismatched socks and a pair of shoes and quickly put them on. "Tudgy, could you return Luna's things to her trunk, please?" Harry asked. With an animated nod, the small elf popped away with the items. "Well, at least I know where to come when the Nargles take my things," she said softly. Harry glared at her and shook his head. "Luna, I seriously doubt that Nargles are responsible for all this. You should really speak with Professor Flitwick about this," Harry told his new friend. Harry was nearly seething with anger at the treatment that Luna had apparently been receiving from her housemates. "I know you mean well, Harry, but I'm sure that he is too busy, and besides, my housemates are only having a bit of fun. I'm sure their intentions are not meant to be mean in nature," Luna stated in a sad voice, dropping the airiness from earlier. Harry was about to argue the point, but the pleading look in his new friend's eyes begged him to drop the subject. Reluctantly, he dropped the subject, and the two sat in silence while they returned their attention to the food in front of him. An hour had passed, and the two chit-chatted about this, and that until Luna told him that she wanted to return to her dorm room and sort through her things. There were obvious articles of clothing and what not that no longer fit her, and she wanted to owl them home. With a promise to meet each other tomorrow for breakfast again, Luna left the kitchen. Harry sat there in the kitchens a bit longer and tried to organize his thoughts with his novice occlumency skills. His mornings so far had been, to say the least, emotionally draining. He once again thought of Luna's possessions being stolen from her, and then he immediately thought of his own, specifically his father's invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map. He was about to call Trudgy again when he thought of someone else. "Dobby, I need you." Not knowing if this would work or if it were possible for the odd little elf to enter Hogwarts, he called for his friend. There was a slight pop as air was displaced, and suddenly an overzealous Dobby was hugging Harry's legs tightly. "Master Harry is needing his Dobby," Dobby said excitedly, nearly toppling Harry. Harry chuckled at Dobby's antics and placed his hands on Dobby's shoulder and pried the eager elf off of his legs so he could stand properly. "Dobby, I was hoping that you could help me with something," Harry told the still bouncing elf. "Of course. Dobby be doings whatever the great Harry Potter asks." Well, I was wondering if you had the same ability to sense magic as the house elves here to locate some personal items of mine?" Harry asked. "Yes, Harry Potter. All house elves can sense magic, especially of their master's magic." Dobby set his head, nodding fervently. "Brilliant!" Harry exclaimed. "I need you to find my invisibility cloak and a map that belonged to my dad. It's called the Marauder's map, and it's a magical map that shows the castle and everyone in it. My former friend Ron Weasley took them, and I believe he may still have possession of them," Harry said bitterly. I can try and find the cloak, but it could be difficult. And the map may be more difficult. The magic of the map may not have allowed your magic to seep into it. And the cloak Dobby remembers as being very powerful and also may not have let your magic in it. But Dobby will do his best for his master. Dobby stated, "Just do your best, Dobby. That's all I ask, but I would find Ron Weasley. He most likely will have it near him." Harry told his little friend, "I will keep looking until I have found it, Harry Potter, sirs." Dobby said and snapped his legs together and bowed, then with a small pop was gone. Harry did not know how long it would take Dobby to find and collect his family heirlooms from the traitorous redhead, so he decided that maybe he would take a walk outside and get some fresh air. He climbed the stairs from the basement to the main floor. He could hear that breakfast in the Great Hall was in full swing. The chorus of voices echoed from the hall and out into the foyer. Not sparing a sideways glance, Harry walked past the large double doors that lead to the eating students and walked out the main doors of the castle and out onto the grounds. He made his way toward the Black Lake to the large oak tree that had become a favorite spot of many students to look out over the large body of water. He sat down and waited to see if Dobby would be successful anytime soon. Harry? Harry? Lord Black. Bellatrix was confused and she hated, simply loathed being confused. Harry had been right next to her when they stepped through the door, and then poof. He was gone. "If this is some kind of prank, I swear I'll hex your bits, head of house or not." "Harry!" Bella spun around as the door behind her closed and then disappeared. "Well, shite," she growled out, as she now stared at a solid stone wall again. "Suppose I should just head to breakfast and see if he turns up. If he's not there, I can just return here. Besides, I want to know if I'm still in my time or not." Bella spun back around and began the long walk from the 7th floor to the main floor where the Great Hall was located. Fortunately, it was still on the early side, so there were not many students around. She entered the Great Hall and walked to the Slytherin table and immediately recognized her two sisters. Well, that answered her question of what time she was in, but her sisters were looking worried about something. As Bella approached her sisters, Narcissa spotted her and jumped up from her seat and ran toward her and then threw her arms around her eldest sister's waist and buried her head into her chest. Where were you?" A muffled sob was heard coming from the little blonde girl at Bella's chest. Before Bella could answer, her other sister had arrived with a murderous look on her face. "Do you know what we've been through?" Andromeda hissed in low tones to her sister, so others would not overhear. "When you didn't arrive in the common room, we thought something had happened to you. Then the very Lestranges and their lemmings came in and were cursing your name and swearing they would get even." Andy growled. "Now will you tell us what the very hell is going on and where you've been?" Bella looked around and noticed a few eyes that found some interest in the three black sisters huddled up together. "Not here," Bella whispered. "We'll talk in a bit. I need to eat a bite first." The eldest black sister informed the other two. Bella led her sisters over to the far end of the Slytherin table furthest from the door. Bella sat down, pulling a plate toward her, and began to fill it. Andromeda and Narcissa sat together opposite from Bellatrix. The two younger sisters looked at their older sibling with a waiting look. Bella had just taken a bite of sausage when she noticed them glaring. She huffed and quickly chewed the bit in her mouth. Lazily, she flicked her wand around the trio, putting up some privacy wards to keep other nosy busybodies from overhearing them. She folded her arms in front of her, resting them on the table, and then leaned forward, her sisters doing the same in expectation. Bella's eyes hardened a bit when she told her sisters about her conversation with Professor Slughorn and that he had informed her that there was no other place for her to stay unless she was a married or betrothed student, and how he didn't seem overly concerned about her safety. Andromeda uncharacteristically swore and looked ready to kill when Bella rehearsed what Rodolphus and the Git Patrol had attempted to do to her. That explained the Losers' tirade when they came through the Slytherin entrance into the Commons room. Sissy had a look of terror on her face, thinking about what could have happened to her idol of a big sister. The next part of the story Bella was not sure how to explain. How do you tell someone that you were guided by some unknown entity to a room that magically appears when asked, and then meet a boy who is somehow from the future, and on top of that the future head of the Black family? Bella opened her mouth to explain, and nothing. She could not think of a way to start this conversation. She sat back in her seat and had a complete stupor of thought. Andromeda and Narcissa looked at their sister and then toward each other. Sissy shrugged in confusion. The two younger sisters then turned back toward Bellatrix and patiently waited for an explanation. Before Bellatrix could start her explanation, she felt a large presence approach her from behind. Turning slightly, she saw the Slytherin head of house coming near. With a slight wave of her wand, she dispelled the wards that she had erected and turned fully to see him. "Ah, Miss Black, and Miss Black, and Miss Black." Horace Slughorn chuckled at his own wit. "May I have a word with the oldest Miss Black?" the walrus-looking professor asked in his best sycophantic voice. "Of course, Professor," Bella replied. "What is it that you want?" she asked as she stood from the table and walked a small distance away from prying ears. "I discussed your situation with the headmaster, and I have some good news." He smiled largely. Bella did not respond, but looked at him with an expectant look on her face to continue. Well, as I was saying, good news about your request. The headmaster will allow you the use of the head girl room within Slytherin that is currently unoccupied. That should afford you some privacy, and you would be the only one to be able to enter once you set a password. He said magnanimously, as if he had moved heaven and earth to accommodate her. Bella stared at the man, or appeared to. Her mind was racing, thinking of all the pros and cons this would present. On one hand, it would get her a private room that only she could access, and she would be near her sisters. However, she would still be living within Slytherin walls with the Lestranges and the other dim wits that hung around him. Then there was Harry, the raven-haired boy from the future. In her logical mind, she believed that his appearance was not some random happenstance. No, there was a connection between them and therefore a purpose for his presence. Furthermore, the castle itself had led her to the room. It was a mystery that she begrudgingly found too enticing to give up. But perhaps she could have both, to accept the room, but allow Andy and Sissy to use it. That would give her sister some added protection and a place for her to stay if for some reason she needed to be there. That's wonderful, Professor. I'm grateful for your attentiveness to my situation and think that the head girl dorm would be more than acceptable. Would it be possible for my sisters to join me if they needed to? She asked. I don't see why not. I believe the house elves can modify the suite to your needs. He replied. Thank you, sir. I cannot thank you enough. Bella stated, stroking the man's ego a bit. Excellent. You can move in as soon as you like, Miss Black. Oh, and expect my annual invitation to my pre-All Hallows Eve party. I will have the most interesting people there this year. I have an actual descendant of Vlad the Impaler as a special guest. The fame-mongering professor stated with a wide smile. Looking forward to it, Professor. Bella stated with a forced grin. She then spun around and returned to the table, muttering about sycophantic imbeciles. What was that about? Andromeda asked curiously. Slughorn just gave me the head girl suite in the Slytherin dorms to use for the year. She smugly told her siblings. That's great, Bella. Andromeda congratulated her older sister. At least Rudolphus can't use his prefect status to access your dorm room now. That's true, but I'm not the one who will be using it, she whispered conspiratorially. Once more, Bella threw up a silencing ward created by one of her ancestors. It was a combination of a notice-me-not charm and a sound-dampening charm that kept anyone from overhearing them, even with listening charms. What do you mean you won't be using it? Narcissa asked in confusion. Bella sighed. Look, I'm going to spend as little time as possible around the Slytherin Commons room. And before you ask, I do have somewhere else I am staying, and it is a safe place. And I know you want to know where it is I'm staying, but for the moment I'd like to keep that secret. But I promise I will let you know soon, just trust me for now, okay? Bella asked her sisters and gave that serious look that they knew all too well. The sisters reluctantly agreed, but were not happy about it in the least. So, why did you accept the head girl suite if you're not going to use it? Andromeda asked. Because you and Sissy will be using it. Bella stated us. Sissy asked. Look, I've pissed off old Rudy and his goons, and if he can't take out his frustrations on me, he may turn them toward you. By staying in the suite, you'll be protected at least while you are inside of it. Do you think you would hurt us, Bella? Narcissa asked, beginning to chew on her bottom lip with apprehension. I wouldn't put it past him, Sissy. I know Mother made sure we knew how to protect ourselves from unwanted advances, but as much as I loathe admitting it, he is very powerful and can be rather ruthless when he feels slighted. Bella remarked. Sissy shrunk in her seat, trying to make herself small and inconspicuous. Andy reached over and put her arm around her sister. Bella leaned forward and looked her youngest sister in the eyes, and with a wicked smile asked her, Do you remember the castration spell I taught you this summer? Bella asked conspiratorially. Narcissa shyly grinned and nodded her head. If anyone tries to hurt you, remember you are the daughter of an ancient and noble house. So if anyone tries to harm you, use that spell. The Lestranges are not an ancient or a noble house, so they will have no legal recourse if they decided to press the issue of line theft. Sometimes it's good to be at the top of our society. Bella Chakuldivili. Narcissa's smile widened while Andromeda just rolled her eyes, but her small smirk let her sister know that she found it amusing as well. The three sisters, after enjoying their breakfast, returned to the Slytherin Commons room to move Andromeda's and Sissy's things. Fortunately, neither Rodolphus nor his brother happened to be there. However, Bella would not escape complete anonymity as fifth years Lucius Malfoy, Gregory Goyle, and Matthias Crabbe had just entered the common room from the fifth-year dorms. Well, look who it is, lads. Lucius sneered. Rodolphus was most displeased with your lack of servility last night, Lucius stated, slowly walking around the three sisters like a shark would circle its prey. What a fortuitous moment that we should find you here. We were so worried when you didn't return last night. I'm sure you were all just devastated. Bella sneered. Lucius softly chuckled as he continued circling. Indeed, Rodolphus was so wanting to continue his conversation with you. He feels he may have come off a little too abrupt. Lucius turned a questioning look at his two companions, who began to chuckle. Such a pretty young black, with golden hair even. You must be quite the rarity in your family. Lucius stated as he slid a finger across Narcissa's cheek, which caused the young girl to shiver in disgust. Touch my sister again, Lucy, and I'll permanently remove your hand. Bella spat, Tiske Bellatrix. I was merely admiring the splendid genes you blacks have. Besides, you mar that pretty face of yours when you scowl like that. Lucius shuddered mockingly. Quite unattractive. Why don't you just crawl back into the hole you came out of, Smeg heads? Andromeda sneered. And take your bitches with you. Andromeda continued, glancing back at Crabbe and Goyle over Malfoy's shoulder. Who you calling a bitch? You bitch. Goyle stuttered out and tried to look triumphant. Andromeda laughed mirthfully. I see originality is not your strong suit. Neither is bathing, apparently. Andromeda's nose crinkled in disgust as she caught a whiff of the two oversized fifth years. Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other inquisitively, and then each took a whiff of their underarms. Each shrugged as if to say, I don't smell anything. Andromeda rolled her eyes at the two boys. Many in Slytherin were amazed that the two were still allowed in school. Their marks were abysmal, and neither had the power enough to stun a Bowtruckle. Everyone just assumed their fathers had paid off the school board to allow them to stay. The confrontation began to attract the attention from the other Slytherins in the common room. It was common knowledge that Bellatrix Black was the current Hogwarts dueling champion and had been since her third year, and her sister Andromeda was no slouch with a wand either. The Blacks seemed to always come to Hogwarts with quite the repertoire of spells, jinxes, and curses already at their command. Ladies, there is no need for any unpleasantness. Malfoy raised both of his hands, showing he had no wand in them. We are all Slytherins here, and we are both from prominent pureblood families. We should not squabble amongst ourselves like commoners. Our world is in danger enough from the dirtying of our society by those who are less than deserving of our gifts. We must stand united against the collapse of our world. Lucius declared to the many nods of approval of those present. Rodolphus himself told me that you, Bellatrix Black, could become such a powerful force for good and a leader of our cause if you would only open your eyes and join him as co-leaders of the youth movement. Your parents see the wisdom in it. They know that an alliance between your two powerful pure-blood families would go far in rallying others to the cause. Lucius stated in his practiced, smooth, and silky voice. Spoken like a true politician, Lucy. Bella replied, I have no interest in joining your little movement, and I have absolutely no interest in joining the House of Lestrange. I will choose who I unite myself with, so you can just go find Rudy and tell him to stay clear of me if he wants to remain a whole person before he graduates. Bella smiled mockingly. You forget yourself? Which? Lucius spat, letting his cool demeanor slip. You will have no say in your union with Rodolphus. This matter will be settled between wizards. You have only to obey like a witch should do. The long-haired blonde sneered. Lucius' comment. Although receiving approval from the wizards in the room, it had the opposite effect on the majority of witches that had heard the comment. Regaining his former air of indifference and schooling his features, he began to speak in the tone of voice his father had taught him in dealing with all matters of a political or public nature. Miss Black, our little movement, as you call it, is the herald of a people who wish to only reclaim what is by right of magic ours. Your noble family has generously provided funding to our Lord, and as a boon to your family, you have been given an opportunity to be a witch of position and prestige within our ranks. Our Lord has been informed of your skills with a wand and your prodigious talent at brewing. He is most anxious to meet you. He wishes to personally explain his platform to you. Bellatrix, this is a rare opportunity afforded to few. You could very well be placed amongst the elites in the new government that he will establish. Just think of the honor you will bring to your family. Not to mention that your family will be heroes to our people by funding this great cause and fighting for our traditions and culture. Malfoy declared. Bella admitted to herself that when Lucius wanted, he could be very suave and convincing. But Bella knew Lucius too well not to know him as a manipulator. Bella did not give any outward expression of her thoughts one way or another. Lucius took Bella's silence as a sign she was seriously considering what he had said and began to prematurely congratulate himself. Listen, Bellatrix, our youth organization will be meeting on All Hallows Eve, and you can learn firsthand what we are about and have the information you need to make an informed decision on what we are about and the goals of our Lord. Lucius offered, trying to get at least a small commitment from her. He was convinced that once they enticed her with some power and authority, two things that the Black family had been well known to cherish, they would have her. And then once indoctrinated by their master's philosophy, she would become a powerful tool that his lord could forge into an even more powerful weapon. Bella looked at Lucius, and like a good Black, decided to look at all sides of her current problem in order to see where she could benefit. If this movement was as powerful as they claim, and their intentions true, soon the wizarding world would be thrown into a civil war. And right now, she knew there were many of the old families who were throwing their financial support to this new Lord Voldemort. Bella did not share all of the same ideals of the more bigoted purebloods, but she was proud of the traditions and culture of her magical ancestry. The fragmentation of her society was evident even to the most novice of political watchers. If this Lord Voldemort was as organized and as well funded as she was being led to believe, it might be prudent to at least show some interest in the movement, but not commit to anything just yet. Very well, Lucius. I'll come to this meeting of yours, but don't for one moment think that I will put up with the shite you lot attempted last night. Next time it won't be a banishing charm I throw at you. The contract between Lestrange and I has not been signed yet, and as such I do not belong to him, and I will not be treated as his property. Do I make myself clear? Bella hissed at the feminine-looking Malfoy. I will relay your sentiments to Rodolphus. Speaking for myself, may I say that you have made a wise decision to join us at our meeting. I guarantee it will be very insightful and enlightening. Malfoy then bowed and quickly gave a less than pure wink at Narcissa, causing the young girl to shiver. With a quick turn, he walked away from Bella and her sisters, with Crabbe and Goyle following closely behind him. You can't be serious, Bella? Andromeda hissed. Quiet. Bella hissed back. Not here. The two of you go collect your things and get back down here as soon as you can. The head girl suite is the door left of the fireplace. Once you get back, we'll get you two set up and then set a password that only the three of us will. No, understood? Yes, Bella. They two younger Black sister chorused, and then were off to gather their things. It had taken Dobby no time at all to locate the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map. Both were located in the trunk of the red-headed traitor that had turned his back on his master. Dobby was sorely tempted to curse the snoring, freckled-faced twit, but he was not sure that the great Harry Potter would approve. So after retrieving the stolen items, Dobby quickly popped back to his master. Harry was ecstatic about the return of his family heirlooms and told Dobby he was incredibly grateful. Dobby had absorbed all the praise and was bursting with happiness. Dobby, if I need you again, I'll call. I won't be in the Gryffindor dorms, though. They sort of kicked me out of the house. Harry told the little elf, who was now planning revenge on those who would treat such a great wizard as Harry Potter. I'll be staying in a place on the 7th floor. It kind of appears and disappears. Harry stated. Oh. Yuz is in the comes and goes room. Dobby stated knowingly. You know about the room? Harry asked. Oh yes, Harry Potter. It is also known as the Room of Requirement. Eyes was bringing Winky here when she was having too much butterbeers. Dobby stated, shaking his head sadly, thinking about the female elf that had been wasting away. So you know how to get into it then? Harry asked. Dobby nodded. Use is just telling room what you want, and it be giving it to you. So can any elf pop into the castle? Harry asked, thinking that Hogwarts was not as safe as everyone believed. No, Master Harry Potter, sirs. Dobby replied. Then how did you enter? Harry asked, puzzled. Dobby looked a little embarrassed. Well, although Dobby is Harry Potter's elf now, Dobby was never formally released as a Hogwarts elf. So are you still bound to the headmaster then? Harry asked a little worriedly. No, Harry Potter, sirs. Dobby was a free elf while at Hogwarts. Elves here are not bound to Headmaster Whiskers. Elves only bound to school. Really, so the elves are loyal to the school, not necessarily to Dumbledore? Harry asked, and Dobby nodded. But I imagine the elves report everything to Dumbledore though, yeah. Hogwarts keeps the secrets of her students from Whiskers unless they be in danger. Dobby stated. What? So all the crap that I went through over the years, all the ambushes I walked into from the students, all the curses I took, the headmaster knew about? Harry yelled. Dobby nodded sadly. I had warned Headmaster Whiskers myself on 2 occasions, and he was telling Dobby that he would take care of it. But Whiskers never intervened, sirs. Hogwarts is not happy with Headmaster. She is telling all house elves to protect students now. She is breaking vow of non-interference set by the founders. Says that Whiskers has broken his oath to protect students by allowing you to face danger within the castle and allowing you to be injured. Hogwarts is alive then? Harry asked, excited about confirming his theory. As long as Magix is being used within her, she has life, Master Harry Potter, sirs. But her Magix is limited. Dobby confirmed. Brilliant, Harry stated. She has already helped once by guiding me to the Room of Requirement. I can't wait to tell Bella. Harry stated, thinking again of the young girl. Thanks again, Dobby. You've been a great help. Harry patted his small friend on the shoulders affectionately. Dobby smiled proudly. I's becomings whenever you needs me, Master Harry Potter, sirs. And with a small pop, Dobby was gone. Harry donned his cloak, his body vanishing from sight. He made his way back to the room that now had a name. The Room of Requirement, fitting he thought. He did not stop at the Great Hall or visit any other area. He realized that Monday would be here soon enough, and he would have to deal with the student body then. No need to hurry it along, he thought. Hoping to find Bella in the room, he paced back and forth in front of the wall, calling for the room he had last night. After the third paw, the familiar wood doors appeared, and he stepped through. This is lovely. Narcissa beamed as she and her sisters entered the suite set aside for a Slytherin head girl. It had a small commons area with a couple of cozy-looking sofas, a fireplace, a pair of desks. The hardwood floors were covered by various ornate Persian rugs, the walls with medieval tapestries. It had a very warm and comfortable feel to it. To Bella's surprise, there were 2 bedrooms with a shared bathroom between them, similar to the setup in the magical room that she and Harry shared. Andromeda was drooling over the large tub, and Bella could tell from the look in her eyes that she was ready to jump in and give it a try. Bella speculated that the house elves somehow knew of her desire for her sisters to stay here and had made the room accordingly. Andromeda and Sissy each chose a room and were soon unpacking their things. Once her sisters were settled, the 3 took seat on the sofas. Bella then explained to her sisters why she had agreed to attend the meeting with Lucius. Both Andromeda and Narcissa voiced their anxiety about her getting involved with people who were obviously bigoted and had voiced their animosity toward anyone who wasn't of pure blood. Look, girls, I'm not signing up with them, just going to listen to what they have to say. Besides, our parents and Uncle Orion have already begun to support this movement, and I don't think that they wouldn't ally themselves with an organization that was truly evil. Bella stated, I think you're just trying to justify your decision, Bella. We both heard what Olivia Rosier said to you. They are planning a hostile takeover. They want to bring down the Wisengamot and kill Muggleborns. Andromeda challenged her older sister. Andy, I can't see them hunting down Muggleborns. There are too many of them. Besides, if they started doing that, popular opinion of them would dramatically fall and would lose support of the moderates. Bella stated, though there was no conviction in her voice. So they would kill people like Lily? Narcissa asked with trembling lips. She is so sweet and funny and smart. Bella, you can't let them hurt Lily. The blonde sister shrieked. Bella pulled Narcissa into her lap, the younger girl burying her head in her sister's neck. Look, I promise if there is any serious hint that they plan on harming others, I will immediately turn away from them. And perhaps if I do find out that they are truly going to bring a war to our people, I can convince the family to stop financing them. Bella said, softly hugging her littlest sister. I still don't like it, Bella, Andromeda told her sister. But if you promise not to join if they are as bad as I fear they are, then I'll support you. Agreed. Bella responded. The three sisters stood and put their arms around each other. Sisters forever? Bella asked the familiar call to her sisters. Sisters forever, the other two replied. The rest of the afternoon was spent just being sisters and enjoying one another's company. Bella and Andy informed Narcissa about the various professors and what she could expect from each of them. After eating a light lunch that a house elf Bella had called provided, Bella excused herself to return to her safe place and do some pre-class studying. With kisses and hugs, Bella left the suite. Without looking around, Bella exited the Slytherin Commons room and made her way back to the 7th floor. It had been an interesting day, and she had much to think about. As she walked, thought of the raven-haired, green-eyed boy entered her mind. He had obviously not come out of the room with her, so assumed he couldn't come through to her time. It was a mystery that kept bugging her, a puzzle that she wanted to solve. Not to mention, she was looking forward to getting to know the boy better. Purely on a platonically academic level, of course. She told herself, though somehow her stomach had other ideas and was fluttering at the thought of seeing him again. Coming to the blank wall, she walked back and forth thinking of her request. A set of familiar wooden doors appeared and slowly opened. She stepped into the room and suddenly found a pair of emerald green eyes sparkling back at her. Chapter 6. Disclaimer. See Chapter 1. A/N. Wow, again, 56 reviews for the last chapter. Up to 215 reviews. Not bad for 5 chapters. I want to thank all those who reviewed. I know many authors say this, and it is absolutely true that it is your reviews and responses that really motivates us to get chapters out. I hope you enjoy this next chapter of Passageways. Chapter 6. The Room of Requirement. Saturday afternoon, Minerva McGonagall sat at her desk chronicling the home life, as well as the academic and personal life of Harry Potter since the night he had been removed from the wizarding world, and then his subsequent return to the same world. It was a painful study in manipulation, engineered friendships, controlled but dangerous conditions, and methodic exploitation of the savior of the wizarding world. Albus Dumbledore, for some reason from the moment the Elder Potters were murdered, had taken a radical stand in the development of the Potter heir. He had shared with certain people about the destiny of the young boy, and that he would one day be needed to stop the returning darkness to their world. Albus knew that Voldemort had not truly been destroyed that fateful night so many years ago, and that he would one day return. How he knew the Potter boy would be involved in the ultimate defeat of the worst Dark Lord in a century, no one else knew, for he kept this a closely guarded secret. But his word was taken as fact. After all, Albus was one of the greatest wizards to have lived since Merlin. He was widely respected and held in high esteem by witches and wizards not only of Great Britain, but the entire wizarding world. So without reason to doubt him, many, including Minerva herself, had blindly followed Albus' directions in allowing the boy to be a pawn in the headmaster's endgame. His motivation in the test was to place Harry in life and death situations and determine what specific stimuli would be the best to motivate Harry to be the weapon he needed. In Harry's first year, the troll incident, although not planned initially, was a welcomed event in Albus' mind. It cemented within the young boy that self-sacrifice was a noble act as he threw himself onto the back of the mountain troll to save the Granger girl. It meant that the boy was unknowingly willing to put himself in harm's way to protect another. But Albus would need to refine it even more. He would need to narrow the boy's view of self-sacrifice as not something that he could do, but something that he must do to gain peace and acceptance by not only his peers but his parents as well. The Granger girl, although instrumental at the time, had unwittingly guided Harry's character. She was a potential complication, though. Harry could not be allowed to form an attachment that could distract him from his destiny. Emotions, especially those of caring and love, were unpredictable emotions at best. But perhaps under the right circumstances, they could be used to turn the love-starved youth into a more determined martyr. The Mirror of Ariste had been the first real test. Albus needed to know what Harry desired most. This would be the key into developing the groundwork for how to guide him and manipulate his surroundings to push him into the desired direction. Albus discovered that the boy's greatest desire was to be reunited with his parents. Of course, no one could come back from the dead once they were truly gone, but a plan formed in the old man's mind to use that desire to slowly encourage Harry to join them, but at the appropriate time and in the expected manner. Minerva was instructed to only speak highly of his parents, giving hints to the scamp that his father was and the kind person that his mother was known to be. This would reinforce a sense of pride in his parents. She would remark often to Harry that he was so like his parents and would talk of their sacrifice in saving not only him, but through him the rest of the wizarding world, implanting the concept of self-sacrifice stronger into the young boy's head. Albus encouraged Severus Snape, the Slytherin head of house, to denigrate the name of James Potter as often as possible in front of Harry, making Harry overly protective of his father and lash out at the potions professors. This would allow Severus to punish Harry at whim. Harry would begin to associate the punishment and sacrifice of protecting and defending his family name and the follow-up consequences of that defense as the norm. But it would also jade Harry further against anything perceived to be of the dark, reaffirming Ron Weasley's words about all evil witches and wizards came from Slytherin. Through word and deed, would Albus guide and manipulate the thoughts and emotions of the Potter heir. The line between light and dark would be shown as severe. Voldemort would encapsulate all that was wrong and evil in the world, and as a Potter, it was his duty and family obligation to combat and lay down his life so that others may have the happiness that can only come from the self-sacrifice of the few. And so, with the game plan achieved, the next 3 years were carefully constructed to push the young Potter's abilities, power, and temperament. He was built up just to be taken back down. Emotional roller coaster of highs and lows kept him unbalanced. Friendships and betrayals, successes and failures, praises and ridicule. He was being hardened, molded, and refined. This would be the year where Albus would really begin to press his agenda. Voldemort had returned, and Harry had been used to resurrect him. It would not be hard for Albus to play upon young Harry's guilt and sense of honor. As being the one to allow the Dark Lord's return, it was now incumbent upon the boy to destroy him. Harry's sense of responsibility would call for nothing less. But for all his intelligence, Albus had miscalculated. He had pushed too hard, thinking that Harry would harness all this antipathy that was being thrown at him and use it to fuel his desire to destroy what was the intended focal point of his misery, Voldemort. Instead, he had created a Harry who was losing all affection for the world that had rescued him from the horrible existence he was forced to live with the Dursleys. Albus had hoped that with the turning of the school against him, that Harry would place the anger squarely on Voldemort as the cause of his strife. He hoped it would motivate Harry to willingly throw himself into preparing himself to face Voldemort to prove to others that he was not lying. So desperate was Harry's need for love and affection, he thought he could manipulate that desire in wanting to prove himself. Eventually, Harry would come to understand that what Albus had put him through was necessary and for the greater good of the wizarding world. Albus was supremely confident that his plan would indeed bear good fruit. A knock on her office door broke her self-reproving musings. She had called her fellow Confederates to a meeting to discuss how they would protect Harry Potter. Minerva feared that it may be too little too late, but she had to try and redeem herself in not only her eyes, but in the eyes of James and Lily, and save their son. Filius, pomona, comein. The stern Transfiguration professor called back to the door. The diminutive Charms professor and the plump Herbology professor entered. Much to her surprise, 3 other professors came in as well. Professors Aurora Sinistra, Septima Vector, Charity Burbage entered as well. Seeing the inquisitive look on the deputy headmistress' face, Filius spoke up. I've spoken at some length with them, Minerva, and they are as appalled as we are at what has been happening to young Mr. Potter and are most willing to help us in protecting the lad. As you know, Minerva, Aurora Sinistra began. Lily Evans and I were study partners for our 7th year Transfiguration project. We became quite close. I have never known such a warm and compassionate person as Lily Evans. I feel an almost sense of obligation to try and help her son and pay back some of her kindness, Sinistra stated passionately. Minerva nodded at the young professor and received similar stories from Professors Vector and Burbage. Then let's get this meeting started. Minerva nodded, and with a sweep of her wand, 3 more chairs appeared. Hey, hey! The two teens stared at each other awkwardly for a few moments before the ever-bold Bellatrix ended the staring contest with her typical frank way of speaking. So are you going to tell me where the hell you went, or are we going to stare at each other and count the freckles on each other's face? Bella asked, folding her arms across her chest. But you don't have any freckles on your face. Harry replied in confusion. With a large, smirking grin on her face, she slowly, with a little sway in her hips, walked toward Harry. Been memorizing my face, Harry? My, aren't we just the observant young lord? Bella purred as she traced her right index finger across Harry's chest as she walked by. She had to stifle a giggle as she saw the reddening, gobsmacked face on her roommate. Harry stood there for a moment completely at a loss for words, but wisely chose not to pursue this line of conversation. He turned and followed her to the sitting room, taking a seat across from her. Clearing his throat, which had gone dry for some odd reason, he restarted the conversation. Well, I'm still in my time, apparently. When I exited the room, I was alone. I looked around for you, but you were no longer there, Harry stated as he relaxed back into the comfortable wingback chair. I ran into Herm, an acquaintance, while I was out, and knew I was in my own time. It was the same for me. I stepped out with you at my side, but then all of a sudden you were no longer there. I went to the Great Hall to discover if I was still in my time or yours. When I arrived, I found my sisters and realized that I was also still in my own time. Bella replied. So, I guess we are resigned to our own timeline then? Harry shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, maybe. Perhaps if we time it perfectly and step out at the exact same time. Maybe. Bella cut him off. But perhaps we are simply tied by whatever force to our own timeline, and this room is somehow outside of normal reality and the only place we can be together. This thought had strangely saddened Harry. Maybe we should try it again, but maybe holding hands this time. Harry reddened again as he saw that saucy smirk coming from Bella, realizing what he had just said and how Bella would likely respond to such an opening. You are bold, my lord. We've known each other less than 24 hours, and you are already trying to hold my hand. That's not what I meant. Harry protested fiercely, but his reddening face only caused Bella to give in to her giggles. Sorry, Harry. Bella gasped merrily. But it was too good a moment not to tease you. Bella was leaning heavily back in her chair with her arms wrapped around her belly as she tried to calm herself down. Harry crossed his arms petulantly and rolled his eyes. It was just a thought, Harry said flatly. It's actually a good thought, Bella stated after she regained control of herself. It still amazed her how comfortable she felt around Harry. She would have to give that some serious evaluation later, because she never felt comfortable letting her guard down around anyone. Yeah, Harry asked. Yeah, I mean, it couldn't hurt to try. Maybe we should try it later in the evening, though, less likelihood of running into problems. She stated pensively. I was thinking earlier about why this is happening to us. I mean, there has to be a reason why the castle has brought us here. I'm not a big believer in coincidence, so I have to believe that there is something else at play here. Some reason why you and I were brought together. Bella stated thoughtfully. What do you think the purpose could be? Harry asked, not entirely sure to tell you the truth. It can't be coincidence that we are related and you are the head of House Black in your time. Maybe we are meant to help each other somehow. Harry replied with a shrug. Aunt Walburga wants me to bring honor and pride back to the family. Maybe that's it. Harry finished. Bella looked thoughtfully at Harry as she considered his words. I don't think the castle would interfere in our lives just to bring back a family's honor. Bella stated flatly. No, I think it has to deal with us personally. This got Bella thinking of her own mess of a life right now. Could he be? It was unlikely that he could stop the marriage contract with Lestrange. Although Harry is the head of my house in his time, Uncle Orion is the acting head in mine, and it is unlikely that he would order my father not to accept the contract. Another thought entered her mind, a disturbing thought. What if there were no Lestranges to be married to? Could she make the two brothers simply disappear? Could Harry be enlisted to help her? What would Harry think of her for contemplating murder? She wasn't even sure where these dark thoughts were coming from. She had never taken a life. Oh, sure, she had thought about it, but never seriously considered doing it. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and she was desperate not to be forced into this union. She had heard about the dark magic that could be put into these magically binding contracts, and she knew that she would most likely lose her free will once she signed on the dotted line. Such was the magic imbued in these archaic rituals. There were too many what-ifs and hows that it was not worth dwelling on it at the moment. Even if Harry was not repulsed by the idea, there was the matter that he was stuck in his time, and she was stuck in hers. So how could he help even if he wanted to? So why were they brought together if not to help each other? Maybe she was just overanalyzing all this. Maybe it is just some miracle of happenstance that brought them together. Nah, she didn't believe in coincidences. They were brought together for a reason. She just needed to somehow find out what it was. It was a mystery, and nothing attracted Bellatrix Black's interest more than a mystery. "Are you okay?" Harry asked worriedly as he looked into the blank face of the girl in front of him. What? Oh, sorry, just kind of zoned out there for a minute. I was just trying to answer a question in my head. Did you find your answer? Harry asked interestedly. No, not yet, but I'm nothing if not tenacious. I'll figure it out eventually. So, what did you do while you were out? Bella asked as she took a seat in the comfy armchair that she now claimed as her own. Harry took the other across from it. Bella kicked off her shoes and tucked her feet underneath her as she got comfortable. Some tea would hit the spot about now. Bella casually said, rubbing her tired eyes with her right hand. I wonder if the room offers room service. Don't know. Give it a try, Harry told her. In a firm voice, Bella called out for tea. A few moments later, a tea service and a plate of biscuits appeared on the end table next to her chair. Brilliant, Bella stated. Faster than a house elf. House elves? I wonder if Dobby could come here. After all, he was never officially released from the castle. Who's Dobby? Bella asked. One of my house elves, Harry stated. One? How many do you have? Bella asked curiously. 3. My. Aren't we the spoiled lord? Bella smirked jokingly. Blushing, Harry responded. Well, one I inherited, another I freed from a bad former owner, and now he serves me, and another who had been released from her family and was in bad shape. So I offered her a home with me, Harry told Bella defensively. Easy, I'm not judging or anything. Just that it's rare for most families to have more than one elf unless they own multiple properties. Bella stated apologetically. Sorry, I can be a little defensive at times. Aunt Walburga keeps telling me to rein in my emotions, but as you can see, I do let them slip out at times. Aunt Walburga? Orion's wife? Bella asked in astonishment. Yeah, why? Harry asked curiously. Is she still alive? No, she died several years ago. When I moved into Grimmauld Place, her portrait was there, and we struck up a kind of mentor/apprentice thing. She has been very helpful and very patient in training me to be a proper lord, Harry said with admiration in his voice. So, do you prescribe to her ideology then? Bella asked warily. What do you mean? Harry asked perplexed. I mean, are you a pure-blooded bigot, Harry? Bella asked accusingly. What? Of course not. I'm a half-blood for Merlin's sake. I have, well, at least had friends who were muggle-born. Then why are you learning from her? For that matter, why is she training you? She detests everything that is not pure blood, Bella stated matter-of-factly, taking note of Harry's admission of being a half-blood. She may have been at one time, but her opinions have changed with the death of... Yes, Bella asked, leaning forward on her chair. Harry again was kicking himself. He again had nearly let slip information about the future that could have serious ramifications on his present should the information get out to the past. Bella saw Harry immediately close down. She had struck a nerve and wondered if she had pushed too hard and quickly decided to ease his fears, or at least attempt to. Look, Bella stated slowly. Getting up from her chair, she walked toward the fire, looking into its snapping flames. I'm just curious, Harry. I'm not trying to trick you into revealing something you don't want to. I just find this whole situation extraordinarily strange. Bella turned back around, staring deeply into the young man's eyes. I find you extraordinarily strange. Not in a bad way, just... I'm not sure. At his bewildered stare, she continued. How is it that you, a half-blood, are the head of the House of Black? What has happened to my family, Harry? It's obvious you're guarding secrets from me. As a Slytherin, I can appreciate you being reticent about giving me any personal information about yourself and the future. But we are family, Harry, however distant we may be. If you are a Black and have been taught even just a little about us, you know how important family is to us. Bella paused for a moment, collecting her thoughts again before she continued. Harry just continued looking at her, somewhere lost in his own thoughts, but carefully paying attention to the raven-haired girl. Why have we been brought together, Harry? Haven't you been wondering about that? I mean, there has to be some reason other than the two of us trying to escape our own individual problems. She questioned him, coming closer to him, S&D, sitting on the arm rest of the chair Harry was sitting in. I've been thinking about it. Harry finally spoke, looking up at her from his seat. I don't know why either, Bella. Maybe it has something to do with... Harry cut himself off again, staring almost judgingly at Bella, at the woman who became the right hand of Voldemort, the most feared which to have lived since Morgana. Tell her, Harry, you can trust her. You will need to trust each other. A soft musical voice stated from behind the two. Harry jumped from his seat and in a smooth, fluid motion had pulled out his wand and spun around. Bella was a split second ahead of him, drawing her own wand. Both teens spun to see a beautiful, translucent-looking woman with shockingly blue eyes and long, plaited blonde hair that fell over her left shoulder and hung past her hips. She appeared to be wearing a full-length gown that trailed behind her. Wide sleeves hung from her wrists, and oddly, a Celtic torque around her neck, the braided gold weaving in and out, ending with the head of a dragon on both ends. She appeared as if she just stepped out of the Dark Ages. Who are you? Bella demanded of the apparition, pointing her wand at her. The apparition chuckled musically. Why so, jumpy Bellatrix Black of the House of Black? I would expect a reaction like that from young Harry, but I thought you'd be a little more composed. The woman smiled in mirth. Bella just glared. Chuckling again, the woman continued. But to answer your question, Miss Black, well, that is a little difficult to explain. The short of it, though, is that I am Hogwarts, the enigmatic woman stated. Hogwarts? Harry asked in surprise. How can you be Hogwarts? I mean, I recently began to believe that the castle was alive. Somehow, but you are definitely not a stone castle. Harry replied, looking the personage up and down. Why, thank you very much, Harry Potter of House Potter and House Black. Smiling at Harry warmly. Let me try and explain it then. When the founders built this wonderful enchanted castle, they each left a piece of themselves within the Heartstone. The Heartstone is what powers the wards of the school, along with the inherent magic that exists here due to the magical ley lines the castle sits on. The wild magic released from every student that has ever attended here also gets absorbed into the Heartstone. 150 years later, something truly remarkable happened, with so much excess magic flowing within my wall's eye. Somehow became sentient. The last remaining founder was intrigued by my birth, for lack of a better word. But because a piece of each founder that was placed within me, I knew of their heart's desires. To teach and educate young witches and wizards and provide them a safe environment to do so. I was then commissioned by the last living founder, Helga Hufflepuff, to be guardian over the school. I was to keep destructive outside forces from getting in and harming the students. They did not foresee, however, that one day the danger might come from within my very walls. But not to interfere with the lives of the students or professors was one of my tenets. Tenets I am bound by magic to keep. But because of extenuating circumstances, I am able to interfere on behalf of each of you. What circumstances? Bellatrix asked. In Harry's case, I'm able to interfere because vows of protection were broken. Every headmaster of Hogwarts takes a vow not to intentionally harm or knowingly allow harm to come to any student under his care. The current headmaster has broken his vows on both parts. Repeatedly. In your case, Miss Black, I've taken some liberal license with getting involved, but nonetheless necessary action to prevent terrible things from happening at the school and our world in the future. I don't understand. Bella informed the translucent woman. Terrible things will and have happened within my walls, children. Death, murder, conspiracy, and betrayals. Young Harry here has been witness and victim to many of them in his time. Then why haven't you stopped them before now? Harry asked hotly. The specter lowered her head in sorrow and then spoke with a pain-filled voice. Because I was restrained by magic, I could only defend the castle from outside influences. I could not interfere in the day-to-day happenings within the castle. The founders wanted the students to be able to be free to make their own decisions without influence. I have watched for centuries the good and the bad, the heroic and the evil that children have chosen to act upon. But now that Dumbledore has acted against a student, has willingly put you in danger, and is currently planning on putting you in great danger this year, Harry, I am unrestrained. However, I am not all-powerful. I can't physically interfere, but I can provide you with sanctuary and knowledge and other resources you might need if it is within my power. But why is the headmaster doing this? Harry asked angrily. He has fallen prey to his own hubris. He believes you are the one that will stop the one who has brought suffering and misery to the wizarding world. That you will be the catalyst who will bring people back to his vision of the greater good. He is immovable in his belief, Harry. His objective is to turn you into his weapon, an emotionless martyr who will sacrifice himself for the greater good. Harry fell back into his chair, gobsmacked. A million thoughts and a myriad of emotions whirled through his tempest-beset mind. Harry had thought of the man as a mentor, but now he was revealed to be nothing more than the architect of his misery. Bella sat once again on the armrest of Harry's chair and squeezed his shoulders, showing her support. The depth of his manipulations extends well beyond your own sufferings, Harry. He has been subtly influencing our world for decades. He is a man obsessed with making the wizarding world his own private utopia, forcing all to follow his vision of what the world should be, and in the process taking away not only magicals, but humanity's free agency as well. Hogwarts informed him. The physical manifestation of Hogwarts continued to explain to Harry and Bella just what the headmaster had done and how he was intentionally turning the students against him, as well as Snape's involvement. Harry felt utterly betrayed. Anger rose within him to a level he had never felt before. Bella stepped away from him as raw magic appeared to arc around his very skin. Harry stood from his seat quickly and tried to force himself to calm down as he paced around the room. He tried to use what diplomacy skills he had to rein in his emotions, but found it near impossible to do so. A calming draft suddenly appeared on one of the small end tables near Harry's chair, while simultaneously a calming draft disappeared from the medical stores in the hospital wing. Harry, drink this, Hogwarts told him. It will help you calm down. Without thinking twice, Harry downed the bitter-tasting potion. Within a few seconds, Harry had visibly relaxed. He returned to his chair, slumped into its comforting softness. Are you okay, Harry? Bellatrix asked in concern for the boy. I don't know. It's a lot to take in right now, Harry said honestly. Harry closed his eyes and focused on his breathing, one of the exercises Walburga had taught him to calm his mind. While Harry was focused on himself, for the moment Bella faced the beautiful woman. I can understand why you can help Harry, but I'm confused as to why I am here. Why are you helping me? Bellatrix asked in an uneasy voice. Hogwarts looked fondly at the raven-haired girl. You have so much potential, Bellatrix Black, and you were meant to accomplish such great things. But sadly, if events in your life continue unchanged by the end of Christmas break this year, your choices will be made by someone else, and it will force you to walk a path that will have devastating effects on our world and on Hogwarts for years, perhaps generations to come. Hogwarts wore an expression of deepest sadness. What's going to happen to me? She asked concernedly. Your mind and free agency will no longer be your own, but a slave to someone else. The visage stated, the marriage contract. Bella whispered and saw the slow nod from Hogwarts. What will I do in the future if things aren't changed? For a moment, Hogwarts said nothing, but watched the young girl in front of her. Hogwarts' memories only included those things that happened within her walls and surrounding grounds. But she was made aware of things that happened without her through the students' and faculty's conversations and the odd news article read. So Hogwarts was aware of the horrors the Death Eaters had visited upon the wizarding world and the failed attack of 1978 against the school itself. Bella had led that engagement against the school. Nearly 24 students were killed before Voldemort and his force of Death Eaters were driven back. Terrible things, Bellatrix Black. Terrible. Hogwarts told her without elaborating. Harry looked up at her words and saw the pain in Bella's eyes. It was that moment that Harry realized that this was not Bellatrix Lestrange, the mass murderer and Voldemort's lieutenant, but this was Bellatrix Black, a 15-year-old girl who had not chosen that path. You are not that person, Bella. Harry spoke softly. Bella turned her face to his, her violet eyes storming with emotion. You haven't done any of those things yet, Harry told her. I may not have a choice, Harry. She stated, her voice devoid of emotion. You always have a choice. Harry replied, "Not if I'm forced to sign the very marriage contract my father has from the Lestranges." She almost sobbed. "Marriage contract?" Harry asked. "It's a pure-blood custom, Harry. Marriage contracts are used to form political alliances between like-minded families, but also to keep the bloodlines pure. They're magically binding, and in some case can be used to force the witch to be completely subservient to their husband. It strips them of their free will." Bella stated morosely. "Then don't sign it." Harry stated firmly. "It's not that easy, Harry. A refusal to sign, and I could be banished from the family or worse. To refuse would dishonor my family and have serious ramifications to our standing amongst the old houses. Isn't there anything you can do?" Harry asked. Bella was silently looking at her feet for a moment before she answered. "There are a couple of options. Neither is very pleasant. The first is hoping the Lestrange brothers die. The second option, Ido. There has to be another option, Bella. We'll just have to look for it." Harry stated, not happy with her options. "He is right, Bellatrix Black. You have an opportunity here to change your future, and I think Harry will be the key to help you." Hogwarts stated with an enigmatic smile on her lips. "So, we were brought here to help each other then?" Bella stated. Hogwarts smiled. "By helping each other you help yourselves, and hopefully our world as well." She told the two teens. "May I ask you a question?" Harry asked the woman. "Of course. If you were the castle, how come you look like, well, a beautiful woman?" Harry blushed. "Oh, Helga would give you a big kiss for that compliment, Harry Potter." "Helga?" Bella asked. "I took the image of the last founder, Helga Hufflepuff. She was flattered by my choice. I always imagined Helga Hufflepuff to be a large, burly Viking woman." Harry stated, a bit embarrassed. Helga was actually born in Ireland. Her father was a Norseman, but he took a young Irish girl as his wife. As many Norse in the 9th century who came to Ireland, they adopted the Celtic way of life and customs. Helga's father was no different. Hogwarts stated, amused at Harry's vision of Helga. "So, what do we call you?" Bella asked. Helga called me the Lady Hogwarts. Hogwarts replied, "Lady Hogwarts it is then." Harry smiled, receiving one in return from the woman. "Lady Hogwarts, could you explain to us about this wonderful room and its capabilities?" Bella asked, wanting to know the limits and abilities of the room. Lady Hogwarts grinned. "Of course. This room is known as the Room of Requirement. It gives within certain limitations anything the seeker needs. It is infused with thousands of charms, runes, and spells, too many to go into, and many of them only known to Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff, who were a charms mistress and runes mistress respectively." "So what are its limitations?" Harry asked. "Well, anything asked has to be already found within the castle or with the castle wards. The room cannot create something from nothing, so the tea I asked for earlier came from the kitchens." Hogwarts answered Bella's question, and Harry's calming draft from Madame Pomfrey's medicinal stores. "So the burning question for me and Bella is how we are here? Together, I mean seeing that we're from different times." Harry asked. "Excellent question, Harry Potter, but not easily answered. As I said before, this room can call anything that is within its walls that includes its students. Having the knowledge of the foremost, powerful and creative wizards and witches in history running through me and some creative magic of my own, I layered my own work with theirs. When I finished my spell work, I told the room I had need of both of you. When I had need for the two of you, the room, for lack of a better word, created a hole between your time and Bella's time, thus allowing you to occupy the same space." She stated with obvious pride in her voice. "So, because you summoned us, we can exist together here in this room?" Bella asked for clarification. "In essence, yes. It's a bit more complicated than that, but the whys and wherefores are not important right now. So we can only be together in this room. We can't go to each other's time, in other words." Harry asked this time. "Well, that's not entirely true. The room will allow you to exit to one another's time. However, you must be touching, and you will go to the time of whoever is in the lead when you exit. I anticipated that you may need to go back and forth, but I must warn you of the dangers of doing so. Already the timeline has been corrupted with you two meeting, but the real danger lies with Dumbledore. He is the headmaster in both times and is a master of clemence. Should he see you in the past, Harry, he will remember you, and that would create serious problems for you in your own time. For you, Miss Black, as well. You are quite the infamous witch in Harry's time. Should you be recognized, it could create pandemonium in Harry's time. I'm really that terrible in Harry's time?" Bella asked sadly. You are the nightmare of both the old and young. Your name strikes terror across our world. Lady Hogwarts informed the young witch. Bella couldn't imagine being so awful that she was feared by so many. Take extra care, young Bellatrix Black. Hogwarts counseled. Now, I believe I shall take my leave. I am sure you two have much to discuss. But should you need me, just call for me, and I will come. With those words spoken, the Lady Hogwarts seemed to dissolve into the nothingness and was gone. Tell me about my future self, Harry? Bella quietly asked the boy sitting across from her. She did not meet his eyes, but kept them focused on the low, burning fire in the fireplace. She looked worried, and Harry wondered if it was a good idea to tell her the little that he did know. I want to know, Harry, please. Bella's voice was soft and pleading. I don't really know much except for what Aunt Walburga told me and the whisperings of some of the students. Harry told her honestly. Whatever you know, Harry, I would like to hear. Harry sighed deeply, looking at the witch's profile in the firelight. Even with a subdued-looking face and her hair pulled back into a loose ponytail, she was stunning. Harry lost himself momentarily as his eyes traced the outline of her forehead. It continued down the bridge of her nose, curving under to explore the supple-looking site of her full lips. His eyes followed the path to her chin and then caressed the line up her high cheekbones and then plunging down her long, elegant neck. His eyes traveled back up and found a pair of violet eyes staring back at him with a speculative look in them. There were no accusations or teasing. She just gave him a warm half-smile that reached up to her dark-colored eyes. You were going to tell me what you have heard about me, Harry, she said, just barely above a whisper. Oh, sorry. Harry blushed in embarrassment. No apology necessary, Harry, but please, I'd like to know. Bella kindly replied. Well, according to Aunt Walburga, you joined a group known as the Death Eaters, who were the soldiers, I guess you could call them, of a dark wizard who called himself Lord Voldemort. Harry began. Bella knew the name. He was the leader of the new pure blood movement, who was advocating pure blood superiority and calling for stricter regulations against Muggleborns and half-bloods. This Lord Voldemort is actually a half-blood by the name of Tom Riddle, who went to school here some 50 years ago. A half-blood? Are you sure about that? Bella asked. Oh yeah, told me himself he did. His father was a Muggle and his mum a witch. Harry told her. Well, that won't go over well if his followers found out about that. Bella lightly chuckled. Suppose not. Harry agreed. Anyway, he began a war, loads were killed. According to Aunt Walburga, those pure-blood families who refused to join him were completely wiped out. My family included. Harry said darkly. The Potters were wiped out. Bella asked in shock. Yeah, I'm the last. It was because of me, well, because of my mum, really, that he was eventually stopped. The Ministry was losing the war badly and was near to falling. You were one of his top Death Eaters, and from what I understand, one of his deadliest. It's been whispered that you personally killed over 100 witches and wizards, including children. Bella gasped, and her eyes began to fill with tears as she collapsed in on herself, hugging her knees tightly to her chest. Harry could see her body shuddering in disgust. Harry stood grabbing a blanket that was draped over one of the couches. He threw the warm blanket around Bellatrix's shoulders and pulled it around her. Bella grabbed it, pulling it tightly under her chin, and dropped her head into its softness. You mentioned that your mom stopped him. Bella asked quietly, not raising her head. Harry decided to trust his new roommate with everything he knew, and so threw caution to the wind. For some reason, he decided to attack my family. He killed my father and then killed my mother in front of me. I was only a baby, but I still hear my mother's screams, pleading with him to kill her and not me. He then attempted to kill me with the killing curse, but something happened and his spell rebounded on him, destroying his body. Sweet Maeve, poor Jamie. Bella gasped at hearing of her cousin's premature death. Who was your mother? Bella asked softly. Bella noticed the look of extreme pain in Harry's eyes. She immediately began to regret the question and was about to withdraw the question when Harry responded in such a small voice she barely heard him. A beautiful witch named Lily Evans. Bella gasped again, recognizing the name immediately as the spirited red-headed girl that Narcissa had befriended. I'm so sorry, Harry. Bella's voice was sincere and sympathetic. I was just a baby when they died, but on occasion I can still hear my mum pleading with Voldemort to spare me and to kill her. I still can see the green flash of the killing curse when I close my eyes and try to remember. Harry's voice sounded so distant that Bella was sure he was reliving that horrible night. Harry, I don't want to become some mindless killing monster. I'm very happy with the person I am now. Bella told her roommate, tucking tighter into the blanket that Harry had placed around her. Then I guess we'll have to work on that, won't we? Harry gave her a half smile, deciding she was done talking about morose things for the time being and wanting to really get to know the boy in front of her and gulp, let him get to know me, I need to change the mood. Are you hungry, Harry? Bella asked in a cheery voice. Harry, momentarily surprised by the sudden change of topic, nodded. Teenage male here. I can always eat. Harry joked. Good. Have you ever had the fantastical tasting muggle food called pizza? A/in had a difficult time with this chapter. It just didn't want to be written, and I'm still not completely happy with it. Hence it being posted a little later than I had planned. But this chapter was needed to lay a bit more foundation and develop Harry and Bella budding friendship. Harry has decided to be completely honest with Bella, but Bella will be a little more cautious with what information she gives Harry. She is a black after all. Please leave a comment, suggestion, or review. Chapter 7. Disclaimer. See Chapter 1 for story disclaimers. 70 reviews for the last chapter. You guys are fantastic. I hope to respond to some of them and let you all know how much I appreciate your comments and suggestions. But if I don't get to yours, just know that I read them all and am truly inspired by your taking an interest in my story. A little warning. This chapter is a little angsty, but not overly so. Next chapter, classes begin. How will Harry deal with his classmates and professor? Chapter 7, Revelations. Kill the spare. Avada Kedavra. No. Cedric, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Bellatrix Black did not know what to do. She had heard the screams from her roommate's room and ran in as fast as she could to see what was happening. She found him thrashing about like he was having some sort of fit. He was soaked in sweat and tangled in the sheets of his bed. As she took in the scene, she realized that Harry was having some sort of nightmare, a really terrifying nightmare. And from the bit she could understand, it seemed he was reliving something, some event where someone had been killed. She stood at the end of his bed at a loss for what to do. He wasn't in any danger, so perhaps she should just return to her room and cast a few silencing spells. That was probably the proper thing to do. She turned and walked toward the door with every intention of returning to her room. But then, Mom, Dad? Bella stopped her hand, just about to push open the door. She looked over her shoulder and looked at Harry's face. Her heart dropped in her chest as she saw the look of such sadness and longing in the raven-haired boy's countenance. She didn't know why she did it. It was just an overwhelming moment of compassion, she would tell herself later. She returned to the side of Harry's bed. He was crying in his sleep, the discussion last night of his parents' death coming to her mind. She gently sat next to Harry's trembling form and cupped his cheeks, softly caressing it. She had done this with Narcissa many times when she had bad dreams and figured it couldn't hurt to try it with Harry. She shushed him with soft cooing sounds, continuing to stoke his cheeks. It's all right, Harry, she whispered. You are safe. You are safe. After about 10 minutes, Harry noticeably calmed down. She continued to look at the youthful face that was already showing the striking and rugged looks of a soon-to-be handsome man, and then she stared at his eyes. Piercingly green. Yet behind the emerald hue, she had seen that his true age belied his outward youthful appearance. What had he seen in his short life to have such heaviness reflected? Bella wondered. There was much more to Harry Potter than he had revealed to her yet, and she was actually looking forward to getting to know him better and maybe learning more about what the future held in store. She gently stood up from sitting next to the now deeply sleeping young man, ready to go back to her own room. But then from seemingly out of nowhere, she felt an intense urge to kiss him. This feeling shocked and confused her. She had never felt the desire to kiss anyone like the desire she was feeling now. Almost on autopilot, she leaned forward. Her hair fell down and draped around Harry's head. Closer, she moved as she took in his strong facial features. His scent was almost intoxicating and caused her to tingle all over. This was wrong, she thought. She barely knew him. He barely knew her. Yet she knew she was inexplicably drawn to him. Her lips were right above as they looked so soft, and she could already feel the warmth radiating from them. Her heart began to beat wildly. She couldn't do this. She was Bellatrix Black. Men stumbled over themselves to be near her. Boys were putty in her hands. She was not a slave to her emotions. She was in complete control always. And yet, she found her heart racing when she was near him. Was it the circumstances that surrounded their meeting each other that was so exotic? Was it this that was driving her desire? Something taboo, something so fantastical that it was overriding her senses. Possibly. She moistened her lips as she was just a hair's breadth away from learning just how soft his lips really were. With one final move, she leaned in and kissed his cheek. At the last possible moment, she lost her nerve, or maybe found it, and turned her head slightly to the left where she gave him a gentle kiss on his cheek. Harry suddenly stirred, and she quickly dashed from the room, amazed at her obvious impropriety and a little bit embarrassed. However, Harry would not wake and would remain oblivious to Bella's nocturnal presence. The Lady Hogwarts, in her capacity as a school, was supposed to be neutral and dispassionate to the day-to-day goings-on of the students and professors that lived and studied within her walls. Every individual had their free agency to choose their own path, to choose how to live their lives, whether they choose to walk the path of light, darkness, or something in between. In her millennial existence, she had watched silently as her children, for that is how she saw every student who entered her doors. She watched as they studied, interacted one with another, plotted and planned, hoped and dreamed, never interfering, but keeping danger from outside influences away from her children. However, things had changed, and the danger was not only from outside forces, but from inside ones as well. Lady Hogwarts' consciousness could be everywhere with few exceptions, but she was not omnipotent nor was she omniscient. So, plots and schemes could and many times were missed. At best, she could give reactionary assistance, such as moving a staircase, creating walls and barriers, but never physically interfering in an individual student's behalf and preventing incidents. But now, with the headmaster of the school purposefully endangering one of her children and tempting the darkness that could destroy her into her very walls, the oaths and mandates she once observed were now discarded. Her abilities to interfere were still limited, but she would do all that was in her power to change not only the fate of Hogwarts itself, but also the lives of two of its students who she felt destiny had guided her to protect. Her consciousness was alerting her to someone casting spells on her walls, spells that would affect all who passed under it. And yet it was focused on a singular target. The spell was a powerful compulsion charm placed on each archway of the 4 Hogwarts houses. This would not stand. Lady Hogwarts would no longer allow herself to be used to harm another. No longer would she allow her children to be harmed or manipulated. Unaware by the headmaster, a gentle pulse ran through the ancient edifice as the compulsion charm was removed from every stone in the castle. And then a new ward was set in place, one that would prevent such manipulations on the school from ever being used again. Many Hogwarts students would awake tomorrow not understanding why they had been so antagonistic and in some cases violent towards one Harry Potter. Harry walked into the commons area with a skip in his step. He had an incredible night's sleep. He hadn't slept better since well ever. The night had begun like many others had lately with terrible visions and memories of the last year's events. But then it all stopped and he found himself feeling so safe and secure, and the dreams that followed were in no wise scary or torturous, but rather pleasant. Harry felt his cheeks heat up at the recollection of the steamy dream he had last night starring his gorgeous roommate. He just hoped he would be able to keep his emotions in check when he saw her this morning. It wouldn't do to give his very perceptive roommate any reason to tease him. Harry stopped in his tracks at the sight before him. Bella had not slept in her room last night. The dark-haired girl was sitting at a desk with her head lying on a large tome with drool sliding from the corner of her mouth. There were books and old scrolls covering every inch of the desk she was sleeping on. Harry silently approached her and took in the adorable sight, smiling at her disheveled state. His grin quickly turned into concerned tightness as he picked up one of the books and looked at its title. Harry read, Binding Magical Contracts and How to Break Them. Picking up another entitled Breaking Magical Oaths, A Path to Squibness and Death, and another Untraceable Poisons and How to Brew Them. The parchment under her right hand caught his attention. He carefully moved in closer to see what she had been writing. A loosely held quill blocked some of what she wrote, but enough of the parchment was visible to read what she had written. Virginity clauses. Must be a virgin on wedding night. Violation of such clause will null and void current contract. Harry speculated that Bella's marriage contract must have this clause in it. He continued to read, although her arm was covering part of the parchment. How to overcome the chastity spell. impossible to do, requires head of house to cast counterspell. Wait, Harry is head of house. Harry read this last part with his name underlined several times and nearly choked on his own saliva. She expects me to remove some chastity spell from her. Harry thought to himself in surprise. Still looking at the parchment, it seemed Bella had written down the counterspell and its accompanying wand movements. Seems that she intends to cancel the marriage contract by losing her virginity. For some reason, Harry had to swallow a large lump in his throat, and his mouth went a little dry. Obviously, Bella really does not want to marry Lestrange. Not that I blame her. Harry mused. Contracts that bind free will. How barbaric. Harry sat down at a small breakfast table and a sidebar that had tea, coffee, juices, and an assortment of fruit and warm scones and honey. For several minutes, Harry stared at his roommate and contemplated her situation, wondering if he really would be able to do anything about the contract. Sure, he was Lord Black and head of house in his time, but she was not from his time. Would it even work if he tried to cast the counterspell? A slight groan caught his attention as he watched a disoriented Bella open her eyes and look around. "Good morning, Bella." Harry greeted his roommate and then took a long sip of his morning tea. He had to stifle a chuckle at the disheveled appearance of the dark-haired beauty. Her hair was sticking out in all directions. Her eyes were half closed. She staggered as she stood up from the desk and quickly gathered her books and notes together and tried to be inconspicuous as she crumpled up the piece of parchment that had been under her hand and tossing it into the fireplace. The bleary-eyed girl then walked to the breakfast table. She had on a long silky black nightshirt that fell mid-thigh and a pair of fluffy pink bunny slippers. She approached the small breakfast table and plopped herself heavily into the chair across from Harry. Harry began to say something, but Bella forestalled him with a raised finger. She grabbed a mug and the pot of black coffee that had appeared on the table. She took a long sip of the steamy bitter beverage and then, with a satisfied half-grin, sat back in her chair. "Morning, Harry." Bella finally greeted the young man. "Sleep well?" he asked. Bella froze and nervously met Harry's eyes, looking to see anything that might give a clue to the meaning of the supposedly innocuous question. Did he know she was in his room last night? Was he aware of her trying to comfort him? Sweet Morgana! Did he know that she kissed him? Looking closely at his expression, trying to discern anything from him, she relaxed somewhat when he did not appear to be insinuating anything from the question. "Oh, I was up and down all night," Bella replied. "How about you? Sleep okay?" she asked quickly. "Well, honestly, it started out a little rough, but then, I don't know, I thought that someone... Anyway, afterward, I slept pretty soundly," he replied, taking a bite of his buttered scone. He was about to say that he thought he heard a calming voice whispering to him and that it broke up his nightmare, but decided against it. "Humph," was all she said as she took another long sip of her morning java. "So, what are the plans for today? Tomorrow classes begin, and I thought we might spend today, getting to know each other better, since we might not have much time after today." Harry suggested finishing of the remaining bite of his scone. Yeah, I should make an appearance at dinner or my sisters will become worried about me. But other than that, yeah. In fact, there is something I want to discuss with you later if that's okay." "Sure," Harry replied, wondering if this had anything to do with what she had been researching on the chastity spell. A flip of a galleon to see who would get the bathroom first, and an hour later saw the two freshly dressed teens in their mutual commons room, ready to start their day. They decided to test what they had been told about being able to visit each other's time. Deciding that they would go to Harry's first, the two teens stood at the threshold of the open door and the hallway. Bella slipped her hand into Harry's and gave it a small squeeze. Harry suddenly blushed at the act, much to Bella's amusement. Bella had glamored her features to show straight, dirty blonde hair and hazel eyes. Being a Sunday, they could roam the castle without their house robes. Bella wore a pair of straight-leg blue jeans after being informed by Harry that her corduroy bell-bottoms were a bit out of style. A light charcoal gray jumper over her, the Who t-shirt finished the ensemble. "Ready?" Harry asked, receiving a tentative nod from Bella. Harry stepped out first, gently pulling Bella's hand as she followed just half a step behind. Unbeknownst to each other, they had both closed their eyes when they stepped through. When Harry came to a stop, he still felt the warmth of his roommate's hand in his own. Opening his eyes, he turned his head to the right and saw the girl still standing next to him, she just barely opening her own eyes. She turned to look at him, and a large grin broke out on her face. "It worked!" She almost giggled. It did. Harry replied, chuckling at her excitement. Where to first? He asked. Too bad we can't go into Hogsmeade. I'd love to see if it's changed much. Bella said, I don't see why we can't go. Harry replied, have the rules changed? In my time, there were certain authorized days that we could go, otherwise it was out of bounds. She informed Harry. Same now. Harry told her. But that never stopped me before. My Lord Potter, you are a bad boy. She smirked playfully. And just how do you intend to get past the gates? Only a professor can open them. I have my ways, milady. Harry responded with a devilish smile and half bow. Well, lead on them, my mysterious lord. Bella continuing their flirty banter. Harry extended his elbow, which Bella took, threading her arm through his. The pair made their way to the third floor, coming to a stop in front of a statue of a one-eyed, which named Gunhilda of Gorsmore. Looking around, making sure that no one was about, Harry then looked at the witch and said Descendium. Once the password was given, the hump on the witch's statue opened to reveal a short slide into a tunnel. An hour later, the pair emerged through a trapdoor in the cellar of Honeyduke's sweet shop. Bella cast a notice-me-not spell on the two of them, and then quietly made their way from the cellar to the main floor of the shop. The sweet shop had a few customers looking around, including two children of about 6 and 7 who were salivating over the various confections as their parents chatted with other shoppers. Harry and Bella stepped out into the warm autumn air, and Bella took her first glimpse of the future. The time traveler looked around with great interest at first, but then pursed her lips in disappointment. Nothing's changed. Nothing has very changed. These are all the same shops that existed in my time. She huffed, the disappointment clearly heard in her tone. Perhaps, but I'm guessing that there will be the new product here and there that didn't exist in 1971. Harry stated, trying to perk her up. Yeah, maybe. Bella agreed tepidly. Let's go explore. Bella dragged Harry to the top of street, intended to go shop by shop and see the changes, if any, to the various establishments. Bella removed the notice-me-not spell from the two of them, and with a few swishes of her wand, Harry was now sporting mouse-brown hair and blue eyes, his hair forward and covering the scar. No matter what glamour she cast, the scar always seemed to remain visible. The first shop the pair stopped at was a clothier. Harry stood in an absolute stupor as Bella had to look at every article of clothing in the shop. The girl was like a whirlwind of shopping madness that all Harry could do was stay out of the way. Despite being a completely magical village, the Hogsmeade shop had a larger-than-expected muggle section with brand-named clothing. Bella seemed to gravitate to the more revealing clothing, which actually Harry didn't mind so much as he was made to sit and give his opinion as she modeled the various outfits she had selected. After a 2-hour eternity in Harry's opinion, they finally left the shop with several outfits purchased by the eldest black daughter and shrunk down and placed in Harry's school bag that he had brought with him, her jeans being too tight to fit the shrunken packages. Not that Harry minded. The next stop was the local franchise of Flourish and Blots. Bella was particularly interested in modern wizarding history. Finding a few books on the subject, she retired to a little reading corner with a couple of chairs and sat down. Opening the book, she skimmed the chapters until she found what she was looking for, a chapter called The Blood War. Harry sat across from her and remained quiet while she read. He knew that she would most likely read about the gruesome details of the Second Wizards' War, how the Blood Purists began a reign of extermination against anyone who disagreed with their views and beliefs. These murders were not restrained to just muggles or muggleborns, but half-bloods as well. Gasped Sweet Maeve, dear Sweet Maeve. Bella gasped in horror, her eyes beginning to well up with tears. So many died. An appendix dedicated to the names of all those who were known to have perished in the war revealed the true horror of what Voldemort visited upon the wizarding world. Hundreds of names, many of which she knew or had known in this time. On the pages of the dead were several pure-blood families that were nearly or entirely wiped out. The McKinnons, the Kilburns, the McGonagalls, the Bones, the Elscoods, the Potters, the list went on and on. So many friends that she knew from her earliest memories were wiped out in Harry's time. It was hard to accept that one man was responsible for a movement that would deprive the wizarding world of some of its oldest and respected families. She looked up at Harry in morbid disbelief. All Harry could think to do was give her a sympathetic nod of understanding. My gods, Harry, how could the ministry have allowed this to happen? I don't know, Bella. Harry commiserated with his new friend. Blindness, apathy, corruption, there are a lot of things that could be blamed, but I think that initially the ministry turned a blind eye, because in the beginning only muggles and muggleborns were being targeted. The elites and upper crust felt no real need to involve themselves. After all, they had not been affected. When Voldemort did turn his attention to the purebloods and the ministry, he had gained so much strength that they were all taken by surprise. Bella set the book she had been reading aside and picked up a smaller one. Harry happened to glance at the title just as she gingerly opened it. Bellatrix Lestrange. Into the mind of Britain's most prolific killer and the right hand of the Dark Lord. Harry jumped to his feet and slapped his hand down over the book. Bella, don't. You don't need to read this. Harry pleaded with the as-of-yet innocent young girl. I need to know, Harry. I need to know what I became. She told him sadly. No, you don't. This is a different person altogether. You are not her. Harry replied a little more hotly than he wanted to. Yet, Harry, not yet. You never need be Bella. Like Lady Hogwarts said, we have already changed the timeline. Harry told her, the book's still here, Harry. That means we have not changed time enough to change what will happen to me. She reasoned, but we still can, Bella. We can still change this. We can save you from this fate. He stated with sincerity. Bella smiled gently at him, staring deeply into his eyes. Although a different color at the moment, the intensity and age in his eyes was still quite obvious. Maybe we can. She finally relented and handed the book over to Harry, who took it and placed it on a nearby shelf. I could use a drink, how about you? Harry offered, holding his hand out to her. I could go for a drink and maybe a light lunch. She smiled, grabbing Harry's hand in her own. He gently pulled her up from the chair and turned to head for the door. While his back was turned, Bella shrunk the book she was about to read and stuffed it in her pocket after disabling the anti-theft charm on it. Excellent, Harry said. We could go to the Three Broomsticks. Rosmerta makes a brilliant shepherd's pie. Rosmerta? Rosmerta P's good? Bella asked. Don't know her surname. We just call her Madame Rosmerta. Harry replied. Is she a tall bottle blonde with an impressive set of? Bella held her cupped hands in front of her chest. While this Rosmerta is quite endowed, every boy at Hogwarts drools over her. Harry chuckled. He too found the pub owner somewhat attractive for an older woman. Including you? Bella challenged, not meaning to sound so accusatory. She was surprised at the sudden spike of jealousy within herself. Harry shrugged. She's okay. I think she knows the effect she has on the male population at the school. But I've never ogled her or anything. I'm not really attracted to blondes. Harry replied quickly. Not that I care. Bella replied casually, or at least tried to, but was nonetheless internally pleased at his answer. Harry opened the door, and the two teens were immediately assaulted by the sounds and smells of the old pub and boarding house. After their eyes adjusted to the lower light of the establishment, they found an empty table near the back of the pub. Harry took the seat across from Bella and began to take in his surroundings. His sudden stiff posture alerted Bella that something had put Harry on alert. She casually got up and took the seat next to Harry and cuddled up to him as if they were snuggling. She then surreptitiously cast her eyes in the direction that Harry was staring. To her shock, she saw an older version of Lucius Malfoy sitting at a table in a darkened corner of the pub. He was dressed in expensive-looking black robes, no doubt, made of acromantulous silk with silver piping and hems and with a Slytherin green lining. The long, flowing platinum blonde hair was a dead giveaway. She also recognized the squat-looking woman that was sitting across from him. She was currently a seventh-year Slytherin in her own time, one Dolores Umbridge. She was a conniving, backstabbing bitch with little real magical talent, but was a huge, simpering sycophant who would do just about anything to be amongst the popular pureblood crowd. Sitting next to her was another man she recognized. He worked at the ministry as an undersecretary of some department or another. She had seen him often when she accompanied her father to the many ministry functions. He was another one who seemed to rise through the ministry on his knees and puckering up to anyone he thought would give him an advantage. She had witnessed him in all his suck-up glory at the ministry Yule celebration last year, schmoozing with Minister Millicent Bagnold. What's got your knickers in a twist, Harry? Bella whispered softly in Harry's left ear. The warm breath tickling his ears sent shivers down his body, and for a moment his train of thought was completely derailed by the sensation. Still with me, Harry? Bella, gently nudged him. Huh. Oh yeah, sorry. Harry stuttered. You see those three over there? Harry motioned almost imperceptibly with his eyes at the table where Malfoy and the others were sitting. Yeah, what about them? She queried. Well, the blonde peacock there is Lucius Malfoy. He's one of Voldy's inner circle and a right evil git. Because of him, terrible things happened in my second year. The school was nearly closed because he had a hand in unwittingly unleashing a basilisk. Harry whispered back to her. A basilisk. Bella whispered darei. Yeah, nearly killed several students. But fortunately, it was killed before it killed. Harry's eyes took on a haunted look that Bella instantly picked up on. There's more to this story than you're telling me, isn't there? Bella asked. Harry shrugged noncommittally and refused to say more. The other man is the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Harry continued. Minister of Magic. While I guess he did manage to kiss his way up to the top job. Bella remarked. Do you know him in your time? Harry asked. Not personally, but I know of him and have seen him at several ministry's functions when accompanying my father. He's a real, or was I guess huge suck-up, always trying to rub shoulders with the powerful and the elite. Bella remarked. I guess that makes sense why he would be here meeting with Lucy. Harry replied with disgust. Bella chuckled. What? Harry asked, confused at Bella's smirking chuckle. That's what I call him in my time as well. Bella informed. You know Lucius? Harry asked. Of course, we are in the same year at Hogwarts. He's one of Rudy's crowd, though much smoother and a lot more subtle than the Lestranges. She confirmed. He has a son, Draco, that is in my year. We are like sworn enemies. He's always trying to pull something. Damn, near killed me last year. Harry stated bitterly. Oh, yeah. He and his lackeys banished me off the fourth-floor landing, and I landed on the floor of the main hall. Still don't know how I didn't die. Were they punished? She asked angrily. Nope, no witnesses. I accused them of it, but a professor gave them an alibi, stating they were taking tuition from him at the time. Harry spat, the venom in his voice clear. I see there is a lot to learn about you, Mr. Potter. I hope you give me the chance. Bella told him sincerely. Again, Harry just shrugged noncommittally. They which at the table is the new defense against the dark arts professor. Can't remember her name, though. Something like Ugly, Umpire, Umbridge. Bella spat. You know her, Dill? Harry asked. Unfortunately, and there is no way in Hades that she is qualified to teach data. She received a troll on her OWLS in that subject the way I heard it. Be careful around her, Harry. She's an evil bit. She will walk on anybody to get what she wants and is not above harming others to get it. Bella cautioned her roommate. Harry nodded. Hello, darlings. Shouldn't you be up at the castle? The bottle blonde proprietor of the Three Broomsticks asked. We're homeschooled Mississippi. Bella lied easily, but wanted to come and get a glimpse of the castle. Oh, well, welcome to the Three Broomsticks. I'm your hostess, Madame Rosmerta. So what can I get you dears to eat or drink? The busty woman asked with a coquettish smile at Harry. Bella tightened her grip possessively on Harry's arm as she tried to stifle a glare toward the blonde. A couple of butterbeers, please, and an order of shepherd's pie for me and for my girlfriend. Bella responded quickly, glaring at the woman. I'll have a prawn cocktail, she said tersely. Excellent choices. I'll be back shortly with your order. Rosmerta told the pair, winking at Harry as she left. Girlfriend? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow, looking at the girl next to him. Don't get your hopes up, my lord. I just didn't like the way she was sizing you up like some sort mid-morning snack. Bella replied, releasing Harry's arm and hoping that he wouldn't question her obvious momentary loss of cool. Harry gave her an appraising look, but did not pursue clarification on her response. He shook his arm a bit to get the blood flowing again from where Bella had a death grip on it. So, is that the same Romerta you know in your time? Harry asked. Yeah, the little tramp. Bella whispered under her breath. What was that? Harry asked, not catching what Bella had said. Yeah, it was. Rosmerta is in my year, but a Hufflepuff. The boys in my time are just as interested in her assets as the boys in your time apparently seem to be. Bella replied with disdain. Harry was about to tell her that he thought she was much prettier than Rosmerta, but his attention was diverted when he heard his name being mentioned at the Malfoy table. Bella had heard it too and looked up. Bella pushed her hair behind her ear and tapped a diamond stud earring in her left ear. Harry looked at her curiously, and before he could ask her what she had just done, she whispered, It's a hearing enhancement charm. The earring acts as an amplifier. It's dead useful when you want to get dirt on someone. It's black family magic. Hush, and let me hear what they are saying. Bella told him rapidly. Bella concentrated on the conversation, while Harry was trying to strain his own ears to hear what was being said but could only make out a word here and there. Rosmerta returned with their orders and placed them on the table. Bella unconsciously slipped her arm through Harry's again as the beautiful barmaid approached. Harry grinned at Bella, but wondered was it for show or was she truly being possessive of him, and did he mind? He let the thought slip from his mind, though, and turned his attention to the shepherd's pie that was calling to him. 45 minutes later, and Harry watched Lucius stand and walk out of the pub. Fudge and Umbridge continued to speak in hushed tones for another 15 minutes before they'd stood and left the pub. Well, that was a disturbing but an enlightening conversation, Bella said as she too stood. Harry took to his feet, throwing 5 galleons on the table as they made their way to the exit. As soon as they exited, Bella took Harry's arm again and started them back to Honeydukes. So what were they discussing? Harry asked as he walked alongside his roommate. You, was her short answer. What about me? Harry asked concernedly. Not here, let's get back to the ROR, and I'll tell you the whole sordid thing, Bella told him. He noticed that she had a worried expression on her face, which got his curiosity, not to mention his anxiousness, up. An hour later, the pair found themselves in the alcove behind the statue of the one-eyed witch. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon, and there were many more students passing through the hall. I guess we're going to have to try and blend in with the crowds, Bella stated to Harry, not seeing a clear way of getting back to the 7th floor undetected. Not necessarily. Harry smiled mischievously. Oh, bella question. Harry pulled a silky-looking cloak from his school bag and threw it around him and instantly disappeared. Bella gasped in surprise. Then suddenly Harry's head appeared seemingly floating in mid-air. You have an invisibility cloak. My Harry, aren't you full of surprises? Bella laughed. I have a few. Harry smiled. We can both slip under and make our way undetected to the 7th floor. Are you trying to get closer to me, my lord? Bella teased, seductively pressing up against him. Very eloquently stated, my lord. Bella giggled as Harry blushed scarlet. As tempting as your suggestion is, there are too many people roaming the halls. The chance of being bumped into is high. We'll just have to risk it with the glamours, Bella suggested. Yeah, suppose you're right at that. Harry conceded, his color still a very impressive red. 15 minutes later, the pair found themselves on the 7th floor near the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy. Seeing that the coast was clear, they requested their room, and seconds later a door materialized on the opposite wall, and the two quickly entered. The 2 teens flopped down in their now self-appointed chairs. Bella's was the one left of center of the fireplace, and Harry's the one right of center. Bella was the first to speak as they each got comfortable. Harry, what have you gotten yourself into? Bella asked, flopping her right arm onto her forehead as she leaned her head back against the arm of the cushy chair lying across its length with her legs dangling over the other arm. What do you mean? I mean, the ministry is out to make you out to be some kind of lying nutter with delusions of grandeur, she said, glancing at Harry from underneath her arm. Harry sighed heavily. Doesn't surprise me. After the Triwizard Tournament fiasco, Fudge all but called me a liar when I informed him that Voldemort had returned, Harry told the witch, who abruptly sat up. The Triwizard Tournament? They brought it back? She asked, stunned. Yeah, last year. That's when the whole school turned against me, Harry said morosely as he picked at a loose thread on his jumper. Back up a moment, Harry. I think it's time you told me about your life. You've let slip a few things, and I can tell there is much more you are keeping to yourself or hiding, Bella stated. I don't like talking about my life, Bella. It's not something that I find easy to do, Harry softly spoke, looking down at his hands. If we're here to help each other, Bella began, I think we need to be open and honest with each other. Don't you think? Bella asked sincerely. Harry leaned heavily back into his chair and closed his eyes. For several minutes he said nothing, but Bella could tell that he was fighting within himself, trying to decide how to proceed. He didn't walk off, so Bella saw this as a positive that maybe he would open up. Several more minutes passed when Harry suddenly sighed heavily again. He opened his eyes and stared right at her. But she could tell that he wasn't looking at her, but at something far in the past. Something painful, for his eyes held unshed tears just on the verge of cascading down his face. She stood and slowly walked toward him, and then knelt down in front of him. He seemed to not have noticed she had moved. Bella reached up and gently took both of his hands in hers. The physical contact seemed to break Harry out of whatever place he had been. He looked down at her face, searching green eyes meeting violet. On Halloween 1981, my life was turned upside down. For the next several hours, Harry told his story to a captive audience of one. Bella, by the end of it, was emotionally exhausted. She had felt sadness, anger, rage, horror, and a myriad of other emotions that wreaked havoc with her ordered mind. On some kind of impulse, she gathered herself off the floor and crawled into Harry's lap and pulled his head to her shoulder as he wept. It was a soul-cleansing cry that Harry had desperately needed. Neither seemed to be in any hurry to let the other go. They were just content in holding on, trying to take what comfort the other had to offer. Finally, Harry's grip around her waist loosened, and she reluctantly slid off his lap and sat on the floor cross-legged in front of him. "Feel better?" she asked gently. He mutely nodded. "You are a remarkable person, Harry. To have gone through so much and still remain as grounded as you are. It takes someone with a strong character to go through all that and not go insane. You are sane, aren't you, Harry?" Bella half smiled, giving him an over-the-top, inquisitive look that made the 15-year-old boy give a chuckle. "Yeah, for the moment anyway." Harry teased back. Bella gave him a spectacular smile. "Good. Can't have my head of house being a nutter, can we now?" She teased. "S'pose not." The tension in the room all but vanished as Harry looked at Bella fondly. "Thanks," Harry told her. She just smiled and gave him a quick nod. "Morgana, it's 6 o'clock. I've got to meet my sisters for dinner, Harry." "Sorry, but I have to run," Bella told him hurriedly. Without thinking, she kissed his cheek and then ran from the room. Harry stood there in a daze as he touched the cheek she had just kissed. Merlin's beard. "I forgot about Luna. I was supposed to meet her for breakfast." Harry chastised himself for forgetting about the quirky blonde he had met just yesterday. Harry sprinted to the bathroom, where he washed his face, quickly trying to rub away the splotchiness from his face from his emotion cleansing. Dashing for the door, he grabbed his bag with the Marauder's map and his cloak. Bella entered the Great Hall and immediately spotted her sisters sitting together, just filling their plates with the evening meal. As she approached, Andromeda looked up and gave her a "Where the hell have you been?" look. Sheepishly, Bella took her seat across from the other two. "Sorry, I kinda lost track of the time." Bella apologized. Andromeda looked skeptical at hearing her sister's excuse, but decided to let it go. "So what have you been doing all day?" Andromeda asked. "Just doing some research and stuff," Bella replied, as she plated some roast beef and Yorkshire pudding on her plate. "What kind of research could you be doing? Classes don't start until tomorrow," Narcissa asked in confusion. Bella looked around the table before leaning forward, her sisters mimicking her. "Research on avoiding contracts," Bella whispered. "Bella, are you wearing men's cologne?" Andromeda asked after getting a whiff of a musky scent from Bella. "Then who is the boy you've been snogging?" Andy smirked. Narcissa's eyes widened in excitement. "You have a boyfriend?" Narcissa squealed. "Sissy, shush. Keep your voice down, and no, I do not have a boyfriend." Bella denied. "I can smell a man's cologne on you, dear sister. So fess up, who's the boy?" Andy pushed. Bella sighed. "He's not my boyfriend, and before you ask, I have not been snogging with him. I gave him a hug, and I guess his cologne spread to me." Bella whispered resignedly. "Is he cute?" Narcissa bounced in her seat, eyes sparkling with interest. "Well, he's not ugly. Yeah, I guess he's kinda cute." Bella relented. Narcissa squealed again, clapping her hands in excitement. "Who is he?" the middle sister asked. "No one you know, Miss Busybody." Bella, "Well, what's his name then?" Andy continued. "Look, not to be difficult, but I'd rather not give you any details about my love life." Bella replied tersely. "Oh, you love him?" Narcissa asked with wide eyes. "I didn't say that, sissy. Can we just drop it, please?" Bella glared at her sisters. Okay. Andy lifted her hands in surrender. "So you mentioned contracts?" Andy asked. "Am I correct in assuming you meant marriage contracts?" Raising an annoyed eyebrow at her sister, Bella replied. "Possibly." Andromeda softened her features as she looked at her sister. "So, you think you may have found a way out of yours?" Andy asked sincerely. Bella relaxed, realizing that her sister was trying to be supportive. "Yeah, I think so." "That's wonderful, Bella," Andy stated with a warm smile. "Yeah, that great, sis," Narcissa added. "It is, but it's a little complicated, and I'm going to need the help of certain person." Bella quietly revealed. Who? Narcissa asked curiously. Andy's eyebrows shot into her hairline as she saw a blush forming on her big sister's cheeks. You mean this mystery boy of yours, don't you? Andy leaned in and whispered accusingly. The increased level of red in Bella's blush was all the confirmation she needed. What exactly does he have to do? Andy asked suspiciously. None of you business. Bella retorted hotly. Besides, I'm not completely sure if he will even be able to do it or that he would want to. Bella sighed, heavily resting her head on her arm that was on the table. Andromeda rested her hand on Bella's arm, her sister's outburst not fazing the more level-headed black sister. So how does this affect the contract before it's even signed? If he is able to help me, it would violate one of the pre-stipulations required in the contract. She replied, an important pre-stipulation that if violated would prevent the magic in the contract from binding my will to the Lestranges. She added enigmatically. Andromeda had a pretty good idea what her sister meant, but would not voice it out loud in front of Sissy. Whatever it is you're trying to do, Bella, just be careful, okay? Andromeda told her sister with concern. I will, and like I said, he may not be able or willing to do it. Bella grimaced sadly. Lily! Narcissa suddenly squealed, jumping up from the table to hug her new friend who had approached the Slytherin table. Bella turned to see the hesitant first-year GRYF approaching the table. Many of the older-year Slytherins were giving the redhead menacing stares. Bella gave the redhead a welcoming smile. Hello, Lily, won't you join us for dinner? Bella asked the first-year warmly. Thank you, Lily said, nervously glancing down the table at the affronted looks of the others at the table. Bella took out her wand and placed her hand on the table, pointing her wand toward the other students and gave them a don't provoke me stare. The others quickly returned their attention back to their meals. Excited for classes to start, Lily? Andromeda asked kindly. Oh yes. I still can't believe that all this is real and that I'll actually be learning how to perform magic. Lily enthused. Mudbloods! Someone further down the table sneered. Not worthy of having magic. Lily shrank into herself and cast her eyes down. Don't do that, Lily, Bella stated firmly to the redhead, who snapped her head up at the forceful tone from her friend's sister. You have every right to be here. You are a witch, and I have a feeling you'll be a powerful one. Always keep your head up and eyes firm. Don't let these wankers intimidate you. Always show strength and determination, understand? Bella told her firmly. Lily nodded her head. And if anyone messes with you, Bella spoke just loud enough for the others at her table to hear. You come to me, and I'll make them wish they were never born. Bella turned a hard glare toward her housemates, and in not so many words had declared the first-year Gryffindor as untouchable. Her housemates, knowing of her prowess with a wand, were not in any hurry to test her declaration. Thank you, Bella. You can call me Bella. Thank you, Bella. Lily Evans smiled warmly, her green eyes filled with gratitude. Harry's eyes, Bella noticed. That thought brought back the conversation that she and Harry had just prior to her coming to dinner. A wave of sadness flowed through her as she had been made aware of the terrible fate that awaited this vivacious redhead. Lily and Narcissa put their heads together as they were both comparing their class schedules. They shared 4 classes together and had planned to sit together if allowed. Bella hoped that Sissy and Lily would remain friends. She decided that they were good together. She had never seen Narcissa take to anyone outside of her own family as she had with Lily Evans, and it brought a warm feeling to her heart. She would have to ask Harry if the two remained friends through their Hogwarts years. As close as the 2 girls appeared, now it was hard for her to see them drift apart. But the house system was hard on friendships between those of different houses. So are you sleeping in the dorms tonight, or are you going back to your secret hiding place? I wonder if this secret boy knows where it is. Andy asked with a smirk. Back to my hiding place, and maybe he does. Bella replied cheekily, sticking her tongue out at her sister. Harry pulled out the Marauder's map and tried to locate his friend Luna on the map, but was not having any luck. She wasn't in the Great Hall, she wasn't in the library or in Ravenclaw Tower. Frustrated, Harry shook the map and said, Where is Luna Lovegood? To Harry's surprise, the map changed, and an image of the Black Lake appeared with the trees bordering the north side. There at the edge of the forest was the name Luna Lovegood. What is she doing way over there? He mused. Re-entering the room, he spoke clearly. I need a broom. To his surprise, his firebolt appeared. He figured Ron had kept that as well, But then he remembered that the room could call anything from within the castle. He smirked when he thought of Ron's reaction when he discovers that the cloak, the map, and now the broom were gone. A quick shrinking charm shrunk the broom. Harry stuck it in his pocket and then made his way to the main entrance. Harry ignored the stairs and the hurried whispers as he made his way through the castle. If he would have just paid a little attention to the conversations, he would have heard many trying to apologize to him for their behavior as he walked by. But Harry was focused only on finding Luna and apologizing himself to the blonde Ravenclaw. Once outside the castle, Harry removed his broom from his pocket and enlarged it, and within half a heartbeat had jumped on it, and he was streaking through the sky, heading to the north end of the Black Lake. As he approached the tree line, he saw a glimpse of light blonde hair. As he got closer, he noticed her situation. His blood boiled hot as he sped up to reach his friend quickly. He landed to find his friend stuck to the tree, most likely with a sticking charm about 6 feet above the ground. She had no shoes or socks on her feet and was just dressed in a thin t-shirt and a short skirt. Her feet were blue, as were her lips that were chattering. Harry countered the spell and caught her in his arms. The lithe blonde was shivering from the cold. He cast a warming charm on her and then began to massage her feet and legs to get the blood flowing again, and then moved to her hands and arms. Luna, are you all right?" Harry asked with concern. Luna's shivers began to subside after Harry had cast a second warming charm, and her teeth stopped chattering. "Oh, I'm okay, I think. I'll just return to the castle," Luna said quietly, not looking at Harry and attempting to stand up. "Luna, stop," Harry told her as he grabbed her by the shoulders and forced her to sit again. "What happened, Luna?" She didn't answer and refused to look at him. "Luna, please talk to me. Who did this to you?" Harry asked again, pleading with her to talk to him. "I thought we were friends, Harry," Luna whispered. It was so quiet that Harry nearly missed it. "Of course we're friends, Luna. Why would you say that? Why you never came to breakfast this morning, and I looked for you, and I couldn't find you anywhere. I just thought you were avoiding me and that you didn't want to be friends anymore." This all came out in a rush as Luna pulled her knees to her chest. Harry removed his cloak and put it around the small girl, cinching it up around her neck, and sat next to her against the tree. "I am so sorry, Luna. I just forgot about our breakfast date. I know it's not a good excuse, but it was unintentional." For a moment, Luna said nothing, but then laid her head on Harry's shoulder. "Am I forgiven?" Harry asked softly. He felt her nod on his shoulder. She scooted closer to him for warmth, and Harry put his arm around the girl and pulled her closer. "So, who did this to you, Luna?" Harry asked again. "It doesn't matter anymore. What's done is done." Luna replied meekly. "It does matter, Luna. No one should do this to another person. You could have died of cold out here," Harry stated a little heatedly. "I'm sure they would have come back, or the spell would have ended soon." She responded, snuggling deeper into Harry's side. "Where's your wand, Luna?" Harry asked, wondering why she hadn't reversed the spell herself. "They took it from me and threw it over there through the trees." Luna pointed her hand, barely coming out of the cloak, to point out the direction. Harry took out his wand and concentrated. Accio Luna's wand. A few seconds passed, and then a wand came racing toward them from the foliage. Harry deftly caught it in his hand and gave it back to Luna. "Thanks, Harry." "No problem, Luna. Now will you please tell me what happened?" Harry turned his head to look at her. "My roommates were furious with me. They said I had gotten into their trunks to retrieve my things. No word about why my things were in their trunks. I tried to tell them that I didn't get into their trunks, but they refused to believe me." Luna explained. "Did you tell them that it was a house elf that retrieved them?" Luna nodded. "They still refused to believe me. The next thing I remember is opening my eyes, and an older Ravenclaw is levitating me up to the tree and another girl casting a sticking charm." She said. "They stunned you?" Harry asked in shock. Luna shrugged. "Don't know for sure, but I don't remember leaving the tower or how I got here. Anyway, Marietta had my wand and walked over to the trees and then threw my wand into the forest." "So how long have you been out here?" Harry asked. "Well, it was about an hour or so before lunch when my roommates confronted me, so whatever time it is now is how long I've been here," she stated. "Luna, it's nearly 7 o'clock. That means you've been out here alone for nearly 8 hours. We need to get you to the hospital wing to make sure everything is okay." Harry stood quickly, lifting Luna easily off the ground. "No, Harry, I'll be fine. I'm just a bit cold. I am hungry, though. I haven't eaten anything today," she said sheepishly. "Let's go get something to eat then." We'll head to the kitchens again, okay? Harry asked, receiving a nod from Luna. After casting one more warming charm on Luna, Harry mounted his broom, with Luna straddling the broom behind him and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. 20 minutes later, the pair were in the kitchens warming up with some hot chocolate, as the ever-helpful and eager elves had loaded up the small dinner table with enough food for a dozen. After they had eaten their fill, Harry decided to try and convince Luna to speak with her head of house. She was reticent to do so, but eventually agreed that she would mention it to Professor Flitwick. Harry walked Luna back to Ravenclaw Tower, where she gave him another warm hug before entering her common room. Their conversation at dinner had been interesting and enlightening, as Harry learned a bit more about his quirky friend and her father, who was the editor of a magazine called The Quibbler. She had promised to get him a free subscription to the magazine. She called it the friend rate, but as quirky and odd as she appeared at times, she was incredibly insightful and saw the world through very different lenses than most people, which in Harry's opinion gave her a unique perspective on things in general. She reassured him that he had more support than he thought in the castle, and that things were not always what they seemed to be. She had also told him that the castle had healed itself, and that the curse of the sniveling wingbat had been removed. She could no longer see the magic on the entrances anymore, but also noticed that the castle seemed to have changed somewhat. The vibrations, as she put it, had changed, giving the castle a friendlier feel. Harry entered the ROR just a bit after curfew and heard someone crying hysterically in the direction of Bella's bedroom. He quickly made his way there, but nearly fell to the floor when he had tripped over something carelessly tossed on the floor. Harry bent over and picked up the discarded book. Harry sighed deeply and rubbed his face with his hands in comprehending frustration. It was the book from the bookstore detailing the life and murders of Bellatrix Lestrange. He had thought that she had left it at the shop, but apparently had clandestinely taken the book with her. How was he going to deal with this, he thought. How terrible would it be to discover that you would become an insane mass murderer responsible for the death of men, women, and children? He could think of no soothing words of comfort to give her. With resignation in his heart, he entered her room quietly, hoping that something would come to him to comfort the distraught witch. It dawned on him that this would be the second witch that he would try and comfort today, and this one had comforted him earlier. The day just seemed to come full circle. He saw Bella curled up in the fetal position on her bed. Like Luna, he saw that she was trembling, but not from cold, but most likely guilt and/or fear. Two emotions he knew quite well. He sat down gently on her bed, Bella giving no indication that she was aware of his presence. She was facing away from him, and perhaps not felt the bed move. "Bella," he called to her softly. She froze but didn't turn around. He laid his hand gently on her shoulder and gave a soft squeeze. "The person in that book is not you, Bella. You never have to become her. That is Bellatrix Lestrange. You are Bella Black, a strong, intelligent, and independent young woman in control of her own destiny." Harry warmly rubbed her back in small, slow circles. "I'm not her yet, Harry, but I could be by Christmas." Bella choked out between sobs. "Does this have to do with the contract?" he asked. She looked back at him and nodded with watery eyes. "If what I read in that book," she growled. "I'll be married by this summer and not return to Hogwarts again until 1978, when I'm storming the school and killing anything in my way." She sobbed. "I won't let that happen, Bella. We won't let that happen. Remember what the lady said. She brought us together to change things. Not just for the school, but for us as well. The future for you can be unwritten, and maybe my past as well." Harry told her, the truth of his belief evident in his eyes. Bella turned over and threw her arms around Harry's waist and hugged him to her. She pulled Harry down until he was lying flat on his back on her bed. She cuddled up next to him, laying her head on his shoulder, her right arm over his stomach, and holding onto his waist, pulling him tightly against her. Her body had finally stopped trembling, and she had gotten her crying under control as well. They lay that way for what seemed like hours until Bella broke the silence. "Harry," she whispered, "if there was a way to assure that I didn't have to marry Lestrange, a way to get out of the contract, would you help me?" Bella asked quietly, but not looking up at him. Harry took a moment to consider how to answer. Although he already knew that yes, he was willing to help her, he was just slightly afraid of where this all would lead and how this would affect him not only on a personal level, but how this would affect the timeline. Hermione's warning of the dangers of messing with the past came to his mind. But wasn't that already happening with just Bella and Harry meeting? And that is why the lady brought them together to change things. Yes, Bella, I'll help in any way I can. What is it that you need from me? He asked softly. Bella slowly lifted her head from his chest. She sought out his eyes, looking deeply into them. It was not for the first time that she was amazed at how fast she had come to trust this boy from the future. How fast she was actually falling for him. And what she saw reflected in his eyes, she hoped was him falling just as hard and fast for her. 3 impossibly short days did not seem near long enough to develop feelings like this for someone. But there was no denying that she had indeed fallen for the raven-haired boy. But then again, was it her heart telling her that she wanted him? Or was it her Slytherin brain telling her that he was a means to an end to get her out of an unwanted marriage contract? And if it was, did it matter? On this one thing, Bella was willing to give her heart the benefit of the doubt and allow her emotions to make the decision for her. Harry, she called to him, her heart beating wildly. She looked lovingly into his eyes, allowing her emotions to flood her body. Her voice was soft and low as she spoke her next words. Harry, make love to me. A/N. I know. It's an evil place to leave this, but I've already written over 10,000 words, and if I kept going to where I want to take it, it would have probably reached over 14. And I personally don't like really long chapters. Around 7,000 is usually where I like to keep them. I hope that you enjoyed the chapter, though, and would be so kind as to leave a review or a comment. Reviews are catnip to authors, so please feel free to send some catnip my way. Chapter 8. Disclaimer. See Chapter 1. A/N. 92 reviews for Chapter 7. Freaking amazing. Thanks to everyone who made that the most reviewed Chapter 1 have had in any of my stories. I'm sorry for the wait, but this chapter kept getting longer and longer, and I was still adding more to it. I decided, however, to split it, so here is the first half. The second should follow next week. Thanks again for all the amazing reviews. Chapter 8. Decisions. Last time, Harry, she whispered, if there was a way to assure that I didn't have to marry Lestrange, a way to get out of the contract, would you help me? Bella asked quietly, but not looking up at him. Yes, Bella, I'll help in any way I can. What is it that you need from me? He asked softly. Harry, she called to him, her heart beating wildly. She looked lovingly into his eyes, allowing her emotions to flood her body. Her voice was soft and low as she spoke her next words. Harry, make love to me. Harry sat speechless at the side of the bed of the intoxicatingly beautiful dark-haired witch. His heart was beating so hard and fast he swore it could be heard echoing throughout the room. Her violet eyes were moist with recently shed tears and looked so vulnerable and yet so hopeful. Her hair was wild and framed the delicate but refined features of her face. She was the very image of a damsel in distress and was looking to him to be her rescuer, her knight in shining armor. When he had read over what she had been researching through the night as she slept at the desk this morning, he knew that she was trying to find a way out of being forced to marry Rudolphus Lestrange, and that she wanted or needed him to be a part of it. However, reading her written thoughts and then having her ask him to make love to her was complete synapses overload for the teen. He had avoided thinking about what he had learned all day, not giving it any real weight. Besides, it was just Bella brainstorming ideas, right? But now, faced with her petition, he was in a word stupefied. He did not know how to respond to this. He was a virgin and completely clueless when it came to the fairer sex. Did she really want to have sex with her? Why? What was so important about her losing her virginity anyway? This was just all wrong. It didn't make any sense. They barely knew each other. 3 days ago, all he knew of Bellatrix Lestrange was that she was one of Voldemort's most feared followers. And now sitting in front of him was a 15-year-old Bellatrix Black, still innocent. Hands not bloodied by the heinous deeds of her future self, or her potential future self. She was beautiful, yes, but also intelligent, passionate, and he felt all funny inside when he was around her. But she was also a Slytherin, cunning and ambitious. The Slytherins he knew were not above using others to get what they wanted and then disposing of them. Was she just using him? Was he her means to an end? He did not know. Looking into her eyes, he saw vulnerability, though was it real? Bella, I don't know how to respond to this. Harry quietly spoke while trying to hide the blush on his face. We barely know each other, and Harry, please listen to me and let me explain. Bella interrupted. She sat up on her bed and folded her legs Indian style. Her hands were in her lap, and she was looking down, trying to decide how to explain all this to Harry. She idled with the thought of just seducing him and manipulating him into doing what she wanted. But she did not want to do that to him, not to Harry, who she was genuinely becoming fond of. She did not want to risk losing the budding feelings that the two were developing for each other. She had to be honest and upfront. Not a very Slytherin way of doing things, but sometimes you just needed to be a Gryffindor and charge right in. Harry, you know about the marriage contract I have with the Lestranges? Bella asked. Yeah, I know. He replied, and you know that if I were to sign the contract, I would become bound to Rudolphus. Not just by legal means, but by magical as well. Again, Harry nodded. My will, my freedom to think and act for myself will be stripped from me. Bella stated, swallowing hard, not to let her emotions get away from her. You mentioned that, but I don't understand how that is possible. How can a simple contract take away who you are and your ability to think for yourself? Harry asked, genuinely interested. Bella took a deep breath and let it out raggedly. When a girl is born into a pure-blood family, especially a family who follows the old ways, blood is taken from them, several vials in fact. Bella began. Blood? Harry gasped in surprise. Bella nodded. You may or may not know this, but blood is infused with a person's magic. It is a part of them, inseparable. You've heard of blood magics? She asked and received a nod from Harry. Blood magic is an arcane but powerful branch of magic. Most rituals of this sort have been banned by the Ministry, classified as dark. However, some blood rituals, minor ones anyway, are still used today by not only old families, but by the Ministry and also by the goblins. She told him, okay, so I'm assuming that the blood of infants is used in some kind of ritual? Harry asked. It is. Bella nodded. In my case, and in the case of many girls born into my type of family, the blood of the girls is used to perform a chastity binding. Bella blushed, but continued. It is also used in the creation of betrothal or marriage contracts. I still don't understand. Harry replied, cocking his head and trying to meet Bella's eyes that were looking down. A chastity binding is performed by the head of house, in this case my uncle or Ian. Before a girl reaches puberty, a vial of her blood is used to draw runes across her body. These runes are activated by the magic in the blood and by the house magic of the head of house. But why is it the head of house? Why can't it be anyone else? Harry asked, confused. There is an anchor rune drawn on the body of the girl. It corresponds to a rune that is etched into the head of house signet ring. Thus, only a head of house can activate or remove the binding, because only the accepted head of house can even put the ring on without dying most horribly. She elaborated. Oh, okay, I get that. So you think that because I am the head of the Black family in my time, I can remove the binding? Harry asked, as the gears in his head began turning. But how can you be sure that I can override your uncle's binding? He is, after all, still alive in your time and your head of house. True, but I think that there is a good possibility that here, in this place, you would be able to do it. She replied, a hint of hope in her voice. What happens if I try and it doesn't work? Harry asked. Bella looked reluctant to answer. Again, she would not meet Harry's eyes. The consequence, she knew, would be terrible, not for Harry, but for her. She could wind up barren or something much worse. Bella, what are you not telling me? Harry asked, his concern ratcheting up in her sudden silence. It could cause me some damage, she quietly stated. Damage? What kind of damage? Harry asked in a tone that came out harsher than he intended. It could make me infertile, or it could kill me. Bella whispered the last part so softly that Harry almost didn't hear it, but he had. No, no way am I going to attempt some spell that could kill you. Absolutely not. Harry was on his feet and yelling at the cringing witch. Harry, please listen to me. I'm almost certain that it will work. You are the head of the Black family. She argued. In my time, he rebuked. Then we'll go somewhere in your time to perform the ritual. Bella argued back. But there is still no guarantee that it will work, Bella. You could be throwing your life away. Harry shot back. It's my life, Harry. And I'd rather die at an attempt to keep my freedom than become the mindless slave of a bastard who will whore me out to his friends and become a bloody killing machine for some psychopath. Bella roared, jumping to her feet and standing toe-to-toe with Harry, her chest heaving up and down. The fury and desperation was clearly evident in her tense face. Harry staggered back a few feet and turned away from her. He closed his eyes, tightly wondering how this conversation had devolved into them shouting at each other. He understood where she was coming from. She was facing losing her very self. He knew that if he was in her place, that he would choose freedom over servitude as well. Bella, I just don't want anything to happen to you. I don't want to be the cause of harming you. Harry's voice was soft and yet heavy with emotion. He lowered his head, his hands coming up to rub away the frustration. Harry, Bella whispered and gently touched his shoulder. He slowly turned to face her and suddenly found himself in a gentle embrace. Harry was surprised at the sudden demonstration of affection. Bella rested her head on his shoulder. I don't want to die either, she softly whispered. But I want to be free to choose my own path. Do you understand that? She asked in a low voice. She felt him nod his head as he tightened his hold on her slightly. She liked the feel of his arms around her. She loved his scent and the warmth his body provided. Please do this for me, Harry. You're the only one that can help me. It was a heartfelt plea that melted Harry's heart instantly. Harry felt her heartbeat against his chest and was drawn in by the warmth of her body pressed against his own. He became slightly dizzy as her scent flowed through his senses. His decision made, he let out a long, cleansing breath. Okay, Bella, I'll do it. Bella's arms tightened around his waist as she buried her face into his neck. Thank you. Her breath was warm against his flesh. He reluctantly released her from his embrace and took a step back. He met a smiling face and couldn't help but return it. Bella grabbed his hand and pulled him back to her bed where they sat, facing each other again. I was able to find the ritual that was used on me and what runes were used as well so you can draw them. The problem is getting another vial of my blood. She stated, What do you mean draw the runes and a vial of your blood? I thought all I had to do was release the binding. Harry stuttered. Well, yeah, you have to reverse the process, and that requires that my blood and the runes need to be redrawn with the addition of the canceling rune. She stated, staring at a worried-looking Harry. I don't know how to de-draw runes or activate them. Harry explained, I can help you practice them before we perform the ritual, and your own magic through the signet ring will activate them. And where exactly do I have to draw these runes? Harry asked, fearing the answer. Bella blushed, but kept her eyes locked with Harry's. You'll have to draw them on my body, Harry. I'll have to be disrobed for the ritual. Her blush deepened at the thought of Harry seeing her in such a vulnerable state. Harry's brain froze again as he processed what he thought she was saying. Seeing his frozen, terrified features, Bella nearly chuckled. You mean you have to be, nude, Harry? She asked with a humorous smirk. Yes, Harry, I'll have to be nude. She was rewarded by a nearly catatonic Harry, whose eye went completely unfocused. Bella took his hands in hers. I trust you, Harry. And believe me, I'll probably feel more embarrassed than you will. She chuckled. Harry just numbly nodded. Now, Uncle Orion would have stored my blood somewhere at Grimmauld Place. I'm sure there will still be some there. They took about 6 vials of blood from me after all, just in case they needed it. The Blacks never dispose of anything that can be of value. Can't you use some of your own blood, from you now? Harry asked. No, it has to be from the blood that was first taken from me. Don't know why, but that's what the text said. That could be a problem, then, seeing as how I'll have to wait till the break before I can return to Grimmauld Place. Harry sighed. What about calling your house elves? As head of house, you should be able to call them to you. Bella offered. Do you think it would work through Hogwarts wards? Harry replied. Well, the lady has been pretty accommodating so far. Perhaps she'll let them through. She offered. Well, no harm in trying, I guess. Creature, I need you, Harry yelled out. A few seconds later, there was a small pop that had both teens turning to see an ancient-looking elf bowing so low that his pointy nose was touching the floor. Young master is calling for Creature. The high, gravelly voice intoned. I was good to see you, Creature. How is the mistress? Harry asked the diminutive elf. Mistress is missing you already and is hoping you are representing the family well here at Hogwarts. Creature informed Harry. Creature then realized that there was another human in the room. His eyes widened as he recognized the young witch. Mistress Bellatrixie, what is you doing here, and why is you appearing so young? Did you escape from the wizard prison? The startled elf stated, wringing his tea towel toga he was wearing, and looking worriedly at Harry and back to the dark witch. Hello, Creature, Bella said kindly. Creature looked up at her and had a confused look on his face. Miss Bellatrixie is having black family magic again. How is it possible? She marrying nasty Lestrange and black magic gone. What do you mean, creature, about her having black family magic? Harry asked. When Miss Bellatrixie is bound to Lestrange, she loses black family magic and inherits Lestrange magic. But she has the noble black family magic back. How is this possible? The elf looked accusingly at Bella. It's a little hard to explain, creature, but this is not the Bellatrix of our time, but from 25 years ago. Harry explained. Creature is confused, but her magic tells me she is Bellatrix Black. Creature approached Bella, looking closely at her. Harry is telling the truth. I am Bellatrix Black. She confirmed to the old elf. It is good seeing you again, Miss Bellatrixie. So what can old creature do for you, young master? He said, turning back toward Harry. Creature, do you know where Orion Black has placed the blood vials of the Blacks? Harry asked, hoping Creature knew of what he was speaking. Creature is knowing where all the vials of blood for the noble house of Black is kept. He replied, looking at Harry oddly. Why does young master want to know this? I'm trying to help Miss Bellatrix, and I need you to bring me the vials containing her blood. Harry informed him. Can you do this for me? Creature can do this, but Creature is curious as to why. The old elf asked. All you need to know is that it is to save her from a terrible fate. Harry told him sternly. Now go and bring back her vials, please. And thank you, Creature. Creature lives to serve the most noble and ancient house of Black. Creature bowed low, and with a soft pop was gone. Well, that went well, Bella stated as she sat back down on her bed. Yeah, Harry replied, sitting in front of Bella again. Thank you again for doing this for me, Harry. She told him warmly. I just hope I don't, hurt you in any way. Harry grimaced. I know it will work, Harry. I have a good feeling about it. She told him, grabbing his hand and giving it a squeeze. They jumped when Creature suddenly appeared, carrying 3 vials with a red liquid substance in them and an empty picture frame. Here is Miss Bellatrixie's vials, master. Creature handed the vials to Harry. What's up with the picture frame? Harry asked curiously. Mistress was wanting Creature to bring her spare frame to you. She is curious about what you and Miss Bellatrixie is doing. Okay. Is she in it right now? Harry asked with some trepidation. You'd be needing to tap the frame with your wand to activate it, and then call her to you, master. Creature informed him. Okay then, Harry said distractedly. I'll be sure to call her up presently. Harry told the elf. Is young master needing anything else? Creature asked tiredly. All this popping about is tiring poor old Creature. No, Creature, nothing else. Go back home and rest. If I need anything else, I will call Dobby. Harry told the old elf, and jumped when the old elf spoke to him. Is young master not happy with Creature's service? I am old, but I still takes care of the house of Black. I is not helpless master. Creature argued. Creature, I did not mean to offend you. You have been an excellent servant and caretaker to our noble house, and one day I will proudly add you head to those of your predecessors who have honored our house and whose heads are displayed for all to see. Harry replied, getting an amused smirk from Bella. Forgive poor old Creature. Creature not yet used to other elves in my mistress's home, but I is always willing to serve. Creature bowed, and with a pop was gone. Wow, he hasn't aged well. Bella commented on the state of the old elf. Well, he was alone in the house for quite some time. I'm sure that had to have had an effect on the poor thing. Harry defended. So what are you going to do with Aunt Walburga's portrait? Bella asked, looking at the large ornate frame. Don't know. Guess I'll hang it in the sitting room, but I don't see a reason to do it right now. Maybe tomorrow or next week. Harry chuckled. Zoom, I have the runes diagram for you on some parchment, and the incantation you will need to memorize. Bella told him, nervously turning around and pulling some parchment from a desk. She handed him the instructions and nervously pushed some loose hair behind her ear as she looked up at him. Harry took the parchments and looked at the runes. They seemed complicated. Harry worriedly commented. Not too difficult, Harry. I'll help you practice them until you're confident enough to draw them on your own. She offered reassuringly. How long do you think it will take? He asked, sorting through the parchments. I hope to have you ready by next weekend. She bit her lip nervously. By next weekend? Harry gasped. That as soon? Bella nodded vigorously. You can do it, Harry. I know you can. She reaffirmed her belief in him. So after we do this, you will be free of the contract? He asked, taking a seat on her bed and facing her. She took a seat in front of him and took his hands in hers. She looked down at their clasped hands and answered his question. Not quite, Harry. She began and took a steadying breath. That's just the first part of what needs to happen. With the binding broken, then I can do the most important part that will invalidate the contract. She softly spoke. Harry apprehensively asked, "What does the second part entail?" Bella fidgeted a bit as she plucked up her courage to continue. She knew that this would not be easy to ask, and logically she knew that anyone could fulfill the second part, but she wanted it to be Harry. She did not know why, but she knew that somehow Harry's and her life were somehow intertwined. Her quick feelings for him were evidence enough for her that he was someone special, and she wanted to pursue those feelings further. Harry, it has to do with what I asked you to do for me when you first came in. Harry, I need you to know. I would like for you to make love to me. Her voice was again soft and pleading. She saw the look of shock and confusion on his face and needed to explain to him why. Harry, please listen to me. The contract is a binding magical item. The parchment it is written on is called blood parchment. It is infused with my blood. The blood acts as a catalyst to activate the runes embedded within the parchment. The runes are for a compulsion charm so strong that it is similar to the Imperious Curse. It blocks the free will of the person whose blood is added to the parchment. My blood, Harry, but how does the act of us making love change that? Harry asked a bit embarrassedly. First, let me tell you how it binds me to Lestrange. When Rudolphus and his father signed the contract, Rudolphus will use a blood quill. It is a quill that magically uses your own blood as ink. Harry gasped in horror. Now, when he signs, his blood mixes with the blood parchment, but the runes under where he signs creates an ownership bond with my blood. It allows him to literally control me and my magic. This can only happen after I sign my part, and my blood soaks into the parchment and then activates all of the runes within the document. I still don't understand, Bella. How does it change things if we, Harry asked again. Bella scooted closer to Harry until they were sitting knee to knee. She held his hands in her lap and continued looking deeply into his eyes. Because Harry, the blood in the parchment has to be identical to the blood of the signer. It's part of the binding magic. If we were to make love, and you would need to finish in me. Bella blushed profusely, but continued. When we make love, our fluids will mingle and cause a slight chemical change to my blood chemistry. This change, though small, will be enough to not match the blood in the parchment. Thus, the binding will not activate, and it will invalidate the contract further by me not being a virgin as stipulated in the writing. Bella finished looking hopeful for acceptance in Harry's eyes. So if we make love, you'll be completely free of the contract and Lestrange? Harry stuttered. Yes, Harry, yes. I will then be free. Bella told him expressively. Harry looked down at their clasped hands deep in thought. Her hands were soft and warm. He squeezed them gently and half smiled as he felt her squeeze back. Harry felt like his head was spinning. So much information seemed to be warring inside his mind. She had literally dropped a bomb on him, and he did not know if he was up to the task. Rituals and spells, contracts and blood. It was just so overwhelming. He really wanted to help her, not just because he was beginning to fancy her. He realized it while they were walking in Hogsmeade with her arm in his, but because it was the right thing to do. No one should be forced against their will to do anything, especially having your free will taken from you. Taking a steadying breath, he made up his mind. He knew that this would definitely change the nature of their relationship once they had freed her. He was also aware that this would be the first big change to the timeline and briefly wondered what the repercussions would be. He gently squeezed her hands again and then looked up into her deep violet pools. I know this can't be easy for you, and I know that to lose who you are, Bella, would be a great loss to not only you but to me as well. Harry's gentle words and blushing face made Bella smile. When I first found out who you were, I admit I was a little worried and was waiting for something awful to happen. Harry chuckled softly. But I have come to see you for the remarkable person that you are, and never in a million years would I have imagined wanting to get to know someone more than you, Bella. And I would hate to lose the opportunity to get to know Bellatrix Black much better. Harry grinned. What I'm trying to say, however awkwardly, is that I'm willing to do whatever it takes for you to keep your freedom. Bella, with happy tears in her eyes, launched herself into his arms, hugging him tightly, and without thinking crushed her lips to his. Bella's forward momentum pushed Harry over, landing on his back on her bed with Bella lying right on top of him. The hard kiss soon softened and then became searching as Bella explored his lips with her own. Slowly, gently she moved her lips over his, and soon Harry was responding in kind. There was no thinking, no wondering, there was only raw emotion that was driving the two teens to explore what had up to now been undiscovered territory, as the both enjoyed their first real kisses from a member of the opposite sex. It was only the need for air that broke the two apart. Finally, Bella's forehead was resting on Harry's, their eyes locked on each other. "Wow!" They chorused simultaneously. They lay there, just staring at each other for several minutes, neither in any particular hurry to move until Harry became aware of a growing problem. Harry was saved, however, as both of them jumped at hearing a loud buzzing sound. The two red-faced teenagers looked to the source of the noise and found the picture frame that Creature had brought vibrating madly. "I guess Aunt Walburga wants to talk." Harry shook his head. "I better hang her up before she gets too upset," Harry stated, swinging his feet off the bed and picking up the empty portrait. "Why don't we hang it in the sitting room above the mantel of the fireplace?" Bella offered, standing up and straightening out her clothes. "Good idea," Harry told her as they left Bella's room, Bella slipping her hand into Harry's as they walked. Harry grinned blushingly at the gesture, which pleased Bella immensely. With a sticking charm in place, the gilded portrait frame had been hung just above the mantel. Harry took out his wand and then looked to Bella. "Ready for this?" he asked. "Let's say hello to the old woman." Bella smiled. Harry tapped the frame and then stood back. Bella took his hand again and stood closely by his side. He raised his eyebrow at her. "I'm staking my claim to you, my lord." She smiled warmly. "And I'm sure once she discovers what we plan to do, she might be more accepting of it." In my timeline, she thought very highly of the Lestranges. Her own sister had married into the family, so she was accepting of the contract between our two houses. "So you think she will be happy about us being together?" "Are we together?" Harry asked timidly. Bella smiled beautifully and brought her lips to his again in a soft but loving manner. "I'm in if you're in," she stated, the smile reaching her sparkling eyes. "I think I'd like that," Harry replied with a goofy smile. "Then it's official," Bella stated. "You're all mine, my lord." She giggled demurely. "Aunt Walburga," Harry called out. A second later, a tall, salt and peppered-haired woman with gray eyes and sharp, aristocratic features appeared and sat in a large wingback chair. "Well, it's about time, young man. Creature has been back for more than an hour. What took you so long to—" "Oh," the former mistress of House Black said, now taking stock of the two teens in front of her. "Bless my soul. Is that really you, Bellatrix?" the portrait asked. With a small courtesy, Bella responded. "Yes, Lady Black. It really is me," Bella informed her respectfully. "Amazing," she said. "I did not believe Creature when he informed me. But here you are, and from the past, no less," the Black matriarch said in an astonished voice. She then saw the teens' intertwined hands. "And what is the meaning of this?" she asked, petulantly pointing at their joined hands. "It's a long story, Aunt Walburga," Harry began. "I have all the time in the world, Harry, so explain yourselves." For the next 2 hours, the teens explained everything that had happened to them from the moment they had entered Hogwarts 3 days ago. To say Walburga Black was stunned was a serious understatement of the obvious. She had listened to the couple, only interrupting when she wanted clarification. Time travel, or whatever this was beyond her comprehension, but she couldn't argue the fact that a teenage Bellatrix was standing in front of her. In the end, and after much persuasive arguing, the teens convinced her to support them in their cause. She also told Harry that she would be continuing his education as Lord Black and his instruction in Black family magic, and of course strengthening his mind with training in occlumency. Bella, unsurprisingly, was quite adept at the skill and volunteered to help as well. It was nearly 1 in the morning when the two teens returned to their bedrooms after a quick 10-minute goodnight kiss. Tomorrow was the first day back to classes for both of them, and neither was looking forward to it. Harry surprisingly slept well. His dreams for once didn't involve the rebirth of the Dark Lord or the death of Cedric Diggory, but surrounded the raven-haired witch that slept next door. He could still taste her lips on his and smell the lingering scent of the flowery perfume she wore. He rolled out of bed and headed for the bathroom. He opened up the door and froze as he watched a wet and very naked Bella stepping out of the large pool-sized bathtub and reaching for a towel. Her back was to him, and he did not see anything inappropriate as he watched her wrap the large fluffy towel around her torso. Bella happened to glance back over her shoulder and noticed Harry staring in a daze at her. Her blush went from her face and down her neck and chest. Fortunately for her, she was facing away from him, and he could not see. She smiled shyly at him and walked to her door. She opened it and walked in, only pausing for a moment to send him a quick wink. The door closed behind her, and she fell against it hard, her face burning from embarrassment at being seen in the altogether. Harry finally came to his senses when the echo from the door alerted him that she had left the room. For a moment, he replayed over and over again in his mind what he had just seen. The most perfect derriere that he had ever seen. Well, to be honest, it was the first and only naked derriere that he had ever seen, and it was spectacular. A half hour later, Harry was finally bathed and dressed in his school robes and was headed to the sitting room, where he was greeted by a still blushing Bella. Though blushing, Bella couldn't resist a chance to tease Harry. "Did you see anything you liked this morning, my lord?" she asked mischievously. Harry's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water as he tried to formulate words. But the reintroduction of the image he had seen earlier was now foremost in his mind. It took a minute or two, but Harry found his voice. "I saw the most spectacular thing I have ever seen," Harry replied with a glazed-over look. Bella giggled at his reaction. "What is this? What are you referring to, dears?" Aunt Walburga asked, suddenly announcing her presence and looking suspiciously at the two teens. "Oh, nothing, Aunt Walburga. Just teasing Harry," Bella replied to the portrait. "Impertinent youth," the black matriarch grumbled. By the matching blushes she could see on the two youths, she could just imagine what they were talking about. The two enjoyed a light breakfast, neither really looking forward to the day, but determined to get through it. Harry received some last-minute advice from Walburga, who told him to walk tall and proud and put to heel all those who would challenge House Black. This advice got a chuckle from Bella, who remembered received the same advice from her parents. Hand in hand, they walked to the door that opened up on the 7th floor. Harry pushed it open, but neither teen moved. They stared nervously at the empty hallway, school bags on their shoulders. The silence seemed to stretch. "Wish we could just go together," Bella spoke, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "Me too," Harry replied with a sad smile. "Maybe it is something we should look into," Bella told him, turning her gaze upon him. "I think if the savior of the wizarding world were to just up and vanish, it would cause quite the uproar." Harry smirked. "To hell with them, Harry. It's not like they have treated you well. You don't owe them anything," she replied, squeezing his hand. Harry was pensive for a moment. "What if I did just leave?" he mused. "No one in Bella's time knows me. I'm not even a twinkle in my parents' eyes yet. I could probably find a way to get a fake identity. I could load up enough galleons from the Black Vault in my time and just disappear into Bella's." It was an interesting idea, but then Harry thought about what he would leave behind. His friends. What friends? They abandoned me. He mused. "There is Luna. She's a sweet girl, but I really don't know her that well, but I'd feel bad if something happened to her." He tried hard to think of some other reason to stay, but for the life of him, he could not find one. The only scrap he could find was what Luna had said the day before, that he had more support than he realized, and that there was some curse that had been turning the student body against him. Maybe he could give it a couple of weeks, and if things hadn't improved, maybe he could just go to the past. Although Voldemort is on the rise in Bella's time and would soon throw the wizarding world into a brutal civil war. Either way, he knew deep down that he and Voldemort were destined to confront each other. In the graveyard, Voldemort had mentioned a prophecy about the two of them, and that Harry would not be allowed to live. So he knew that the evil wanker would not leave him be. But what if he could stop him before he got powerful enough to start the First War? With his access to the past and everything about the First War documented, including where attacks occurred and battles fought, it could save a lot of lives, maybe even his parents. Going to the past was looking better and better the more he thought about it. Harry turned to look at Bella with a mischievous grin. "What if I did do just that, Bella? Just go to your time." "Are you serious, Harry?" Bella asked in surprise. "I was thinking of coming with you to your time. I would be free from the Lestranges and all the drama with my family that will be created once we break my binding and foil the contract. I guess we both have reason to escape our own times. Either way, we will still have Voldemort and Death Eaters to deal with." I was just thinking that if we concentrated our efforts in the past, we could stop Voldemort before he ever causes a problem. Harry said, "Are you deaf, Harry? Why would you want to even get involved with that monster? I say we just head off to America or the continent and leave all this behind. Bella, we could save a lot of innocent people from getting killed, including my parents and Sirius. And besides, Voldemort has a personal interest in me, and I don't think we can run far enough away that he would not find us. And in the past, he doesn't know I exist. Yet." Harry argued. "I don't know, Harry." Bella sighed. "Also, remember, Hogwarts brought us together to try and change things from happening the way they did. Voldemort is the cause of trouble in both our times, and I'm sure us packing up and leaving isn't going to change the past from repeating itself." "Oh, sure. Guilt me into agreeing with you." Bella glared at the boy. "So, I guess for now, I need to continue to go to my time and get as much information on the First War that I can." Harry sighed. "Well, I know several in Slytherin House, right now, who are either members of Voldemort's movement or sympathizers to his cause. I can keep my eyes and ears open for anything else of interest. In fact, I've been invited to a meeting of his youth supporters on the eve of Samhain." Bella told him. "What? You're not going, are you? It could be dangerous." Harry asked with worry. "It's just kind of a recruitment meeting, I think. They want me to join it fairly badly, so I don't think they'll do anything to me or try and do anything that will turn me off from their little group." She told him, but Harry didn't look happy. "Will the Lestranges be there?" Harry asked her. "I suppose he will. He is actually the leader of the youth movement at Hogwarts." She replied, "It sounds like it would be a perfect opportunity for him to try and get some payback for what you did to him the other day." Harry observed, "I know how to take care of myself, Harry. I've been doing pretty well defending myself for some time now." She snapped back a little harsher than she intended. "Look, I know you can take care of yourself. Just be careful is all I'm saying." Harry apologized. "Sorry, I didn't mean to be so curt." Bella replied, wrapping her arms around Harry. "We better get going or we'll be late for our first class. We'll talk about this later, okay?" "Sure," Harry replied. They hugged each other tightly again, and with a quick peck on the lips from Bella, they stepped through the door. The first class of the day for Harry was Transfiguration with the Gryffindors and the Hufflepuffs. Trudging to the classroom, he noticed the looks he was receiving as he passed. Some were still hostile, while others were remorseful. He entered the classroom and decided to take a desk at the back of the room closest to the door. He looked around the room at the many students who were already there. Not surprisingly, he noticed Hermione at a desk in front of the room. Her hair seemed to be a lot bushier than normal, like she hadn't brushed through it in days. She must have felt his gaze on her, because she turned around to look at him. He nearly gasped at her appearance. She was pale, very pale, except for the raw-looking skin around her eyes, which was red and blistered like she had been crying nonstop. She had a pained look in her face that screamed regret and sadness. She looked like she was about to say something to him, but her mouth just opened and closed several times before she seemed to give up on what she wanted to say in frustration. Oddly enough, Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil took seats on either side of Hermione. Lavender put her arm around the distraught bookworm and leaned in to whisper something into her ear. Hermione nodded jerkily. Hermione then proceeded to gather her things up and stood from the desk. In her hand, she had a rolled-up piece of parchment. She walked straight up to him and placed the scroll on his desk with a watery but hopeful smile before exiting the classroom. Harry picked up the scroll and watched as Hermione seemed to burst into tears and left the classroom. Before he could read whatever was on the scroll, his other former friend walked in, followed by one of his former roommates, Seamus Finnegan. "What did you say to my girlfriend, Potter?" Ron spat at his former friend. "I have no idea what you're on about, Weasley." "What girlfriend?" Harry replied with a mock look of confusion. The red-headed boy placed both hands on Harry's desk and leaned forward menacingly. "Hermione, that's who. I know you spoke to her the other day, Potter. And since then she hasn't said 2 words to me and has been in a right state ever since. So what the very hell did you do to her?" "I have done nothing to her, Weasley, so go pester someone else," Harry said lowly with his own menacing look. "I want answers, Potter," Ron roared, pulling out his wand from his robe. But before Ron could clear cloth, Harry had pulled his own wand and was now pointing it straight at Ron's chest. Ron's body blocked the view of Harry's wand from the rest of the class and was unobserved when Professor McGonagall entered the room from her office. "Mr. Weasley, take your seat this instant. I will not have you starting fights in my class," 15 points from Gryffindor, and a detention this evening, Mr. Weasley. The stern Transfiguration professor informed the redhead. This isn't over, Potter. Ron threatened lowly. Bring it. Harry replied back. Ron and Seamus took seats 2 desks in front of him. A body all of a sudden took the seat next to him. A sheepish-looking Neville Longbottom glanced at him. Mind if I sit here, Harry? The timid boy asked. I suppose not. Harry replied, getting a weak smile from Neville. Thanks, no problem. Harry shrugged. Professor McGonagall started the class with a speech on the importance of the Ordinary Wizarding Level Exams, or OWLS. A syllabus was distributed to the class, which included a lot of revision along with learning new theories and concepts as well as a heavy practical component to the class. She also announced that this year they would have a professions interview with their heads of house where they would discuss future career paths. An hour and a half later, the class mercifully ended. They spent most of the class going over what they had learned over the last 4 years and demonstrating their transfiguration skills. Harry was impressed with himself. He usually struggled with transfiguration, but all the training he did for the Triwizard Tournament had sharpened his skills tremendously. Mr. Potter, a word please before you head off. You have a break this period, yes, since dropping divination? McGonagall called to him as everyone was packing up their things to go to their next class. Yes, Professor. Harry grimaced and wondered why she wanted to speak to him. As the last student exited, Harry made his way up to the front of the class. Come up to my office, Potter. I think we should make ourselves comfortable, she told him. Now he knew something was up. He had never been invited to her private office before. He wondered what he had done now to be singled out like this. Harry entered the office and found to his amazement that the office was warmly decorated with personal effects placed all around. Several pictures lined the walls. He saw one of a much younger McGonagall being embraced by a rather striking man with dark blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and wearing dark blue wizard robes on her left, and embraced by another man on her right in red aura robes. He was much younger, perhaps late teens or early 20s. Suddenly, McGonagall was behind him. That one on the left was my husband, Robert McGonagall. She sighed heavily. He was a wizard during the First War, such a powerful wizard, but more than that, he was a wonderful husband and wonderful father. She choked up. Harry was stunned. He had not known she was even married or that she had a son. The other young man, Minerva continued with a shaky voice, reverently touching the image on the photo. This was my son, Richard. Robert was a wizard, a team leader, and Richard was a second-year junior auror. Minerva suddenly looked so much older than she usually did. What happened to them? Harry asked, but winced when he saw his hard-as-steel professor begin to leak tears in steady streams down her face. They were killed, Harry. They were both assigned to Hogsmeade Village back in 1978. I was thrilled that they were so close to the castle. I got to see them every weekend. She smiled warmly in remembrance, but then the smile quickly disappeared as she continued. It was June 1978. The school year was nearly over. There was a Death Eater attack on the school. You know who led the attack? The wizard and auror contingent in Hogsmeade were quickly dispatched to aid us. It was a brutal assault. Many students were killed. It had been a beautiful warm day, and many students were enjoying themselves outside the castle. They came 300 strong out of the Forbidden Forest, shooting indiscriminately at anything in front of them. 1978. Harry remembered what Bella had said from reading the book she had on herself. It was 1978, and she was in that battle and had stated that according to the book, she was responsible for many of the deaths that occurred that day. His heart sank, knowing what Professor McGonagall was about to tell him. My Richard and Robert fought valiantly. I had been fighting next to my son when I noticed a first-year cowering behind the fallen body of another student who was obviously dead. I left my position next to my son to assist the young girl. While I was gone, 2 Death Eaters had surprised my son, coming from the position I had just left. They didn't even give him a quick death. They slit his throat, and he slowly bled out. When I returned to him, his eyes were frozen wide open in terror. I'm terribly sorry, Professor. Harry whispered. I failed to protect him, Harry. And because I failed him, he perished. The Death Eaters were finally driven back, and they fled. I later found my Robert killed by the killing curse, but he took nearly a dozen of them with him before he died. From witnesses that saw him fall, he had taken out 10 Death Eaters before he was faced with Bellatrix Lestrange. She was just too fast for him. She toyed with him for several minutes, cutting away pieces of his body before she finally killed him. Harry was speechless. He did not know what to say. Why was she telling him all this? It obviously was not something she was comfortable with. "Come sit down, Harry." Again, she called him by his name and not by Potter or Mr. Potter. Harry had never seen this side of her, and it made him a little nervous. Harry sat in a very comfortable armchair as McGonagall sat in a similar one right across from him. "I know you're wondering why I asked you here, Harry. It's simply this. I have failed you, Harry, as sure as I failed my own son. I have failed you. I have not been by your side when you have needed me, and I have allowed you to come to harm because of my foolish belief in someone I used to hold in high esteem, who said it was for the greater good. But no longer, Harry. I know that you have no reason to believe or trust me. But I will take a witch's oath before you right now that I will do whatever it takes to protect you and keep you from being placed in harm's way." There are other professors who feel the same way and are willing to swear an oath as well. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to this. In years past, she had ignored his pleas for help, and when he had come to her, when he was being targeted last year, she had never defended him. Remembering all the time she had dismissed his concerns and pleas were sparking his anger, and it was ready to burst free. Harry stood up abruptly and unleashed a torrent of anger-fueled accusations and incriminations for the next half hour, and McGonagall sat there and took it all without complaint or excuse. Her face showed her remorse and shame for her part in Harry's treatment over the last 4 years. Harry slumped back into his seat with his hands covering his face when he finally ran out of steam. Minerva remained silent as she watched the young man in front of her. He looked so much like his father, but in that moment she saw the fire in him that was definitely from his mother. She had witnessed more than once the unleashed temper that the red-headed Lily Evans had, and you immediately felt for the one on the receiving end of it. "Professor, I don't know if I can trust anyone but myself anymore. Those I thought friends have turned their backs on me. I don't think I have it within me to trust anyone." Harry calmly spoke, the hard edge in his voice audible. "I understand, Harry, but nevertheless I swear on my magic that I will always do my best to protect you." Minerva glowed a soft white for a moment, evidence of a magical oath sworn. Harry gave her a small nod and then exited her office. He stopped short of the classroom door that leads into the hallway as the ghostly visage of the Lady Hogwarts appeared. "My lady." Harry gave a short bow. "You can trust her, Harry. She is serious about helping you and regaining your trust. I've seen her in conference with other professors. They are all willing to defy the headmaster on your behalf, Harry." She informed him. Harry sighed heavily. "But where was this help before? Huh? Why are they now so interested in helping me?" He angrily spat. The lady, taking no offense at his outburst, explained. "They were blind, Harry, manipulated by one they all held as a leader of the light. But their eyes are now opened and they are repentant. Allow them to help you, Harry. You and Bella cannot accomplish your goals without the help of others, and that means trusting again." She explained. "I don't know." Harry sighed in frustration. "I just don't know if I can allow myself to be that vulnerable again." "Try, Harry. It is important that you don't close yourself off to those who want to help you." She tried again. Harry let out a frustrated breath. "I'll try, my lady, but I won't promise that it will happen overnight," Harry told her. Lady Hogwarts smiled warmly at him. "That's all I can ask, Harry." Harry had just 5 minutes to get to his next class. He had been in McGonagall's office longer than he thought. The next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts with the Slytherins. "Bloody fantastic," Harry grumbled, heading for Dada classroom. "I wonder what kind of professor this Umbridge woman will be," Harry thought as he entered the classroom. "A/N. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. It was actually over 14,000 words, so I decided to split it into 2 chapters. That means that expect the next chapter to be out sooner than my normal update time. A lot of information was given in this chapter, and I hope it has you on the edge of your seats for the next. Please leave a review or a comment, and let me know your thoughts about the story so far." Chapter 9. Disclaimer. See Chapter 1. A/N. Okay, so here is the second half of the last chapter. It's not as long as the first, but it sets up the next chapter to come. Thanks for all the reviews. Only a little over 60 this time, but I'm posting this chapter a lot sooner than I have on the others. Next chapter will be much longer. This one is just to whet your appetites. Chapter 9. Washroom Foreplay. It had been a long day, and Bella was anxious to get back to the ROR and unwind with Harry. The new status of their relationship was very exciting to the young witch, and she was looking forward to developing it further. She was also anxious to begin going over the runescape that Harry would need to learn in order to perform the unbinding ritual and the spell work associated with it. The other part of her foiling the marriage contract was also weighing on her mind. On one side, it terrified her. We're talking about her virginity after all. It was a precious gift she knew she was giving him. But to her family, it was a tool to form political alliances between other like-minded families. So not only was she giving up something sacred to someone she was beginning to have feelings for, but also eliminating a family bargaining chip. What it all came down to for Bella was that she was being true to herself while at the same time defying her family and its outdated dogma. And oddly, she was very okay with it, knowing that the fallout would be huge once her family discovered what she had done. She felt at peace with her decision. Just looking into those emerald pools, and Bella felt that she had found a soulmate. No, she didn't believe in the literally joining of souls, but more like a kindred spirit, a familiarity that made her feel complete. Then again, it could be just her teenage hormones, and Harry was rather hunky, she mused. The morning had started out okay. She had not run into Rudolphus or his minions except for Lucius, who was in her Ancient Runes class. Lucius surprised her. Out of all Rudolphus' friends, Lucius by far was the most intelligent. Not the most powerful. Rudolphus had him beat in sheer magical power, but Lucius was clever and calculating. Which begged the question, why Lucius wasn't running the youth movement for Voldemort. Maybe he was more of a behind-the-scenes individual. It would make sense it fit Malfoy's personality. Needless to say that Bella was more leery of him than any of the others. Lunch saw the relatively good day turn sour, beginning with post from her parents. Apparently word had been sent to them about her less the hospitable interactions with Rudolphus. The letter had been scathing. Her parents had been severely critical of her behavior in an almost over-the-top manner. They chastised her for her barbaric display, which was beneath her station. They went on to express the disappointment from the Lestranges, who commented that they were shocked that a daughter from the noble and ancient House of Black would act in such a manner. Bella was about to torch the letter, but stopped when she noticed a small red dragon in the left-hand corner, just at the bottom of the parchment. It was a mark that told her that there was a clandestine message hidden on the parchment. It was a means by which secret messages were passed by members of her mother's family, the Adivanes. They were an ancient Welsh house. Her mother, being of Welsh descent, spoke the language fluently. Bella and her sisters were also taught to speak the ancient language. Bella tapped the image of the Welsh dragon with the tip of her wand, and then spoke the Welsh word Dadjalu, meaning reveal. A message written completely in Welsh appeared, but the letter still seemed to be written in code. The letter warned of the DITHRIID and the TYWYLWCH in bold letters, and she was told to watch over her sisters closely. Deithriaid was the Welsh word for strangers, and TYWYLWCH meant darkness. Why would her mother emphasize these particular words, and why not the others? Could her mother be referring to the Lestranges and Voldemort? Could she be warning her about them for some reason? Why would she warn her, though? Her mother never praised the contract, but neither had she protested it when Orion brought it over for her father to read and approve. Her father more or less bowed to the wishes of his older brother, who was the head of house for House Black. Could it be that she may have an ally in her mother? But even if she did, Orion was still head of house and could force the issue, and there was nothing her parents could do but acquiesce to his will or be tossed from the family. It seemed that at least her mother was becoming aware of the coming darkness and was warning her. She would have to think on what she read, and perhaps send a reply to her mother asking for clarity. Everywhere she went, there was someone spouting off the rhetoric that Voldemort was pushing with his magic for magicals. Beware the Muggle threat, and a pamphlet on Muggleborns, the inconvenient truth. Its premise was that there was no such thing as a Muggleborn. It was Muggles who had found a way to steal magic from real magicals in an effort to destroy the wizarding world from the inside. Her friend Olivia Rosier was one of the worst. Not only had she talked her ear off with the hateful rhetoric, but also kept talking up Rudolphus, and how important he was in the movement, and how he would be a rising star in the new government, and how he was a beacon to whom all young purebloods should flock to. Bella had simply rolled her eyes at her friend's ramblings, and at one point of absolute annoyance told the girl if she was so infatuated with Rudolphus, she should convince her father to write up a contract for her, and that she, Bella, would gladly step aside for the enamored girl. There was a definite unease in the castle. The half-bloods and Muggleborns were quickly becoming aware of the antagonism directed toward them. Of course, purebloods only made up about a third of the student population, but they were by far the most vocal. Narcissa's friend and Harry's future mother had been a victim of a nasty prank from some third-year Slytherins. While walking to the greenhouses, she was assaulted by the 3 Slytherins who covered her from head to toe in mud. They had told her that she should feel at home in the mud since she was a mudblood. To Narcissa's credit, when she found out, she cursed the 3 boys with a blistering boil's hex at their genitals, which had the 3 literally crawling in pain to the hospital wing. Bella congratulated herself for having been the one to teach Sissy the spell prior to coming to Hogwarts. Some boys just needed to be put in their place, she thought with a smile. Bella had decided to take Lily under her wing, and like Narcissa, she would teach the young first year the subtle art of pain compliance spells when it came to bullies. They were a mix of hexes, spells, and curses meant to torment a certain anatomical appendage of the male species. Bella had made sure that everyone knew you did not mess with the Black Sisters. She would do the same for the Muggle-born Lily Evans. Lunch in the Great Hall had been very educational. She had noticed Rudolphus and Lucius holding court at the opposite end of the table with their usual sycophants. Rudolphus had produced a small satchel and was pulling rings out of it, and then distributing them to those around him, about 15 students in all, including a couple of Ravenclaws. Olivia was among them. In her potions class, Bella got a good look at the ring that Olivia was now wearing. It was a silver skull with an emerald-looking snake that made up the band that wrapped around the finger with the head of the snake coming out of the mouth of the skull. She recognized the motif from the book she had read about herself. It was the tattoo that all the Death Eaters had branded on their left arms. So it seems that the youth movement had a good foothold within Hogwarts. She figured that it most likely did, but now here was some physical proof. She would have to make a list of those she saw wearing the rings and bring it to Harry. Interesting ring, Olivia. Bella commented to her potions partner. Olivia looked at her friend since before Hogwarts with something akin to caution. Oh yeah, she began hesitantly. It's just a ring of solidarity, amongst the pure blood students. Solidarity? Bella asked with curiosity. Well, yes, so we know who we can trust. Olivia replied. Do all the purebloods have one? Bella asked, knowing that she and her sisters had not been given one. Well, not yet, but I assume they will eventually. Well, those who aren't traitors to their own kind, that is. Olivia shrugged. I heard through Malfoy that you'll be attending our gathering on Samhain. It's about time, Bella. I was beginning to worry that you had turned your back on your family name and your own kind. She added a little bit more friendly. Yeah, I thought I might as well find out what all the excitement is about. Have you met this Lord Voldemort yet? Bella asked, not revealing her true feelings about this so-called lord. No, but not many have. He is very careful not to come out in public. The Muggle-loving ministry would love to arrest him on some trumped-up charge and throw him in Azkaban. Can you believe that? They'd lock him away for only telling the truth about the Mudbloods. She whispered harshly, keeping an eye out for Professor Slughorn, who was roaming the classroom, inspecting the progress of his students. I don't think Minister Bagnold could legally do that without some evidence that Lord Voldemort has committed a crime. Bella reasoned to her friend. Don't you believe it, Bella? The ministry is corrupt and is pushing a pro-Mudblood agenda. Soon they'll be turning over the Wizengamot to these magic usurpers. Olivia hissed again. I wonder how they do it. How who does what? Bella asked. How the Muggles are stealing our magic. Do you think they are kidnapping magical babies and sacrificing them? That's what I've heard, Olivia told her friend. Some say they even drink the blood of magicals they've slaughtered to somehow get their magic. Are you serious, Olivia? That's the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard, Bella told her friend. Bella was shocked at the horrible rumors that were being spread amongst the purebloods. I don't know, Bella. Who knows what the Muggles are capable of? Olivia replied, with a significant shrug. The rest of the class went by without incident, as did her charms class and later in her history of magic class, where most of the students took advantage of the class to catch a quick nap before dinner. Bella made her way to the Great Hall to meet up with her sisters and have a bit of dinner. Bella made her way to the Slytherin table and noticed that Andromeda was already there. Andromeda had her head down and was reading a piece of parchment. As she got closer, she noticed the large smile on her sister's face and the pink tinge in her cheeks. "Hey!" Small giggle then left the middle black sister's lips as she looked up and looked across the hall. Bella followed her gaze to a handsome boy at the Hufflepuff table who was smiling back at her sister. Ted Tonks, Bella surmised. He was a cute boy. She had to give her sister that. No flirting at the table. Bella whispered in her sister's ear, causing her to jump in surprise. "Bella, you shouldn't sneak up on people." Andromeda hissed. "Sneak up?" Bella replied indignantly. "I walked straight up to you. Perhaps if you weren't sneaking longing looks over at your secret boyfriend, you would have seen me coming." Bella smirked playfully. "I was not sneaking looks. I was just, oh, just mind your own business." Andromeda pouted, crossing her arms over her chest as Bella couldn't help giggling at her sister's embarrassment. "So, where's Sissy?" Bella asked, looking around for the youngest black sister. "Over at the Griff table with her friend Lily." Andromeda told her, glancing toward the far end of the hall at the Gryffindor house table. "Really? Brave of her." Bella replied, impressed with her little sister's daring. Yes, she wanted to be with her to show her support of her non-Slytherin friend. Andy said with pride in her voice for Narcissa. Bella watched curiously as little Jamie Potter was staring at the pretty 11-year-old Lily Evans. Bella had to smile to herself, knowing that Theses too would eventually get together. But then a sudden sadness as she remembered what fate awaited them and their future son. That thought leapfrogged to another as she sought out another face. Alice Singleton, the future Alice Longbottom. She had read how she tortured the future Lady Longbottom and her husband to insanity, leaving their young son for all intents and purposes an orphan, much like Harry was. "Are you all right, Bella?" A concerned Andromeda spoke gently, laying a hand on her sister's arm. What? "Oh, yeah, just got lost in thought for a moment." Bella replied, shaking the depressing thoughts from her mind. "So, how goes the secret romance?" Bella asked with a grin, effectively changing the subject. "Just fine, and what about yours? Are you going to tell us who this mysterious boy of yours is?" Andromeda replied, flipping the conversation towards her older sibling. Bella's eyes unconsciously sparkled as the thought of Harry entered her mind. The softening of Bella's facial features did not go unnoticed by her astute sister. My, Bella, if I didn't know better, I'd say you've fallen for this mysterious boy." Andromeda smirked. Bella blushed hard and blustered. "You have no idea what you're talking about, Andromeda. He's just, friend." Andromeda's jaw nearly fell to the floor as she stared hard at her sister, who continued to blush and look anywhere except at her sister. "You have fallen for him," she gasped. "Bellatrix Black has fallen in love. Is it possible?" Andromeda amusedly teased her sister. "I'm not in love with him." Bella protested in a harsh whisper, quickly looking around to see if anyone was listening in on their conversation. "Deny it if you like, Bella, but I can see it in your eyes and on your face. You're in love, or at the very least falling hard and about to." "Bella, sai devili." Andromeda always had a gift for seeing the truth in others. It was a gift she had since she was little. It was a gift that Bella was extremely jealous of. How easy would it be to know whether or not someone was being honest with you, or not just at a glance? Bella's father successfully had used Andy's gift several times when dealing with other businessmen he was debating on getting involved with. So it served no purpose to deny what Andromeda already knew instinctually. Yes, she had fallen hard for Harry, and only in the space of 3 days. She was still amazed at just how fast it had happened. Andromeda noticed Bella's resignation and smiled. "So does he love you in return?" Andromeda asked conspiratorially. "I think so." Bella replied doubtfully. "He's something special and unique." Bella smiled warmly. "So did he agree to help you with your problem?" Andy asked. Bella smiled enlarged, reaching her sparkling eyes. Yes, he did." Andy grabbed her sister's hands and gave them a warm squeeze. "That's wonderful, Bella. I hope it all works out. I do hope we get to meet this mysterious boy soon, though." Andromeda looked meaningfully at her sister. He has to receive the sister's black seal of approval, you know. Andy smirked, raising a haughty eyebrow, and then grinned at her older sister. I hope you'll get a chance to meet him soon, Andy. But things are a bit complicated. Bella told her sister. Complicated? How? Andy asked. I can't explain it to you just yet, but I promise that I will as soon as I can. Bella explained cryptically. A disruption at the Gryffindor table caught Bella's and Andromeda's attention as they witnessed their cousins Sirius Black and Jamie Potter rushing out of the Great Hall, but quickly being pursued by Narcissa and Lily, who were both now sporting purple hair. Both Andy and Bella chuckled at the sight. To Bella's right, a first-year Slytherin boy also ran after the four that had just left. I wonder why little Severus is running after then? Andromeda asked. Don't know, but I think he and Lily are friends. Bella told her sister with a shrug. Harry had returned to an empty ROR, figuring that Bella had not returned yet. He went into his room and pulled off his school robes, tossing them into a corner. He noticed that a scroll had fallen out of the pockets of the robe. He bent down and picked it up, and then remembering that Hermione had given it to him prior to her leaving Transfiguration. He had seen her in his other classes, and she had kept giving him furtive looks, but never approached him or spoke to him. Between all the stares and apologies and the occasional insults and sneers, Harry had completely forgotten about Hermione's note. He looked at the rolled-up parchment and debated with himself what to do with it. The angry and betrayed part of him wanted to throw the thing in the fireplace and be done with it. But the noble and forgiving side of him wanted to reconnect with his one-time best friend if it were possible. He truly loved Hermione. He saw her as family, a sister that he never had. In the end, it was his longing to have that relationship again that won over. Sitting at the small student desk in his room, he took the scroll in hand and broke the seal on it. He unrolled it and laid it flat on the desk as he began to read. Dear Harry, I've started this letter at least a dozen times, and a dozen times have thrown it out in frustration. How do you put into words the indescribable shame and pain that I feel in my heart and soul? How do I express the bitter sorrow I feel for what I have done to you? I betrayed my brother, the only person outside my parents that has ever shown me any love or kindness. I know you think that I am with Ron, but I never truly was, at least willingly. I can't explain it, Harry, but the last 2 years has been like living in a fog. I did things and said things that I would never say or do in a million years, but somehow found myself doing them. When we confronted each other on Saturday, something happened to me. It was like suddenly I had awakened from a bad dream and had control of myself again. I know you have no reason to believe me, and I would not blame you. But please, Harry, I love you and would never willingly betray you. I tried to speak to Ron about you and what had been going on with everything after you left me in the hallway, but he would not listen to me no matter how much I argued that we needed to sort things out with you. He said awful things about you, and when I tried to argue, he stormed away, muttering something about me needing more treatment. I think I have been controlled somehow, Harry. It's the only thing I can think of for the way I behaved toward you. Please, Harry, I need to talk to you in person and try and fix the damage I caused between us. I'm all alone now, and I need my brother. I ended things with Ron. I don't think I ever really wanted to be with him. It's another oddity about all this. Harry, I never fancied him. We are polar opposites. I think that I may have been artificially influenced to be attracted to him as well. Please, Harry, please give me a chance to fix this, and please don't push me away. I need my brother. Love, Hermione. Harry stared hard at the letter. Did he believe her? His head wanted to just be done with the traitorous slag. But because there was a doubt in his mind to her having acted on her own free will, he was willing to at the very least meet with her and decided where to go from there. He would send her a note with Hedwig tomorrow with an offer to meet and discuss things. Harry finished removing his school clothing and threw on a pair of comfortable sweatpants and a baggy t-shirt, and returned to the sitting room with the parchments that Bella had given him earlier with the runes he would need to learn for the unbinding ritual. He sat heavy in his chair and got comfortable. A tea set suddenly appeared on the small table next to the chair, and a plate full of biscuits. He looked at the runes but had no idea what they meant or what they did. Wish I had a book that could explain this to me. The thought had barely left his mind when a book appeared on his lap. Harry chuckled at his own slow wit. Of course Hogwarts would have a book on the subject. He mused. It took over an hour, but Harry had identified all the runes, 12 in total, that had been used to bind Bella's virginity. He was appalled at what some of them did. They were actually punishments and/or curses that the female would be afflicted with should she try and remove or circumvent the binding. One rune would cause sterility, another would cause insanity, and yet another could kill her. It was barbarism the likes that he had never known could exist between family members. How could Orion Black place such heinous curses upon his own niece? It was unconscionable. He wondered if this was the cause of Bellatrix Lestrange's insanity. Had Riddlefus or someone else not want to wait to partake of the beautiful girl and had their way with her before the binding was removed? It was a possibility, but it no longer mattered to Harry. He realized that this Bellatrix would never be that Bellatrix if he could help it. This gave him the incentive to learn these runes and perform the unbinding as soon as possible. The longer it took to learn added to the likelihood that something or someone could harm his Bella. It was a knee-deep in parchment Harry that Bella found as she entered the ROR. She had to stifle a chuckle at the sight of Harry's hands and face. His fingers were stained in ink. He had a rather large smudge of ink that ran down the length of his nose. She saw dozens of sheets of parchment covered in runes. He had obviously been hard at work practicing. It warmed her heart that he was so involved and dedicated in doing this for her. She walked toward him and surprised him as she took him by the shoulders and led him to the bathroom. "Oh, where are we going, Bella?" Harry asked in confusion as she pushed open the bathroom door, dragging him along with her. "You are in a right state, my lord. Ink everywhere. We need to get you cleaned up straight away," she said with a smile. Still confused, but not objecting, he allowed her to direct him to the large marble sink. She turned on the tap and allowed the warm water to flow. She grabbed some soap and lathered up her hands. With a warm smile and soapy hand, she grabbed Harry's left hand between her own two and slowly rubbed the soap into his stained skin. Bella spent a lot of time slowly working in the ink, removing cleaning agent into the palm of his hand. She then moved to the top of his hand. Her fingers massaged the skin tenderly and determinedly. Once the top of his hand met her cleanliness approval, she moved to his fingers, taking each finger individually and slowly massaged. Bella's eyes never left Harry's as they stood there facing each other in the low, warm light of the shared washroom. Her ministrations were slow, one could even say seductive, as her fingers slid in and out of Harry's, distributing the sweet-smelling soap between each finger and then spoiling each finger with individual attention as she washed and massaged it. It took Bella nearly 20 minutes just to finish one of Harry's hands. Once she finished his left hand, she moved on to the right, giving the same wonderful attention to that hand as she had with the last. Harry was lost in the violet-colored eyes of Bellatrix Black as she worked her magic on his hands. His breaths became short and shallow as the intensity and the intimacy of the moment caught up to his teenage mind. Harry noticed Bella's breathing and the large dilated pupils looking back at him. It was almost overwhelming, the self-control he was barely holding on to. He did notice as she had finished with his right hand and then gently took hold of both his hands and, coupled with her own, rinsed them under the warm water. She continued to rub his hands under the running water, making sure all the soap was washed off. Their bodies were pressed against each other as Bella's ministrations continued. Once his hands were clean, she turned into him and gently pressed her chest against his. He wasn't sure what to do, but the decision had been taken from him as she had taken a warm, wet washcloth and gently cleaned the ink from his nose. She was so close that he felt her warm, sweet breath against his cheek. He was nearly trembling. Now, as her bodily continued to move against his as she washed his face. His eyes closed on their own volition, and a low moan escaped his lips. He heard her chuckle softly at his unintentional sigh. The cloth on his face suddenly disappeared. He felt almost disappointed until he felt and tasted the warmest and sweetest pair of lips being pressed ever so softly against his own. The kiss was slow and tentative at first, but quickly became more sure and searching. The tender kisses gave way to more expressive kisses, which turned to passionate. Harry did not know, nor did he care how long they had remained there, but he definitely felt the loss when they finally broke apart to take a breath of much-needed air. "Hi," Bella whispered as she laid her head on his shoulder and draped her arms around his neck. "I missed you today." "I missed you too," Harry whispered back, wrapping his arms around her slim waist. "Good day?" she asked. "It was all right," he shrugged. It was a little eye-opening, to tell the truth," she replied, not moving her head from Harry's shoulder. We can talk about it later. I just want you to hold me for a while. Can't think of anything I'd rather do at the moment. Bella giggled at his cheesy reply, but it worked for her. My room, she whispered hotly in his ear. Harry quickly scooped her off her feet and made his way to Bella's room, carrying her bridal style. He placed her gently on the bed, but she did not release the hold around his neck, and in a sudden display of strength, pulled the dark-haired boy down on top of her for some proper snogging. A/N. Thanks for reading. Now review, and review. Stay tuned for the next chapter. Chapter 10. Disclaimer. See Chapter 1. A/N. Again, you guys have been fantastic with all the reviews. Sorry for the delay of this chapter. I've been a little under the weather. Hope you enjoy. Chapter 10. Harry awoke from a blissful night's sleep to the scent of sandalwood and jasmine, an unfamiliar warm weight upon his chest. Groggily blinking his eyes open, he discovered that his vision was blocked by a mass of black curly hair. It only took Harry a few moments to recall the night before and for a large grin to split his face. He had never snogged a girl before Bella, but he couldn't imagine anything being better. His lips felt slightly bruised, but he didn't care in the least. In fact, he was reveling in the lingering taste of her lips as his tongue ran over his own lips to capture any essence of her he could find that remained. As his brain finally began to fully engage, he realized that he was in Bella's bed, with Bella on top of him. He rushed through his memories of the night before fearing that he may have done something completely stupid. Hadn't they? Harry's hands went to his own chest. He no longer had his sweater on. Sweet Circe, his mind raced. His other hand that was wrapped around Bella felt bare skin as well. Shite. He couldn't believe he had been that stupid. What if they had? What about the curses? Harry's hand drifted further up Bella's back. He sighed as he felt the lacy fabric of a bra underneath his fingers. He allowed his hand to slid down her back. There was someplace else that he needed to check. He hoped he was right and that nothing happened between them. His hand felt nothing but warm skin as his hand slowly made its way to the small of her back. Further down he traveled, and he little out of breath, he had not realized he was holding. He felt the heavy cotton fabric of her skirt. A little further south, my lord, and I would be expecting an engagement ring from you. Harry blushed, turning beet red as Bella's low, sultry voice broke the silence with a slight chuckle. Sorry, I was worried we had, Harry stuttered, and Bella giggled musically. No, Harry, we didn't have sex. She spoke amusedly as she turned into him and propped her chin on his chest, looking up into his emerald eyes. Not yet anyway, she teased. You're a pretty comfy pillow. I should keep you around. Bella told him thoughtfully. Oh, really? Harry challenged as he attacked her exposed sides. Bella shrieked as she struggled to get away from Harry's 10-finger assault. The thrashing only caused the two to become entangled more in the sheets of Bella's bed, and Bella accidentally pulling Harry on top of her as she fell to the floor. Harry suddenly found himself in the blood-pumping position of being between Bella's toned legs that were at the moment wrapped around his waist. The two stared at each other as the giggling and laughter slowly died away, only to be replaced with heaving chests and wanting eyes. They were silent for a few hormone-fueled moments, just staring longingly at one another. Harry, Bella whispered softly. I think we should, maybe just get ready for the day. Harry tried to quickly unravel himself from limbs and bed sheets. Bella giggled once again at his antics. His face was beet red from embarrassment as he tripped over himself several times in his attempts to get up. Finally freeing himself, he brushed his hands through his hair nervously as he searched for the sweater he had been wearing when he entered her room last night. Giving it up as a lost cause, he stuttered out an apology and made his way to his room through their shared washroom. Bella couldn't help herself and laughed at the retreating youth. She laid her head on the floor and stared up at the ceiling. That was so intense. She whispered to nobody. Sweet Maeve, I hope I can hold out till he completes the ritual. Erotic images of her and Harry floated through her imagination as she lay there on the floor. 2 hours later, the couple was dressed and ready to start their second day of class for the school year. They both stood at the open doorway again, looking out to the empty corridor. Bella vocalized what they were both feeling at the moment. It's getting harder, isn't it? Separating, I mean. Bella whispered, reaching for Harry's hand. Yeah. Harry agreed with his crooked smile. Have you thought any more about what we talked about? Bella asked. About choosing a time for both of us? Harry asked, already knowing the answer. Bella nodded. Yeah, there's just so much to think through for both of us. Harry replied with a heavy sigh. If it helps, I think you were right about using both timelines to help us in fighting Voldemort. There are already many supporters in the school right now. In my time, if we can determine from your history who really went on to become Death Eaters, we may be able to stop them before they ever get that far. It's definitely a thought, Harry replied, tugging at his collar and wincing a bit. You okay? Bella asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Harry chuckled. Yeah, it's just my neck is a little sore. Harry replied, grinning at her. Oh, Bella asked, confused. Did you hurt yourself with all the wrestling around we did? She grinned. Nope, it was from last night, I believe. Harry replied. Last night? She asked. It seems my girlfriend decided to give me a nice chain of hickeys all around my neck. Harry chuckled, pulling down his collar to show her what her tender mercies had done to him. Bella smirked at him. Well, I was just marking my territory, my lord. She chuckled. Well, I'm definitely marked. He grinned. So, see you after dinner? Bella asked, admiring her handiwork with a satisfied grin. Unfortunately, no, he replied with an apologetic shrug. No, she asked in confusion. Yeah, well, it seems my data instructor and I had a bit of a disagreement yesterday, and she gave me a detention tonight, and in fact, the rest of the week. Harry grimaced. Oh, Harry. Bella sighed, shaking her head. First day of term, and you got yourself a detention. That has to be a record of some kind. Well, Umbridge had it coming. Called me an attention-seeking liar for claiming Voldemort returned in front of the whole class and hinted that I may have had a hand in Cedric's death. She just fanned the flames on that particular issue. There was no way I was letting that slide. And besides that, she is teaching us absolutely nothing. Says all we need is to learn the theory and nothing more. Harry fumed. It's like Aunt Walburga told me, we crush our enemies. We don't allow an insult to ourselves or our house stand. Harry recited Walburga's mantra. Harry, I warned you about her. She's a conniving, backstabbing bitch, and from the conversation I overheard between her, Fudge, and Lucius, this is what they want, to make you out to be some sort of delusional psychopath who needs to be put in Azkaban. What should I have done then? Harry fumed, not sure why she was getting angry with him. Do I just do nothing as she drags my name through the mud and incites the students against even more than they are now? I will not be a walking target this year, Bella. I absolutely refuse. Of course not, she rebuked. But there is the Gryffindor way, which seems to be your specialty. She huffed, folding her arms accusingly. And then there is the Slytherin way. Bella replied with a smirk. Then please enlighten me, O sage of Slytherin. How am I to respond to this? Harry smirked, getting a raised eyebrow in warning from Bella. With subtlety, Harry, with subtlety. I know it's a foreign concept to most GRYFFS, but I have high hopes, not to mention expectations for you. She bantered back. Now, I'm guessing that her tactic is to discredit you, yes? Yeah, her and the entire ministry. Harry groaned. Well, then we turn the tables on Toadface. I doubt she has the prerequisite newts, not to mention OWLs, to even teach defense against the dark arts. I'd start there. Just whisper it around about her lack of credentials, and believe me, by lunchtime it will be all through the school. And then sit back and watch as letters from students flood home. Personally, I'd start with the Ravenclaws. They're the most uptight about their marks, especially those taking OWLs and newts this year. I guarantee that by the end of the week, the school board and ministry will be dealing with a lot of angry parents calling for her removal. Bella assured him. But until then, what? Do I just suffer the abuse? Harry shook his head. I'm not telling you to not defend yourself. Just be smart about it. Be creative and ruthless to those who would persecute you, Harry. But do it in such a way in your position as a lord and head of an ancient and noble house. Use your title and the weight it brings in doling out your revenge. Use their own laws against them. You'd be surprised what the head of a noble and ancient house can get away with. Bella added with a menacing smirk. Right, guess I need to release my inner Slytherin then. Harry mused, earning a grin from his girlfriend. Now, give us a kiss, or we're going to be late for class. Bella teased as she planted a toe-curling kiss to lips. See you after your detention then. And Harry, remember control, patience, and subtlety. Yeah. he replied as they both crossed the door's threshold. Albus Dumbledore was pacing in his office in frustration. He performed every diagnostic spell in his very extensive repertoire, and yet could not figure out why the silver tracking devices were not functioning. The enigmatic headmaster was positive that they were all in working order, but for some unexplained reason did not report on the target to which they were enchanted. Harry Potter. One instrument monitored his health, another provided his location, and still another monitored his magical core strength, and still another yet monitored the strength of the spells that had been placed on the boy. So it was with no small amount of anxiety that had the headmaster wearing a hole through his carpets, having lost all magical means of tracking the boy. Even the wards of the school no longer provided the ancient wizard with the knowledge of the boy's whereabouts. And the portraits and ghosts had outright refused to spy for him any longer. How was he supposed to manage a school full of teenagers without the cooperation of the portraits and the ghosts? And what had happened to the house elves? They had reported that the castle had instructed them not to spy on students as well, but only to report when there was trouble afoot. The castle told them to make matters worse. Severus had reported that the castle had rebuffed any attempt to charm or place spells on any wall, door, or any other surface where the student population were prone to go. It was as if Hogwarts herself was turning against him. But that wasn't possible, was it? He was the headmaster. He controlled the school, right? Albus felt a tingle in the wards on the circular staircase that led to his office. At least that ward is still working. He mumbled to himself, "Knock, knock, come in, Severus." Dumbledore called from behind his desk, just taking his seat as the dark-haired potions master glided in. "What have you determined, Severus?" Dumbledore asked his confederate. "A complete reversal, headmaster, which shouldn't be possible. Even if the compulsion charms had failed, there should be a slow degradation of the charm's effects. But in every student I have tested, the compulsion has completely vanished." Severus Snape reported with his usual sneer. "Interesting," Albus stated, drumming his steepled fingers together. "This is an unexpected turn, but not necessarily a detrimental one. And I admit that it was not one of my more brilliant conceived ideas, turning the student body against him. I need him malleable, not broken, and I may have let it get out of hand last year. We need him to experience what Voldemort experienced without actually turning the boy dark. He must understand Voldemort in order to beat him. But I need him to turn to me, Severus. But so far he has not sought my help or counsel, and I'm afraid he has become more headstrong than I could have anticipated. Damn Sirius and his blasted will. Who emancipates a 15-year-old and then makes him Lord of House Black? I would have thought that Lucius would be fighting tooth and nail to challenge the will. Albus, in his frustration, let his emotions get the best of him. Not to worry, headmaster. The Malfoy attorneys are already making plans to challenge the Mutt's sanity and overturn the will and the lordship. I'm confident that Draco will be the new Lord Black by the end of term, if not sooner." Severus smirked. "I'm not sure that would be a better option. I shiver to think what Lucius could do with the Black Fortune. He would give Voldemort a huge financial advantage over anything the Order or the Ministry could come up with. It would be better that the Black Fortune lay dormant and the House of Black to slip into oblivion." Albus remarked, popping a lemon drop into his mouth. "That is unlikely to happen, headmaster. Even if Draco is denied the Black Lordship, Narcissa is a Black and the only Black remaining that could legally take possession of the fortune. And I need not remind you, Albus, that she is not a political novice. She is very astute, and she will not be denied what in her mind is legitimately hers," Severus remarked, brushing off a stray piece of lint from his midnight black robes. "I'm not a political slouch either, Severus, and there are ways to tie things up in the legal system that it could take years to unravel all the red tape that would allow her access. And by that time our problems will have been resolved." I hope, Albus thought to himself. Albus then brought the discussion back to his main concern. An independent Harry Potter is not what this world needs, Severus. To bring order and stability back to our world, he must be a willing martyr. Only then will Voldemort be beatable. If Potter's death is all that is required to defeat the Dark Lord, I could always arrange a mishap for the pampered prince. Snape grinned an evil smile, relishing the thought of ending the Potter line. He would finally have his revenge over James Potter by ending the line once and for all. No, Severus, it must be Voldemort that delivers the killing blow. The prophecy must be fulfilled in order for him to be beat, and Harry must face him willingly. Afterward, Voldemort will be vulnerable, unwittingly killing a piece of himself when he kills the boy, thus weakening him greatly. I still find it remarkable that his soul was split in two when he attempted to kill the boy. Severus shook his head in reluctant belief. A remarkable happenstance, to be sure, and the only reason he was able to return. A portion that was ripped from him went to the only other living thing in the room, and thus anchoring him to this existence, while the other half fled to parts unknown. But once he has been dealt with, I will be able to get things back to the way they should be. Albus smiled, thinking of his perfect wizarding utopia. Severus managed not to roll his eyes at Albus' naivete, at believing he could actually unite all magicals under one standard. There were too many egos and ambitious people for that to ever happen. Even with all his manipulations of their society and his elevated status, it was just not possible to sway everyone. Harry approached the potions classroom in the dungeons where many students were already lined up to enter. You had the normal split of students, Slytherins on one side and the Gryffindors on the other. Harry sighed at the division the house system instilled in its students. Nowhere was the animosity greatest than between the House of Lions and the House of Snakes. According to Bella, even in her time, the animosity between the two houses was deeply ingrained. Harry wondered briefly about when the hostilities began and what caused them, or was it always the case since the beginning? "Hey, Scarhead!" Harry cringed as the familiar drawling voice broke into his thoughts. What was it with Malfoy? Did he have some sick and twisted thing for him? Well, I think it's time to take this rivalry in a new direction. Harry mused. "Malfoy, I'm becoming truly worried about your behavior." Harry spoke with a concern-laden voice. "About time that you admitted you fear me." Malfoy laughed, inspiring Pansy Parkinson, Crabbe, and Goyle to join in. The other Slytherins, realizing that Potter had a small smirk and was setting the blonde Ponce up for something. "Oh, I said nothing about fearing you, Malfoy, although I am concerned about this abnormal obsession you have with me. I mean, if I had a girlfriend as gorgeous as Miss Parkinson, I would be giving her all my attention and not a chasing after other boys." Harry gave a concerned look at Draco and a quick flirtatious wink to Pansy. "I just don't fly that way, Malfoy. So if I were you, I would direct your deviance toward another wizard. There's a good lad." Harry gave him an apologetic look and fought hard not to burst out laughing at the completely gobsmacked look on the ferret's face. It seemed Pansy, on the other hand, was fighting dueling emotions. She wanted to defend Draco, but at the same time her cheeks flushed at the compliment the golden boy had just paid her. Crabbe and Goyle just didn't grasp the word play, and so did not know how to react one way or another. And surprisingly, the rest of the assembled Slytherins gave muted chuckles at the expense of the Malfoy heir. Maybe they weren't all sheep. Harry mused. The door to the classroom opened suddenly to reveal the ever-so-pleasant countenance of the potions master. He quickly took stock of the amused faces on his Slytherins and stifled laughs of the Gryffindors. His eyes then turned to his godson, who was spluttering but not forming a coherent word, and then swung his gaze to Harry, who had a look of complete innocence on his face. That innocent facade alone was enough for the greasy-haired professor to know where the source of the muted jocularity had come from. "What are you waiting for?" Snape growled. "Take your seats." The Slytherins entered first, walking in single file. Harry was shocked to receive a couple of approving nods from the Slytherin group as they walked by him. Harry entered in with the rest of his fellow housemates and took a seat at the table at the back of the class. He was soon joined by none other than Hermione Granger, who gave him a timid half-smile as she took her seat next to him. Harry gave her a curt nod, but gave no other form of greeting. "Today, some of you with at least half a brain cell will be brewing a sleeping draft. This will be one of the potions you will be tested on for your OWLs. It is a complicated and temperamental potion that requires a steady hand and precise measurements and constant monitoring of heat distribution to your cauldron. As such, I don't expect many of you to complete this assignment unscathed." Snape finished forebodingly. With a wave of his wand, the directions and ingredients needed for the potion appeared on the large chalkboard at the front of his class. Students left their seats to gather the ingredients that they would need from the supply cabinet. Hermione had gotten up quick to retrieve her items, while Harry decided to hold back until the crowd around the cabinet thinned. "I got your ingredients for you, Harry." The hesitant voice of Hermione came, who was looking longingly at Harry for some sort of positive interaction. "Thanks," Harry said dryly as he prepared his cauldron for use. Hermione, doing likewise. Each had begun to prepare the individual ingredients in an uncomfortable silence. It was too much to bear for Hermione, and so decided that she would have to break the silence. Harry was stubborn enough to go the whole class without saying a word. "I'm so sorry, Harry," Hermione whispered, her voice full of emotion. There was a brief pause where Harry seemed to not hear her. "I know, Hermione." He finally spoke. Did you read my letter?" she asked softly. "I did. I was meaning to write you back," Harry stated calmly. That statement nearly caused the girl to break down in tears of joy. "You were?" she choked out, and received an affirmative nod from Harry. A lone tear flowed from her left eye and made its way down her cheek. Harry saw the tear and felt a tug at his heartstrings, the heartstrings he thought he had cut for the bushy-haired girl. Without thinking, he gently brushed away the tear from her cheek with the pad of his thumb. Hermione's watery brown eyes turned toward him, and though he had not said it to her, she could see the forgiveness in his eyes as he stared back at her. She was about to throw her arms around him, but a stern look and a raised hand from Harry let her know that now was not the time for reconciliations. Hermione gave him a jerky nod and another watery smile and returned to her potion. Harry had reached the third stage of 5 for the potion and had reached a perfect lime green color, which was exactly how it should have looked. It now needed to simmer for 20 minutes while the belladonna extract was completely infused into the crushed valerian. TSK Potter. Allowing Miss Granger to do your work for you is cheating, and I will not allow cheaters in my class. Snape's sneer was almost approaching what some would be considered a smile. Gather your things and leave my class. I will be informing your head of house about your expulsion. No, Harry said in a calm, flat voice. What did you say? Snape asked dangerously. I said no. Your accusation is baseless and completely without proof. If you believe I have cheated, then you must provide evidence. Harry replied with the same, even tone. Why you? Just looking at your potion, I can tell it is not your own work. Snape growled. Again, I asked for proof and not assumptions. This is indeed my own work, and as you can tell by looking at Miss Granger's potion, she is still one step behind mine. So again, I ask what hard evidence you have that I cheated. Harry asked, looking straight into his professor's eyes. You arrogant little sprog. I am the ultimate authority in this class, and my word is law. Severus spat, his lips curled into a condescending snarl. Speaking of the law, Professor, Harry replied, overemphasizing the last word. According to the Hogwarts bylaws, all disputes between professor and student are to be brought before the headmaster, and the disagreement is to be heard by a quorum consisting of the headmaster and all heads of house. Should the involved professor be a head of house, another member of staff will take his place during the dispute proceedings. Severus was momentarily shocked. He expected Harry to lose his infamous temper and go off on him, allowing the professor to deduct points and perhaps give him a detention or two. He hadn't expected the boy to remain calm and have knowledge of the school rules regarding disputes. The headmaster hardly has time for your whining Potter, Severus retorted, getting a snicker from Malfoy, but the other Slytherins remaining oddly quiet. The Gryffindors, whether in stunned disbelief or still feeling the shame from their treatment of their housemate, stayed silent, except for Hermione, who was giving him a look of awe. Harry smiled a little eerily at the potion's professor. Is it my understanding then, Professor, that you are refusing to fulfill your obligation as a contracted professor of this institution in taking our disputation to the headmaster? If that is the case, Professor, then I'm forced to remind you that by doing so you are violating my rights as a student, and by subverting the only form of arbitration at this school, I will be forced to act in my role as head of the ancient and noble house of Black and bring formal charges against you in the only other place of arbitration left to me, and that would be in front of the Wisingamot, where I will call into question you fitness to teach and impartiality or lack thereof as a professor. Harry glared at the man, and there it was. Harry had forced the professor into a corner where he either had to face Dumbledore and the other house heads and prove his case, where he had no delusions that the other professors would side with him, or be brought before the Wisingamot where the outcome was far less certain. The older houses and even many of the younger ones would side with Potter just to get into the good graces of a very politically powerful family, even if Potter did not realize it yet. Either way, he would have to face humiliation at the hands of the person he hated just slightly less than James Potter. The thought sickened him, but he had done this to himself. When did Potter get a brain? Snape seethed. He looked at the boy with a murderous stare, and though wandless at the moment, looked poised to strike at the green-eyed boy. Harry noticed the posturing of his potions professor, and wondered should he push him just a little bit more to see the man completely unravel, or to let it go for now. With a calculating smirk, he continued, "If you push me, Professor, I will destroy you publicly to such a degree that you would be lucky to get a job squeezing pus out of a bubertibberpod. You have pushed and intimidated me for the last time, Snape. The line has been drawn. Cross it at your own peril." Harry warned the hateful man. The entire class gasped at the not-so-subtle threat, and was completely on the edge of their seats to see how this power struggle would end. Snape's lips twisted and curled as he attempted to speak. With some painful-looking facial distortions, he finally broke his silence. "Headmaster's office now," he growled out slowly, and then Harry watched the overgrown bat sweep from the classroom, presumably to Dumbledore's office. "Oh my God, Harry, what have you done?" Hermione gasped, fearing for her friend. "What is within my rights, Hermione? I thought of all people you would have known that clause," Harry stated with a raised eyebrow. Hermione demurely shook her head. "I'm sorry, I was not aware of it. If I had known about it, I would have suggested back in first year," she stated apologetically. "Is there anything I could do for you now?" she asked hesitantly. Harry turned to her and gave her a small yet warm smile. "Yeah, would you mind finding Professor McGonagall and let her know what happened, and to meet me in the headmaster's office?" Of course, Harry," Hermione replied, the left heading for the Transfiguration classroom. Harry then made his way to Dumbledore's office. "Bella, did you see the prophet this morning?" Andromeda Black asked her sister in a hushed whisper after finding her in the library buried behind a mountain of books. What?" Bella mumbled absently as she was writing something down that she had found of interest in the current book she was studying from. "The prophet. Have you read it today?" Andromeda asked in frustration. "No, why?" Bellatrix responded tersely, annoyed at the interruption. Andromeda forced the periodical on top of the parchment Bella had been writing on and pointed to the first page. "Read it, Bella. Something terrible has happened to the Hemingways." Andromeda sniffled. Muriel Hemingway was a close friend of Andromeda's, a third year in Ravenclaw. The Hemingways were an old pure-blood family, not as old as the Blacks, but could trace their family magic back 600 years. Bella looked down at the paper, which showed a modest-sized Victorian manor house with significant structural damage, but what grabbed her attention immediately was what was floating above it, a large greenish skull with a large animated snake slithering from its gaping jaw. The dark mark. Bella gasped quietly. "The what?" Andromeda asked, hearing her sister mumble something. "And nothing, Andy," Bella replied, without looking up from the article she was reading. 6 members of the Hemingway family were all found dead this morning. The prophet has learned through an anonymous source within the Aura department, who informed this reporter that all members of the family except for Muriel Hemingway, who is currently attending Hogwarts, were all subjected to the Cruciatus curse before being killed in very grotesque ways. Lady Regina Hemingway, according to medical sources, had been raped repeatedly before being disemboweled. 2 older people believed to be the parents of Lady Regina were both hit with the killing curse. No other spell signature was found on them. 2 younger children ages of 10 and 8 were also found in the family room, their bodies dismembered. Lord Hemingway was severely tortured and was hung above the family fireplace with a spike through his head anchoring him to the wall. Another large metal spike was driven through his chest with a note attached to it which read, "Death to all blood traitors. You have been warned." Bella couldn't read anymore. Her stomach threatened to revolt and spill its contents onto the table. Pushing the paper away from her, she took several deep breaths and slowly pushed them out in an effort to get control of herself. She looked up to see a teary-eyed Andromeda. "Muriel's aunt and uncle withdrew her this morning. I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye." "What is happening, Bella? Why are all these horrible things happening? I've been hearing all these whispers in the common room about mudbloods and blood traitors. I'm not sure what to make of it all." Andromeda looked to Bella for some kind of answer to the insanity. Bella let out a heavy sigh before turning to her sister. "Terrible things are coming, Andy, much worse than you can imagine. We are spiraling toward an all-out blood war that will rip our world apart. Muggleborns are going to be targeted." Bella mournfully spoke. Does this have to do with the new movement your friend Olivia was talking about?" Andy asked. "It does." "Andy, How serious is your relationship with that Tonks boy? Bella asked quietly. What do you mean? Andy asked, narrowing her eyes. I mean, no offense, Andy. I'm just curious. Bella kindly told her sister. Well, we're just barely 14, so as serious as two 14-year-olds can be. I mean, we haven't pledged undying love to each other, but we do like each other a lot. Andromeda confessed. Then you need to be extra careful, Andy, and keep this relationship as secret as possible. Don't tell anyone that you don't trust with your life. Understood? Bella told her sister in a very serious tone. You're talking like something will happen to us if people find out. If the wrong people find out about it, something could. Bella warned. What do you think Mom and Dad would do if they found out about me and him? Annie asked a little fearfully. I'm sure that Father would insist you get the chastity binding as soon as possible. Mom has been able to postpone it up until now, and fortunately Uncle Orion hasn't forced the issue yet. But once they find out, it will be over for you and Sissy as well. Bella told her, not if I do something about it first, the middle black sister said with determination. What are you talking about? Bella asked her sister slowly and with suspicion. You have found a way out of your situation, or soon will. And I know a way out of my situation as well. Andromeda stated, crossing her arms over her chest in defiance. You're not thinking of having. Andy, you're 14. Do you know what Mom and Dad would do to you when they found out? Bella shrieked, getting a stern look from Madam Pants. I didn't say I was going to go out right now and have my wicked way with Ted, but it's an option if it comes right down to it. And don't get all self-righteous on me, Bella. I figured you were planning something similar. I just don't know how you're getting around the ritual. Whatever it is will most likely be dangerous, so don't lecture me on what I should and shouldn't do. I'm supporting you, and I'd like to think I have your support in return. Andromeda replied shortly. Bella grimaced and rubbed her face in exasperation. She stared at her younger sister long and hard for a few moments, but could not argue her points. She herself was planning to do something that had the potential of causing great harm to herself. But her freedom was worth the danger involved and had to concede that her sister had every right to choose her path as well. Sighing in defeat, Bella nodded her surrender. Just be very careful, Andy. Bella finally said, it's not like they would disown me or something. Andromeda grinned. Mom wouldn't allow it. Bella smiled albeit weakly. All right, Andy. Bella gathered up her research and placed it in her bag. If Andromeda had been more observant, she would have noticed that she had several books from the restricted section, many dealing with curses and how to create a chain curse that would affect one linked object to its other parts. The idea had come from Harry, although he had no idea that it had. Harry had informed her that the dark mark, from what he was able to gather, was a form of not only identification with Confederates, but a way of communication as well. A protean charm. Bella suspected that perhaps the rings that Rudolphus had distributed to the other assumed youth Death Eaters was in fact a protean charm used to communicate to each other. If that were true, she might be able to use the rings as a way of distributing a curse to all those who wore one. If it were possible, she could take down every student who wore one in one swift blow. Inasmuch as the rings were in constant contact with the skin, it was plausible. But how to get the curse to piggyback on the signal was the problem. She would have to figure out a way to weave it and the transmission together. She was okay with charms, but this was well above her level of expertise. She would need to work up an arithmetic charm and obtain one of the rings to see if she could decipher the charm lattice used on the ring. Once she knew the lattice on the ring, she could begin experimenting on her piggyback charm. The plan was taking shape, but she needed more advanced charms, arithmancy, and runes books to help her research. Perhaps the ROR could provide what she needed. The next problem was getting a ring. It would be obvious if she tried to take a ring from someone already wearing one, which meant she would need to find the satchel that Rudolphus had and steal one from there. And there was little doubt that he would have it in a safe place or on his person at all times. But then again, this is Rudolphus Lestrange, and his one weakness was his arrogance, and he may not have even thought of someone trying to take one. After all, who would dare try something like that against the Prince of Slytherin house? She would have to keep her eyes and ears open, and perhaps get Harry to loan her his invisibility cloak for some late-night reconnaissance into the boys' dorm rooms. She left the library feeling confident that her plan could work. It would certainly deprive Voldemort of his assets within the school, and if successful, could be used on the dark mark itself. Harry was waiting at the gargoyle statue that hid the staircase to Dumbledore's office. He was not foolish enough to walk into the headmaster's office without his head of house. If she truly was on his side now, he could definitely use backup before confronting both Snape and Dumbledore. Harry heard footsteps and smiled as he saw Hermione leading not only Professor McGonagall, but Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and Sinestra. Minerva had told Harry about the other professors' desire to make amends as well, and were firmly in his corner. "Thank you, Professor, for coming. All of you," Harry told the assembled group. "Did Hermione tell you what happened?" "She did, Mr. Potter, and I must say that you conducted yourself brilliantly, a move worthy of your mother." Minerva McGonagall replied with a look of pride in her eyes. "Well, should we get this show on the road?" Pomona Sprout stated. "Yes, I think we should. That will be all Miss Granger." "Professor," McGonagall told the bushy-haired bookworm, who looked for a moment like she was about to protest being dismissed, but a stern look from her head of house quickly changed her mind, and she headed to the Great Hall for lunch, seeing that the afternoon classes had just ended. Harry, Minerva, and the others rode the spiral staircase up to the headmaster's office. Harry centered himself for the upcoming confrontation and mentally told himself to think before speaking and remember what Aunt Walburga and taught him about being a lord and head of house. Harry, come on, my boy, come." Albus began before seeing the procession that followed the Potter boy. "I was not aware of a staff meeting, Minerva." Dumbledore spoke, turning toward the Transfiguration professor. "We do not, Headmaster. I am here at Mr. Potter's request. Is this not a disputation resolution meeting?" Minerva asked tightly. "I see. Well, I really don't believe all this is necessary. It seems to be just a misunderstanding, and one I believe can be sorted out without convening a quorum," Albus said with his grandfatherly smile. On the inside, he wanted to get Harry alone so he could recalibrate his tracking devices, but he would need a sample of Harry's blood to do so, and taking someone's blood was an extremely serious matter, not to mention illegal in the way that Albus wanted for. "I don't think so, Professor. Snape accused me of—" "Professor Snape, Harry," Dumbledore corrected. "That's Lord Black, Headmaster, and he accused me of cheating in front of a classroom of my peers without any proof of said act, but his own assumption." Harry spoke in a hard and commanding voice. "Why, you arrogant Severus!" Dumbledore warned the potions master. Snape glared loathingly at Harry, but kept his tongue still. "I'm sure you just misunderstood him, Harry." Dumbledore smiled warmly. Harry bristled. "Again, sir, while this is a formal meeting, you will address me by my official title." Harry glared at the ancient wizard. "Is that absolutely necessary, Har?" "Lord Black." Dumbledore corrected himself after receiving an icy green stare from Harry. Dumbledore sighed heavily. "It is, sir. Now I would like to formally accuse Professor Snape of slander and to demand a public apology for his baseless accusation of cheating. Furthermore, I wish to petition the quorum that it begin an evaluation of Professor Snape's teaching ability and his professor's pledge of non-favoritism and creating a conducive learning environment for all students." Harry added. "What?" Snape snapped out. "According to the school bylaws, every professor is required to take an oath, vowing that they will cause no harm to students under his tutelage, to be fair and unbiased, and provide a learning environment that is conducive to learning. Amongst other stipulations and requirements, if these vows are not met, the professor in question may face disciplinary action, including dismissal from his position." Harry finished with a penetrating look at the greasy-haired man. Severus chortled. "Nice try, Potter. There is no such oath. Once again, you show your ignorance and utter stupidity." Dumbledore nearly palmed his face in exasperation. This was about to get painful for his spy and confidant. "What?" McGonagall nearly shouted, glancing at Severus. "There is most certainly an oath. Every professor is supposed to take it before they ever start teaching." Minerva's Scottish brogue roared through. She looked at her fellow professors for confirmation and received nods from Flitwick, Sprout, and Sinestra. "Would you care to explain to us, Albus, why he has not taken the oath?" Minerva directed her ire onto the headmaster. Albus knew that any explanation would be met with opposition, if not open hostility from his deputy headmistress. Of course he knew why he didn't have Severus take the oath. He needed his spy unrestrained to do the things he might be asked to do, all for the greater good, of course. "It seems that in my advancing years, I may have let that slip my mind, Minerva." Albus decided to mislead his deputy headmistress. "Well, I think that needs to be resolved here, and now, Professor," Minerva told the old man. "I don't think now would be the best time, Minerva. We have so much on our plates, and I believe this is one thing that can be taken care of at a later date. Albus told her authoritatively, but it did not have the effect he was hoping as Minerva's famous Scottish temper flared. "It's the perfect time, Albus, as we are here discussing Severus' apparent lack of decorum in his own classroom. And let me assure you, it is not only Mr. Potter who has claimed that Severus' classes are hostile toward anyone not in Slytherin. We will take care of this now, or the quorum will move for a suspension of Professor Snape until it is taken." The other assembled professor voiced their support of Minerva. "Very well, Minerva," Albus stated, suddenly looking tired. "Severus, lift your wand. You can't be serious, headmaster. This is an Severus, lift your wand and repeat after me. I, Severus Snape, do hereby promise on my magic that I will." Albus continued, and reluctantly Severus made his oath, which was sealed by magic. Albus had lost a tool at the school, one that had been free from the consequences of a professor's oath. Things would now be a bit more difficult in manipulating Harry through antagonism. But there were other ways. "Well, if we are finished with our business here," Dumbledore began. "Not yet, headmaster," Harry interrupted. "I demand an apology and an inquisition into Professor Snape tenure here at Hogwarts." "Harry, I mean Lord Black, with Severus' oath you should see a change in his teaching. I ask that you leave it alone and allow Severus a second chance." "Everyone deserves a second chance, Lord Black," Dumbledore replied. Harry wasn't happy with this and would have continued to force the issue if he had not remembered the saying, "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer." Perhaps it might be wise to know where the slippery former Death Eater is at all times. "I will agree to this on one condition, headmaster, and that is a public apology from him." Harry decided to see what he could still get. "I will not apologize to this." Snape began to protest. "It is an acceptable condition, Severus." Dumbledore cut him off. "Potter may have neutered his pet, but he still had uses and would rather keep him at the castle. He will apologize in your next class, Lord Black." "At dinner," Harry responded curtly. "Excuse me?" Dumbledore asked. "Why at dinner?" "Because everyone who was there now at lunch telling all their friends about it, and knowing the rumor mill, the whole school will have heard about it by dinner. So that is where I demand the apology be made," Harry stated with all seriousness, with a look that said this is not negotiable. Dumbledore sighed heavily. "Very well, it shall be as you asked." Snape looked gobsmacked, and then turned an impressive shade of red. Snape glared at Harry and then swept angrily from the office. Dumbledore shook his head and gave Harry a disappointed look. "If that is all, I would like to speak to Harry alone," Albus said, looking at the other professors and dismissing them with his eyes. "Is this school-related, headmaster?" "If it is, I request that my head of house remain," Harry asked. "Nothing like that, my boy. I just thought we could have a friendly chat." Albus tried to smile warmly to the boy. "Perhaps another time, headmaster. I really want to get to lunch before my next class," Harry informed the old wizard and quickly exited the office, followed by the other professors who excused themselves. "Harry is becoming too defiant and too independent. I need to do something to reel him back in," Dumbledore mused. "And how did he know about the oath and the disputation quorum?" Albus steepled his fingers in front of his face as he pondered over what he had just seen. He was too well prepared. There is only one person he knows with the intelligence to educate him in such matters. "Granger, I will have to do something about this," the ancient wizard thought to himself, and then began to realize a plan where he could kill two birds with one stone. Bella was curled up on the couch reading when Harry returned to the ROR just after curfew. He was staggering a bit and was rubbing the top of his right hand. Bella got up and wrapped an arm around his waist and helped him to the couch. Bella noticed that his eyes were slightly glassy. "Harry, have you been drugged?" Bella asked worriedly, pushing open his eyelids and looking at his pupils, which seemed to be dilated. She grabbed his hands and quickly released them after Harry winced. She gently took his right hand and looked at it. She saw that something had been carved into the top of his hands. The sentence read, "I must not tell lies." "What the hell is this, Harry? Who did this to you?" Bella asked, shaking Harry gently. "Lines," he whispered. "I must write my lines. I must write. I must not tell lies," Harry said mechanically as he reached for a nearby quill and parchment. Bella knocked the items away from his hands and forced him back on the couch. "What is going on, dear?" The voice of Walburga Black interrupted. "I think Harry has been drugged, Aunt Walburga." I think he was made to carve into his hand. Bella replied, "What?" Walburga screeched. "Who dares to assault the lord of our house?" "I don't know, Annie. I can't get Harry to focus." Bella's voice hitched. "Creature!" The portrait bellowed. Within moments, the ancient elf appeared with a soft pop. "Mistress is calling Creature." The old elf asked the portrait hanging above the mantel. "Yes, Creature. I need you to go back to Grimmauld Place and bring the restorative draft in the potions lab. It will be on the middle shelf on the back wall. It will be in a pear-shaped green glass bottle. Hurry!" With the pop, Creature was gone. "The draft he is bringing will flush out any remaining potions or toxins in his system, dear. Make him drink it all when Creature returns." She instructed Bella, who nodded absently while she continued to try and get Harry to talk to her. Creature popped back into the ROR and was instructed to give the bottle to Bella. Bella uncorked the bottle and gently pressed it to Harry's lips. Harry's instinct seemed to kick in because he automatically opened his mouth and Bella began to slowly pour the elixir down his throat. It took several minutes, but finally Harry had drunk the entire contents of the bottle. "Lay him back, dear. It may take several minutes for the draft to work, and he'll need a bucket. This won't be pretty," Walburga told her niece. A bucket materialized on the floor next to the couch just in time as Harry began to convulse. Bella managed to turn him on his side, and a moment later Harry began to empty his stomach into the receptacle. The evacuation of Harry's stomach lasted for about 5 minutes before he was finished. Bella vanished the contents of the bucket, and then cast an air-freshening charm for the room and a mouth-cleansing charm on Harry. Harry began to moan and cradle his hand while he lay on the couch, only semi-conscious. Bella conjured a cool, wet flannel and used it to gently dab at and soothe the inflamed hand that had been carved on. She then cast a numbing charm on the hand as an afterthought. "Harry, can you hear me?" Bella asked gently. "UG." "Bella," Harry asked groggily. "Yes, Harry, it's me. Are you all right? I feel like my insides are all twisted up." Harry replied, gingerly touching his stomach. "That's normal, dear. The draft is a little rough, but it does the job." Walburga added, "What happened to you, Harry?" Bella asked. "Not sure exactly. My day was a little intense, but everything went well considering. At the end of the day, I went to serve my detention." Harry explained. "Your detention with Umbridge?" Bella asked. "Yeah." I sat down and she offered me some tea. I drank it and we talked for a few moments. I began to feel a little strange or maybe tired. I don't remember. She then told me I would be writing lines. I pulled out some parchment and a quill, but she said she had a special quill that I had to use. I asked for ink, but she said it did not require ink. So I shrugged and began to write, "I must not tell lies." The toad face. Well, I wrote a few lines and noticed that the ink appeared to be red, but I also felt the back of my hand itch. I soon realized that the ink was blood, and it was coming from my own hand. The lines I was writing were being carved into my skin. I protested, but she told me to continue writing till it had sunk in. I don't know why, but I could not get myself to stop. It was like my brain wasn't listening to me and I had to do what she said. I know it wasn't the Imperious Curse because I can throw that off. Harry said, "A blood quill?" Walburga shrieked. That hag was torturing the Lord Black with a blood quill. Blood feud on that cow and her whole family. The Black matriarch was wailing. Bella was unusually quiet, but her body had stiffened noticeably. She rose from her seat and entered Harry's bedroom. A moment later, she exited with his invisibility cloak in hand. Harry noticed the look on her face, and it was one he would not want directed at him. "Bella, where are you going?" Harry asked, wincing as his stomach was still tender. "Creature, stay with Lord Black. I have something to do." "Bella, what are you going to do?" Harry asked in concern for his girlfriend. Bella looked at him resolutely and spoke in a voice that promised pain. "Toad hunting." Bella then turned and quickly exited the room of requirement. A/N, what did you think? Leave me a review or a comment on how you think the story is going. I hope all my friends stateside had a great Thanksgiving. Chapter 11. Disclaimer. See Chapter 1. A/N. Another first. Chapter 10 received 110 reviews. First time I have had a chapter break 100 reviews. You guys are great. I am truly humbled by the interest in this story. I love hearing back from you all and reading your thought and comments. So without further ado, here is Chapter 11 of Passageways. Hope everyone has a wonderful holiday. Merry Christmas. Chapter 11. Harry stared at the disappearing back of Bellatrix Black as the door to the ROR closed behind her. Her last statement caught the raven-haired boy slightly off guard. If this were the Bellatrix of his time, he would definitely be suspecting the premature death of the newest defense against the dark arts professor. But she had left without him, meaning that she was going after the Dolores Umbridge of her time. Bella had told him that she was not the nicest of people, but he doubted she had done anything yet to deserve the wrath of the girl who would one day become the most dangerous witch in recent history. Ah, Aunt Walburga, you don't think Bella will, do anything permanent, do you? Harry asked as he felt another wave of nausea hit him. Whatever she does, Harry, it will not nearly be severe enough. Walburga sniffed contemptuously. She has tortured the head of our family, and that does not go unchallenged. In my time, Annie, not in her time. Harry tried to reason with the portrait. Bella will not see it that way, dear. And Bella also has another motivation as well. Walburga grinned. What other motivation does she have? Harry asked. Why, you dear? She is very taken with you, and she will take that woman's attack on you as an attack on someone she cares deeply for. As if it had happened to one of her sisters, she will take it quite personally. Walburga explained. Oh, bugger! Harry exclaimed as he dived for the rubbish bin and relieved his stomach of what remained inside of it. The castle seemed eerily quiet as Bellatrix slowly made her way from the 7th floor down to the dungeons where the entrance to the Slytherin Commons room lay hidden. The quiet inner travel did nothing to diminish the roaring fire she felt in her chest. No one attacks the House of Black like that. No one tortures her, Harry. It struck her as she walked beneath the invisibility cloak just how quickly she became possessive of Harry, almost obsessive. She had always been a passionate person, though she kept up a cool mask of indifference to those she did not consider her family. But Harry brought out a whole new level of passion within her, one she was most willing to explore. She felt she could be herself around him, and that in and of itself was something Bella prized above all else. She could not really be herself around anyone else, and that was why she was so selfish in keeping him secretly to herself. She was not ready to even share the knowledge of him with her sisters either. Not completely anyway. Bella was shocked to see that she had already arrived at the Slytherin entrance. Her mind had been so focused on what she was going to do to the toad face pygmy puff, she had not realized the passage of time. She gave the password and silently entered the den of the snakes. Fortunately, no one had paid attention to her entrance, not that they would have seen her while underneath the cloak, but she thought at least someone would have looked up to see who had entered with the doorway opened. Bella looked around the dimly lit commons room and noticed that there were still a few small groups lingering at the few tables and couches that adorned the room. A shock of blonde hair drew her attention to a group of 4 boys huddled together near the fireplace. It seemed that Malfoy was holding court with a few others, including Rabaston Lestrange. Riddlefist was oddly not there. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she made her way carefully over to the group. They did not seem to be too concerned with others hearing them, as they were not speaking in hushed tones. It was the top dog or alpha male syndrome, Bella sneered to herself. The knowledge that you are the master of your domain. Hence you do not fear the presence of others or deem them a threat. It wasn't very Slytherin in Bella's eyes. Never give a potential enemy any ammunition that can be used against you, no matter how inconsequential you may deem it. Bella moved to within just a few feet of the group and tapped her earring that she had used at the 3 broomsticks to listen in to another conversation where an older Malfoy was present. I tell you, she just disappeared. Gregory Goyle spat. Need I remind you that apparition is impossible within the castle? Malfoy asked in a condescending tone. I am well aware of it, Lucius. But nevertheless, one moment she was there, and then she wasn't. Goyle reiterated. Did you see her disapparate? Rabaston Lestrange asked. Well, no. I was following her as ordered right after dinner. She headed up the grand staircase, so I followed. She went to the 4th floor and turned a corner, but when I got there and rounded the corner, there was nothing there but a wall. Goyle explained. A wall? Vincent Crabbe asked with a confused look. Yeah, a wall. Goyle spat. Where were you on the 4th floor? Malfoy asked the upset boy, nearly the size of a young troll. I was following her down the south corridor from the library, and she took the first left, and then she was gone, and there was this wall about 5 feet down that corridor. Were you drunk, Goyle? There is no wall there. That corridor runs to the exterior east wall, idiot. There is a large plate glass window there that looks out toward the Quidditch pitch. Lucius fumed. I tell you, there was a wall there. Goyle spat, jumping to his feet with his fists clenched. Well, that's unnerving. Bella thought. They have been trying to. Follow me, bastards. The wall being there is a little odd, though. Bella reflected on it for a moment before grinning. She would need to thank the Lady Hogwarts next time she saw her. Calm down, Goyle. Rabaston growled. This bickering isn't helping. Riddlefist wants to know where the Bint is sleeping and what she is up to. She hasn't been in the dorm since we returned. Why does he care so much? Crabbe asked, looking bewildered. It's not like he's lacking for company at the moment. He chuckled. That's not your concern, or any of your business. Rabaston glared menacingly at the bulky 16-year-old. Your orders are to keep track of her until told otherwise. Or need I remind you that the Dark Lord has made Riddlefist his personal representative here, and he has a personal interest in the Black family and wants to know their every move. Rabaston hissed under his breath. Crabbe swallowed hard and nodded his understanding. What about a tracking spell on her? No good, I've tried. Malfoy commented. She must have some sort of repelling charm on her. Maybe we should ask her sisters. Crabbe opined. Not likely, mate. Goyle replied. That Andromeda has a wicked temper, not to mention casts a nasty scrotal enlargement charm. Last bloke who hit on her had bollocks the size of coconuts for a week. All the boys shivered at the comment. What about the youngest sister? Narcissa? She's not a bad-looking bird for a first year. Lucius hummed. I'm sure I can sweet-talk her into telling me whatever I want. I do have my ways with the ladies. He smirked while licking his lips lasciviously. Bella would have unloaded a barrage of hexes on the blonde ponce right then and there if she was not already on a mission. But she would not forget, and Lucius just made it to the top 5 of her hit list. The topic of the conversation turned to the latest conquests of the blonde-haired dandy, which turned Bella's stomach. While the goon squad was thusly engaged in conversation, Bella thought it a good opportunity to scout the 7th-year male dorms for the satchel with the rings. If she were lucky, maybe she could get hold of one tonight. She made her way to the stairs that lead down to the male dorm rooms. Arriving at her destination, she cast a silencing charm on the hinges of the door and then slowly opened it. The first thing to reach Bella's senses was the sound of a wet slapping. It was quickly followed by a female voice moaning and panting. Bella entered the room and silently closed the door. What she saw nearly made her puke. Her friend Olivia was naked and straddling an equally naked Riddlefist Lestrange. Her fingernails scratching into the 7th year's chest, leaving red marks with a trickle of blood in their wake. Olivia was bouncing up and down on top of the oaf, while Riddlefist was lying motionless with his eyes closed and his arms folded underneath his head with a stupid grin on his face. Bella's gag reflex threatened to expose her as she fought off the stomach-turning horror of seeing the hairy Sasquatch-looking boy getting his rocks off with her friend. She averted her eyes and began cautiously looking for the satchel she had seen earlier. 5 frustrating minutes later, she finally saw it under the pillow the uni-browed oaf was lying on. Shite! How am I supposed to get at it without Loverboy knowing? I suppose I could stun them both, but I'm sure they'd figure that out once they came to, and that would be the first thing he would check. Bella was about to give it up as a lost cause for the night, when suddenly Riddlefist began to breathe faster, and his hands flew to Olivia's bare hips. He began to thrust into her with abandon, and within a few moments was releasing his seed into her. He fell back, catching his breath as Olivia continued to grind on him. But he had already softened, and Olivia would get no satisfaction tonight. Get off, which I need to shower, and get your stench off of me. Riddlefist callously spoke, shoving the girl off of him. Olivia looked like she was about to cry as he dismissed her like a common whore. She gathered up her cloths and stormed from the room. Bella heard the girl begin to sob as the door closed behind her. Bella was furious and wanted to kill the Lestrange scion right where he stood, not for her sake, but for all womankind. No one should be subjected to the presence of such an arse. Bella, in her rising anger, was not watching her surroundings and bumped into a small desk in the room while she was moving away from the door. Riddlefist stopped what he was doing, startled by the sudden noise. The eldest Lestrange brother took stock of the room, but did not see anyone. But Lestrange was not a simple-minded fool like many wizards and knew just because you couldn't see anyone did not mean there was no one there. As casually as he could, he reached for his wand that was also under his pillow. He spun around with his wand, coming up. Hominum Revelio. He cast the human revealing spell. Bella nearly wet herself as she thought she would be discovered, and a fight would ensue that would surely alert others. A few seconds passed by, and nothing. Riddlefus had a confused look on his face as he slowly pivoted around to take in the entire dorm room. Bella realized that his spell had not worked. It did not reveal her. Bella wondered if it had been Harry's cloak that defeated the spell. But what she knew of invisibility cloaks told her that a cloak could not defeat that particular spell. That's why Riddlefus had cast it. It would reveal any hidden person, whether disillusioned or under an invisibility cloak. Whatever happened, Bella was relieved, but she was still not out of danger yet. Riddlefus, after casting the spell 2 more times, finally relaxed, figuring something must have fallen when Olivia had slammed the door behind her. Riddlefus grabbed a towel from his trunk and entered the adjoining washroom to take a shower. Bella did not move for a few more minutes, just in case Riddlefus was not truly gone, but listening for anyone in the room. Taking a chance, she moved toward the satchel under the pillow. She cast a silent revealing spell to check the bag for any spells, jinxes, or wards. Surprisingly, she found some sort of blood ward on the locking mechanism. It would take someone's blood to open it, most likely keyed to Riddlefus' blood. It was pretty advanced magic for Riddlefus. Someone must have set it up for him. Damn. Now what? She raked her mind for an answer to the problem, but none came to mind that would not raise suspicions. Wait, Olivia scratched his chest. It may not be much, but there may still be some of his blood still under her fingernails. That is if she hasn't showered yet and washed her hands. Bella moved quickly to the door, but had to jump out of the way as it suddenly opened. Bella pushed herself flat against the wall as Riddlefus' dorm mates entered in. Before they could shut the door, she managed to get out. She wasted no time and headed to the 5th-year girls' dorm and entered. She saw Olivia's clothes thrown unceremoniously on the floor, but no Olivia. Just then she heard the girls' showers running. Panicking, she ran to the showers. On the floor underneath the spray of the water sat Olivia. She was curled up into a ball, sobbing. Olivia's hands were soaking wet and were entwined in the girl's hair, which seemed keen on ripping it all out. The girl began to rock herself back and forth and was mumbling angrily at herself. Bella would have felt sorry for the girl if she hadn't been so frustrated by the loss of the blood. But Olivia had brought this upon herself, Bella mused. She, like many pure-blood girls, and especially those brought up with Slytherin values, aspired to attach themselves to the politically or socially powerful, and the Lestranges were a politically powerful family. To Olivia, Riddlefus Lestrange was a means to bring her social and political status in this new regime that she, like many other purebloods, believed would replace the current magical administration. So it was hard for Bella to feel any sympathy for the girl, who, even knowing about the existing contract between the Lestranges and Blacks, attempted to seduce the 7th-year troll. Olivia's renewed screaming shook Bella from her musings. Bella looked at the blonde, who seemed to be struggling to pull her right hand from her hair. A closer look showed that the blonde's hair had become knotted in the dark mark ring. With a sharp yank, Olivia managed to free her hand, but had pulled out a large clump of her hair at the same time. Olivia cursed as she stood and went to a sink. She pulled the ring off her finger and pulled the clumps of hair out of it. She set the ring down on the sink and began to run her fingers through her hair to see the damage. Bella saw an opportunity and quickly neared the sink. With the cloak still firmly around her, she was able to grab the ring with barely a finger becoming visible. She moved to the door, and before she left, cast a silent charm on the sink pipes, which caused them to clink as if something had fallen down the pipes. The noise had its intended effect, as Olivia spun around looking for the ring, fearing it had fallen into the drain. She screamed as she desperately tried to force her fingers down the drain in a vain attempt to find the ring that was now securely in Bella's robes. Bella exited the washroom and only briefly wondered what the consequences of Olivia losing the ring would bring down upon the blonde Slytherin. It was getting late, and Bella had one more visit to make, and that was a visit to the Toad, who was due her comeuppance. Bella entered the 7th-year girls' dorm still concealed beneath Harry's cloak. Umbridge's bed was easy to spot, as its bed curtains were a gaudy pink in color. At first, Bella wondered if there was a bear in the bed. The snoring was so loud, and wondered why her roommates weren't cursing the squat witch. A quick revealing spell made it all clear. Her roommates had placed silencing wards around their own beds. That would make things easier for Bella. She would not need to worry about anyone hearing her in the room. Bella hadn't really thought through what she wanted to do to the toad. She just knew that she wanted her to suffer pain and humiliation, and maybe something worse. A stray thought of just killing the girl came to mind. It would be so easy to immobilize her and then smother her. She would never get the chance to hurt anybody, ever. Bella suddenly heard an echoing cackle that came out of nowhere, and yet it shook her to her very core. It sounded so evil and unhinged that it caused her to involuntarily shiver. The voice sounded eerily familiar. It sounded like her. Bella gasped as the images of her future self filtered into her head. A cackling mad woman killing students indiscriminately as she stormed Hogwarts Castle along with 100 other black-cloaked and masked individuals. She saw herself covered in the blood of the innocent, their voices crying out for their mothers as they lay dying on the blood-stained earth. Hundreds of faces, both young and old, swam before her vision in frozen horror. She saw herself shooting killing curses at fleeing first years, mocking them with a baby voice as each one fell to the ground never to rise again. It was horror on a scale she could not imagine, yet she knew that in Harry's world they had already happened. Bella collapsed to the ground and wept bitter tears at what she had done or would do. Agony like she had never felt welled up in her chest. Suddenly a hand rested on her shoulder, though it didn't startle her, but she felt comforted by its touch. Bella looked up to see the spectral form of the Lady Hogwarts, looking down upon her with a sadness that a parent shows for a child whom they must discipline for an indiscretion. But there was compassion and understanding in her gaze as well. "I needed you to see, Bella. I needed you to understand that allowing yourself to even contemplate the killing of another could lead you down a familiar path. With just one act of murder, Bella, you could set yourself on that path that you have sworn not trod." Hogwarts counseled. Bella hung her head and sniffed back the tears that threatened to fall. She tortured Harry. Bella softly whispered, "No, Bella, she is not. Not yet. You must not punish her for a crime that she has not committed. But she will, milady, she will. And she has in Harry's time." A distraught Bella replied, "Think, Bella, you do have an opportunity to stop her, but there are other means in which to accomplish your goal. Harry is not the first or the last to have suffered from her less than tender mercies, and I am confident that you will find a non-lethal way of making sure she never gets the chance to repeat history. Defend the ones you love, Bella, but let the punishment fit the crime and only use deadly force when you must. There is a difference between killing in self-defense or to protect the life of another and murder." The ancient manifestation counseled. "What can I do to stop her then?" Bella asked, pulling herself together. "Are you not a daughter of the Blacks? Do you not possess the gift that has been in your family for generations, passed from mother to daughter since Morgana?" Lady Hogwarts smirked at the shocked face of the raven-haired girl in front of her. "Yes, I know your lie, my dear. I know you have the blood of the first enchantress in your veins, Bellatrix Black of the House of Black. The gift of enchantment runs rich within your veins. No mere spell, jinx, or curse has the permanence of a strongly placed enchantment. The true knowledge of enchantment may have disappeared from the wizarding world, but 1,000 years ago, those of your bloodline were the most feared of magicals. Use your gift now and have your justice." The spectral form declared and then faded from view. Bella was standing in the dark room, digesting everything the Lady Hogwarts had shown her and told her. The vision of what her future self had done was more than enough to sober her up and rethink her strategy with dealing with Umbridge. Of course, she knew she was an enchantress. Every girl born of the Black line had been blessed with the gift, but the incantations took a lot more time than a simple spell and required more power to do so as well. That's why she assumed the practice had been forgotten by others who possessed the gift, given up because spells with a wand were so much easier and quicker, and enchantments were heavily driven by intent and emotion. Bella breathed in deeply to center herself and collect her thoughts on how she wanted to proceed. An evil smirk spread across her face as she thought of the appropriate punishment for the toad. She moved to the head of the bed and hovered over the contorted face of the snoring seventh year. Bella slowly unsheathed a silver dagger that had been hidden at her waist. The blade gleamed in the soft, artificial moonlight that came through a spelled portrait that showed the night sky similar to the Great Hall ceiling but on a much smaller scale. She placed just the very tip of it on Umbridge's forehead and made the shallowest of cuts. The blade's razor edge sliced the skin as if it were made of warm butter. Umbridge did not even stir. She remained oblivious of her attacker presence and what she had done. Bella then brought the knife to her own left thumb and poked the pad of the thumb and watched as blood began to well up. She positioned her bleeding thumb over the small cut on Umbridge's face. Bella let 3 drops of her own blood fall onto the cut and smiled devilishly as the blood was drawn into the cut. Her own blood would anchor the enchantment, making it impossible for anyone else to remove. Bella then began the long incantation that would be triggered by the cow's own hubris. Through your hate will your magic be bound. Your words of bigotry shall force you to ground. On your belly will you crawl, in the mud and marsh shall you sprawl. Let your loathing become the croaking that echoes through the night. Bella continued for another 10 minutes before the incantation for the curse was complete. She felt herself sway, not used to the amount of power needed to perform this type of magic. She was satisfied, however, that it would be Umbridge herself who would cause the curse to initiate. She just hoped she was around when it happened. She would love to see everyone's reaction to the, changes to the girl. It was nearly 2 in the morning when Bella returned to the room of requirement. But Harry had obviously awaited her return, seeing him sitting in a chair facing the door. Before he could ask her anything about what she had done, she had curled up on his lap with her arms draped around his neck and her head on his shoulder, and with a couple heartbeats was sound asleep. Chuckling softly to himself, he stood with the girl in his arms and made his way to her bedroom. He carefully placed her on the bed, but her arms refused to release his neck. Sighing good-naturedly, he laid down on the bed with her. He didn't know if she was truly asleep or feigning it, but as soon as he had stretched out on her bed, she instantly cuddled into his side and wrapped her arm around his waist, pulling him tight to her. He kissed the top of her head, and with a swish of his wand the comforter covered them, and another flick and the lamps were extinguished. He could get answers from her tomorrow, but right now sleep did sound pretty inviting, especially with a beautiful girl on his chest. When Harry had awakened the next morning, Bella was already gone. She had left him a sweet note explaining that she had gone to the Ollery early to send a letter to her mom. She also asked him to meet her back in the ROR at lunchtime, and that she had something important to show him. Harry had a free period this morning, and so didn't need to be up if he didn't want to, but his rumbling stomach had other ideas. He decided to check on Luna to see how she was doing, so he quickly showered and dressed, and headed down to the Great Hall to see if he couldn't find the quirky but sweet Ravenclaw. He was still upset that her fellow housemates had treated her so poorly just because she was a tad odd. But Harry knew all too well the feeling of being ridiculed and bullied, and felt a kind of a kinship for the small blonde. Harry entered the Great Hall and immediately found Luna sitting by herself at the Ravenclaw table eating what appeared to be 3 slices of French toast stacked on top of each other, and covered in oatmeal topped with a fried egg and a sausage that seemed to be cut to look like the Eiffel Tower coming up through the middle of all of it. Harry just chuckled as he took the seat in front of her. "Good morning, Harry Potter. Are you my Harry Potter, or are you the other Harry Potter?" Luna asked airily, not looking up from her creative breakfast masterpiece. "Huh? I'm the only Harry Potter as far as I know, Luna," Harry replied, confusion in his voice. Luna looked at him and tilted her head to the side, as if deep in thought. "You could be my Harry Potter, yes, I think you are. But I fear the other will be here soon, and I would have lost my Harry. I hope he will be as nice as you have been when he comes," Luna stated with a resigned sigh, and then returned to her breakfast. Okay." Harry shook his head. He did not know what she was getting at, so decided to change the subject. "So how have you housemates been treating you lately?" "Much better. I think Professor Flitwick spoke to them. Either then or the Raxbird infestation in our commons room has been cleared out. But I'm rather inclined to suspect the former. It is very difficult to get rid of an infestation of Raxbird without a generous supply of orange marmalade to tempt them with, and I haven't seen any orange marmalade lying about." "That's good to hear, Luna. But just remember, if your things go missing again, the elves will help you get them back," Harry told his friend. "Yes, they've been quite helpful." Luna smiled. "Luna, who's that man sitting next to Professor Sinestra?" Harry asked, seeing an unfamiliar face at the head table. Luna gave Harry a concerned look at his question. "That's the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Professor Hedgeburn. Are you okay, Harry? I don't see any nargles around you, but sometimes they're even invisible to me." "What happened to Professor Umbridge?" Harry asked in confusion. "Who?" Luna asked. Professor Umbridge, you know the pink cardigan wearing Toad. Harry stated with a look of disgust. Harry, even I know a Toad can't teach data. They would be much better at herbology, I would think. Luna replied. No, Luna. Umbridge is that ministry employee that began teaching here this year. Harry tried to remind her, but she still had a blank stare on her face. Oh dear! Luna exclaimed. Oh dear? Oh dear, what Luna? Harry asked. Are you sure you're not the other Harry? No, I don't think you are. She corrected herself. Harry was getting a bit confused. Suddenly, Luna's face lit up. Oh, I have heard of an Umbridge, though. My dad told me something about a Dolores Umbridge who was a 7th year when he was a 6th. It was the first story he wrote for the Quibbler. It was its inaugural publication. Let's see, what was the story about? Oh yes, it had to do with Professor Slughorn creating his own Toad army to conquer Wales. Huh. Harry felt a headache coming on from trying to follow his friend. Well, according to Father, Umbridge was undergoing some sort of breeding regime to produce a master race of human toads. When something went wrong, and she turned into a rather large toad the size of a large dinner plate in the Great Hall, exposing the conspiracy. She was quickly gathered up by the professors and never seen again. Luna retold the story as best she could. Do you have your data book with you, Luna? Harry asked curiously. Ido. Luna said, pulling the book from her bag. I was the same book as the one Umbridge had passed out. So this Hedgeburn must also be following the same orders as Umbridge had. But he wondered if he was as nasty as she was. Luna, have you had this class yet? Harry asked her, handing her book back to her. Yesterday. Luna replied, taking the book and putting it back in her bag. How did you like him as a professor? Harry asked, trying to get what information he could get about the new addition to the staff. Well, Luna began, looking thoughtful. He's a little timid for a data professor, and he doesn't have a very strong magical aura. It's a little frustrating that there is no practical wand work for the class. If you ask me, I think Fudge is planning on taking over the school with his army of heliopaths, and he doesn't want us to learn how to defend ourselves. But fortunately, I know how to defend against them. Luna stated. Harry couldn't resist, so he asked, and how do you defeat a heliopath? With fizzy drinks, of course. The sugar attracts them, but the bubbles create a natural gaseous toxin that is deadly to the heliopaths, causing them to explode. You see, they can't belch the bubbles back up. Luna whispered conspiratorially. Harry grinned at his friend. Maybe I'll have to buy a case of fizzy drinks. Just in case. Luna smiled at Harry and nodded her head. Harry stared up at the head table, wondering if this subtle change in the timeline would have any serious repercussions, or if it was small enough to not have really made a difference. It was odd, though, that if Hedgeburn had been here since the start of turn, he had no memory of him. Would his memories not change? Harry leaned back on the bench he was sitting on with a pensive look. Bella, what did you do to Umbridge that changed the time? Lie. Harry looked down at his right hand where he was forced to carve the words, I must not tell lies, and noticed that they were still there. Harry frowned at that. If Bella somehow changed the future, why do I still have the cuts in my hand? Harry thought to himself. Are you feeling well, Harry? Luna asked, worried about her friend's sudden pensive appearance. Oh, yeah, Luna, I'm fine. Just thinking. Harry replied mechanically. I need to go, Luna. I need to look into something. Harry stood from the bench and turned to go, but was stopped as Luna called to him. Harry. Luna began softly. Her eyes looked wide and sorrowful. I will miss you when the other Harry comes. I hope that I don't forget you, though, when he does. Harry gave her a concerned look and grabbed her hand. Luna, I'm not going anywhere, okay? I'll talk to you later, right? Luna jerkily nodded her head and smiled tearily at him. Okay, Harry, the other you may not be here for a while yet anyway. I just wanted you to know. Harry gave her a confused but sincere smile and then left the Great Hall. Harry made his way back up to the room of requirement, deciding to skive of his first class. He was hoping to ask the Lady Hogwarts some questions about the timelines. Bella entered the Great Hall with Lily Evans by her side. She had run into the first-year Gryffindor after she had sent an owl to her mother and invited the vivacious redhead to join her for breakfast. Bella was beginning to really like the intelligent girl and could see why Narcissa had become such quick friends with her. She was warm and unbiased, and was so open to this new world she had been introduced to that you couldn't help being drawn into her enthusiasm. Lily! Narcissa waved from her seat next to her sister Andromeda. The redhead waved back and joined her friend. Bella took a seat across from her sisters and began to plate her breakfast. Have you heard about Olivia? Andromeda whispered across the table. Bella looked up at her sister. No, what happened? She asked in interest. Apparently she fell down a few flights of stairs this morning. Was hurt pretty bad from what I've heard. She was sent to St. Mungo's about an hour ago. Really? Bella asked, looking down the table looking for Rudolphus, but not seeing him. Yeah, odd that though, Andromeda added. Oh, Bella asked. Well, Madame Pomfrey is one of the top healers in the country. It's odd that she wasn't able to take care of her here. The second eldest black sister mused. Maybe she was just being overly cautious and wanted to make sure there was no permanent damage. Bella offered. Andromeda shrugged. Perhaps. Anyway, I thought since she was your friend, you might know more about it. No, I don't. Bella looked down at her plate, pushing her eggs around. But thanks for letting me know. Bella knew that Rudolphus would most likely be furious with Olivia if she had informed him that her ring was missing. And maybe she was being naive, or maybe just didn't care what those repercussions were at the time. But now she was feeling a little guilty. Not much, but perhaps a little. What is the noble house of Slytherin coming to when a mudblood is allowed to sit at our table? A simpering voice vocalized for the table to hear. Lily cringed and lowered her head. Don't do that, Lily. Bella ordered the redhead, getting the first year's attention. Lift your head. Be proud of who you are. Don't let people make you feel inferior. Bella told the girl, who nodded with a watery grin before, straightening her back and glaring at the witch who made the comment. Oh, look, the mudblood thinks she asterisk cruic asterisk. The short curly-haired witch blushed. I don't know where that came from. She embarrassedly grinned. My Dolores, what big eyes you have. Bella cooed. Students around the arrogant witch watched in fascination as her eyes seemed to slowly grow to twice their normal size. They were literally bulging from her eye sockets. Some students began to scoot away from her at the sight. Oh, my Dolores, what a big mouth you have. Bella continued in mock concern. Dolores Umbridge's head began to flatten and elongate, and her mouth grew impossibly wide. Her hair began to fall out in large clumps, leaving a smooth, bald surface exposed. The smooth surface then began to sprout large brown warts. Students torn between running in fear and watching in morbid fascination at the sight in front of them were frozen in place. A large fly that had landed on the table was suddenly grabbed by a rather large and sticky tongue. Students who hadn't moved away before suddenly jumped in shock as they watched one of their own swallow the pest in a loud gulp. What was going asterisk croak? Asterisk. Dolores Umbridge was in a full panic as her body was slowly morphing into something reptilian. She brought her hands in front of her face and witnessed as her thumb shrank back into her hand and the four remaining fingers separated and elongated. She was feeling cold now and seemed to be shrinking. Her neck all but disappeared in her shoulders, her legs folding underneath her. Her shoes popped off, revealing long, scaly toes. The disturbance had finally attracted the attention of the professors at the head table. Dumbledore, Slughorn, and McGonagall raced to the scene. Oh my! Is that Miss Umbridge? McGonagall asked. Yes, Professor. A student in Slytherin robes informed her in a voice that hinted at shock and wonder. Finite incantatum. The Scottish professor cast to no avail. It's not a spell, Albus, she told him in a worried tone. Perhaps a potion? Horace Slughorn tested all the food and drink where she had been sitting, finding no potions. Fascinating, Dumbledore remarked with an impressed raised eyebrow as they watched the transformation of Dolores Umbridge complete. Before them, on the bench, surrounded by student robes, was an extremely large greenish-brown toad with dark, oozing warts. It was as large as a dinner platter and probably weighed at least 20 pounds. Students looked on with mixed emotions on their faces. Some were of shock, others of disgust, but no one seemed to notice the triumphant smirk on Bella's lips. Movement overhead alerted all in the hall that the post had arrived as dozens of owls swooped into the great hall to deliver their parcels and posts. The large toad did not go unnoticed by the owls that had in many cases traveled long distances and were a bit famished. Toads being a natural food source for owls brought a lot of attention to the rather juicy-looking toad. Dumbledore, sensing an approaching feeding frenzy, quickly shielded the toad. I think we should take Miss Umbridge to Poppy. She may be able to determine what has happened. If not, I'm sure the perpetrator will come forward and undo what has been done. Dumbledore told the other professors. Not likely, Bella thought to herself. Several minutes later, Harry was entering the ROR. and to his surprise stood the Lady Hogwarts smiling at him knowingly, as if she already knew his mind and what he wanted to discuss. Come, siete. She gestured to one of the chairs in the familiar commons room that he and Bella shared. Harry sat in the offered chair, and the lady sat in the other. You have questions for me. It was a statement, not a question, as the beautiful spectral image of Hogwarts and the image of Helga Hufflepuff began their discussion. Harry cleared his throat and opened his mouth, but then closed it a moment later. He wasn't entirely sure how to ask what he wanted to ask or what to ask truthfully. He folded his hands in his lap and looked down at them. Seeing the scars on his right hand gave him reprieve, and he began by lifting his hand. "Milady, something has changed in my time," Harry stated in a rush. Hogwarts looked at him to continue. "Well, Umbridge is no longer there. I mean here anymore. I think Bella did something to her." Harry stated. "Indeed she did." Hogwarts chuckled. "Very inventive of her, I must say. She didn't, kill her, did she?" Harry asked. "No, Harry." She reassured him, though it was a close thing. Hogwarts didn't elaborate further. Seeing no further answer from her, Harry continued. "So anyway, apparently Umbridge never came to teach." Harry began to rub his hand, feeling the raised scars. Hogwarts noticed the action. "And you are wondering how it is you still have the scars on your hand if in your presence she never was your teacher?" Hogwarts asked him and received a nod. "And why do I still remember it, and I don't have any memory of the other professor?" Harry asked with a furrowed brow. Hogwarts stood and swept her arms around the room. "Harry, the enchantments that I placed on this room has made it in a word outside of time. While you remain in this room, when changes are being made, your memories will not be altered. You and Bella will stay the same, while everyone else around you will have changed. So I don't understand. If Bella or I alter the past, my present, her future is changed, but no one else will know about it. How is that even possible? What if we stop people from being killed in the past? Will they suddenly be alive? And what about all the missing years in between? Will they just magically be filled in? What if we stop my parents from being killed? Will I just know them and have new memories of them? I don't understand the logic behind it. Is there logic behind it?" Hogwarts' countenance fell as she looked upon the boy that fate had treated so poorly. She had hoped that she would have more time before she had to tell them the full truth about their unique situation. She needed to explain things to the both of them, and she expected that she was going to have a pair of irate teens on her hands. But it needed to be done, and they truly did have the potential for a wonderful future together. It was one of the possibilities she had seen, at least. Harry jumped as the entrance door suddenly opened, and a winded Bella came running in. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was breathing heavily, like she had just run a marathon. "Are you okay, Harry?" Bella asked, looking between him and Lady Hogwarts. "Yeah, I'm fine. The question is, are you okay? You look like you were being chased or something." Harry told her. Bella stood as straight as she could, but seemed to have a stitch in her side that she was holding with her left hand. "I was in class when I felt this extraordinary strong need to return here," Bella related. "I apologize for the alarm, Bella, but it was I who summoned you." Hogwarts told the panting girl. "I needed you here to explain a few things I neglected to tell the two of you earlier. Please take a seat." Bella grabbed Harry's hand and pulled him to sit next to her on the couch. The lady stared back at the two teens whose hands were interlinked and drew strength from the bond the two had already formed. And it gave her hope that what she was about to confess to them might not be as unwelcomed as it could be. "You both know that I brought you two here for your protection, and to help me protect the school and its students by changing the events that would lead to so much death and sorrow within and without my walls. I have seen your future, Bella, all the atrocities and horrors committed by Bellatrix Lestrange. I know how your mind fell into madness, but I also see an alternate path, one that leads to a long and happy life." Here she glanced knowingly over to Harry. "Harry, I have also seen your future firsthand. I know what becomes of you. How you meet an untimely end through treachery and deceit by those you had trusted most on these very grounds. You were the lamb brought to slaughter, unprepared. You blindly, though bravely, went out to confront a monster who would show you no mercy. But the path is not set in stone, and I have seen my own near destruction. It was because of so much magical blood spilled on my grounds that I was able to create this place. Through siphoning every bit of released magic from that horrible battle, I was able to collect enough power to create this room. and thus bring you together. However, time is a fickle thing, and every change creates a ripple. Those ripples are impossible to predict. For example, when you cast a stone into a calm lake, you create a distinct pattern of ripples that begin to spread out, but in a way you can still somewhat predict. However, now if you toss another stone and yet another stone, all those ripples begin to collide and distort, and the original ripples are completely lost, and you have something completely different. Do you follow me so far? Hogwarts asked. The two teens nodded their understanding. The past and the future have already begun to shift, and even I am not completely sure what the end result would be. So this room creates a constant to the chaos. From the moment you stepped into this room, you no longer belong to time. You exist outside of it. This room shields you from the ripples. These ripples won't affect Bella as much since we are working forward from her time, but it will have a very significant effect on you, Harry, in your time. And this is why I must ask you, Harry, to forgive me. Hogwarts apologetically spoke. I don't understand. I knew there would be changes. Why would you need to apologize? Harry asked with a furrowed brow. Should you continue on this path and succeed? She gestured to him and Bella. You, the Harry of your world, will cease to exist. The person you are right now will have never been. What? Do you mean, am I going to disappear or something? Harry asked in a panic. Bella paled and tightened her grip on Harry's hand. Hogwarts placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. No, Harry, you will not vanish. You, as you are now, will continue to exist. But the world you come from will not know you. It will have its own Harry Potter. One that has not lived the life that you have. A Harry who has not suffered at the hands of his relatives. One that has not faced the horrors and dangers that you have faced. This creates a dilemma, a paradox, if you will. There cannot be two Harry Potters that exist in your time. Eventually, Harry, you will have to make a decision. And this is where I have not been as forthcoming as I should have been, Harry, and why I must ask your forgiveness for not telling you before you started this journey. And that is, whether you stay in your time or whether you go to Bella's, you will no longer be able to be Harry Potter. Harry was stunned. He didn't know whether to feel confusion, anger, sadness, betrayal, or manipulated. So instead, he settled for numb. So who will I be or become? I don't understand. Why didn't you tell me this before? Harry asked tightly. I have no excuse, Harry. In the future you were heading, saw you dying at the hands of Voldemort at the age of 17. Dumbledore, in his arrogance, believed that a battle between you and Voldemort would weaken him enough that Dumbledore could step in after you were killed and kill Voldemort himself. He didn't, and our world was cast into darkness. Harry, it may not mean much to you, Bella quietly spoke, but I prefer creating a new future with you than becoming the evil I might have been had you not come into my life. And had the lady not brought us together, I'm sure I would have. And for that, I am grateful to her for bringing you here. Harry looked at Bella warmly. Funny thing is, I should be furious, but I find myself okay with it. Being the boy who lived has been more of a curse than a blessing anyway. I think I'd like a shot at happiness rather than an early death. He half smiled. Bella kissed him tenderly on the lips. As to who you become, it is completely up to you, Harry. There are many extinct lines within the Potter and Evans family that you could restart. Hogwarts stated. The Evans? Harry asked. Your mother is the first active magical in a long line of squibs, Harry. The name was changed to Evans from Evening Shade in the early 18th century. Hogwarts continued. I've heard of that family. Bella gasped. They were a dark family, weren't they? Bella asked the ancient lady. More a dark shade of gray. They are an ancient house, Harry. Not a noble and ancient house like the Potters and Blacks and hold no titles, but they are just as old. Hogwarts informed him. So, I guess I still have some time before I have to give up being Harry Potter, right? Harry asked. It all depends on how fast you and Bella work. It could be a year or two, maybe more, before the new Harry makes an appearance. Hogwarts estimated. I wondered how she knew. Harry suddenly chuckled. How who knew what Harry? Bella asked. Luna lo ve. He replied. She said something this morning to me that at the time made no sense. But now it does. What did she say? Bella asked inquisitively. She said that she hoped the other me was as nice as I was, and that she hoped she remembers me. Harry said with an impressed look. Lady Hogwarts smiled. Yes, Luna Lovegood. I have watched her on occasion. She has a unique gift. Not the first in her family either. Is she a seer? Bella asked. No, not in the traditional sense. She is a magic reader. She can see and feel magic around her, sense its ebbs and flows. It speaks to her. Magic, however, is not linear. It flows through space and time, forwards and backwards, side to side. Again, it is partly why this room can exist. She must have felt a change in your magic or the magic of the possible you. It would seem similar to her, but different, and she could sense that it was you but not you. Sounds confusing. Bella said with a shake of her head. It can be she is trying to make sense of not only what her five senses are telling her, but what her magical senses are telling her as well. And sometimes the two are at odds with each other, and why she seems so odd at times. That is why most people avoid her, unfortunately. Hogwarts told them. Anything else that you want to know? Hogwarts asked the young couple. Lots. They chorused. The next few days seemed to fly by for the couple. The change in Dada professors in Harry's time did not seem to have made any difference in the current timeline. Harry went to his classes and, although the glares had almost completely stopped, there was still an air of discomfort for many of the students who shared classes with him. He had not really spoken to Hermione except in the classroom and usually just about class-related topics. During his free periods and in the evenings, he continued to practice drawing the runes and practicing the incantation for the unbinding ceremony, and receiving lessons in lordship from Walburga. The only distraction from the norm was the occasional request by Dumbledore to visit him in his office. But Harry had managed to avoid the requests so far by. Bella had not been idle either. She had informed Harry about the Death Eater rings and her theory about them being a communication device, and the possibility of placing a curse on one ring that could transmit it to all the others. Harry was excited about the possibility. However, Bella was having no luck so far in trying to figure out the arithmancy behind the ring's operation, and the charm work was well above her understanding. But Bella loved a challenge, and she would not relent until she discovered its secrets. Then the next daunting task would be to weave her own curse into the ring's spell lattice. She had a working premise on how it could work, but it was all theory for now, and it would continue to be until she unraveled all the protective spells on the ring itself and beamed to experiment. The danger came from accidentally destroying the existing mechanism of communication in her attempts to understand it. If the ring became inoperable, it was back to square one, and somehow getting another ring seemed was not a pleasant thought. Bella was sure that Rudolphus had made an example of Olivia to impress upon the others who had a ring not to lose them or let them out of your sight, or they could face similar consequences. The time had finally come to attempt the unbinding ritual, and Harry was a bundle of nerves. Walburga had tried to calm the nervous boy, but no words of reassurance could ease his frazzled nerves. He was about to perform a ritual he had never done before that could cause permanent damage to the girl he was quickly falling in love with. One simple misstroke on a rune or a mispronounced word could be disastrous. The only thing that kept him from falling apart was the faith Bella had in him. They had spent the night together holding on to one another. He had expressed his fears to her that night, and she had told him that she knew that she was in good hands and trusted him completely. The reams of parchment he had gone through drawing and redrawing the runes was a testament to his dedication on getting it right. She had distracted him from his obsessive musing by making sure his lips and mouth were deliciously occupied to think of anything else but exploring her lips and mouth in return. But now that the moment was at hand, those same nerves were threatening his confidence. The room is ready, my lord. Creature informed Harry, who had been pacing in his room. Harry nodded and took another deep breath to center himself. Harry exited his room into the commons area. He noticed that the couches and chairs were no longer there, but a large altar dominated the center of the room. It looked like shiny black onyx. He could see his reflection in the surface of it. He ran his hand down it, and to his surprise found it warm to the touch. A simple medical cart with wheels stood next to the altar with 3 vials of Bella's blood and what looked like several old-fashioned fountain pens which would be used to draw the runes by dipping the head of the pens in the blood. Harry twisted the black signet ring around his finger nervously and began to recite the incantation in his head. He would not mess up, he continued to tell himself as he paced. The room was warmly lit by the roaring fire in the hearth, and several torches lining all 4 walls, and 4 bluebell flames hovering above the altar, illuminating it in soft light. A door opening to his right caught his attention. He turned to see Bella step out of her room. Her long, curly dark hair was piled up on top of her head to keep it off her shoulders and neck. She was wearing a forest green silk robe that clung sinfully over her feminine curves. The robe was pulled tight around her by a silk belt that just accentuated her femininity. Bella gave him a shy smile as she made her way slowly to him, her own nerves for the first time visible in her violet eyes. She pressed herself against him as his arms encircled her narrow waist. They stood silently in each other's embrace for a few moments, each gathering up their courage. "I know you can do this, Harry," she whispered, her head tucked under his chin. All Harry could do was nod. He did not trust his voice not to expose his nervousness at that moment. She needed to feel that he was confident, and he would be that for her. She stepped back, but still in his arms, and gently kissed him. "I'm ready, Harry," Bella told him. Not breaking eye contact with him, she stepped out of his embrace and pulled the silk belt loose, and with a small shrug, the silken robe slid to the floor pooled at her feet. She stood before him in all her vulnerability. Harry lost the power to think or speak. For the very first time, he was seeing her, all of her. He was sure at that moment that not even Aphrodite could match the beauty that stood before him. Bella reached for his hand and pulled him with her as she approached the altar. The altar lowered itself to just above Bella's knees. Still holding on to Harry's hand, she sat down on the edge of the altar, and with Harry's gentle help, she lay back and stretched out on the black, shining surface. As soon as she was completely reclined, the altar rose again to allow Harry easy access to her body. Bella continued to look deeply into Harry's eyes. Her breaths quickened, and her chest with its perfect breasts began to rise and fall in nervous anticipation. Harry closed his eyes and focused his thought on the task at hand. He would start from the tops of her feet and work his way up until her entire body was covered in the ancient writing. Harry took pen in hand and dipped it into one of the vial of blood on the tray. He gently wiped the excess blood from the sides of the pen. Coming to the top of her left foot, he made the first stroke of many. Harry sighed in relief as the first rune was drawn perfectly. That success eased the rest of his nerves, and he proceeded with the next. Within an hour, Harry had drawn 24 runes that covered Bella's feet and legs. The next 3 runes would be directly above Bella's smooth womanhood. Harry felt the soft skin below as he prepared to draw the runes that would affect her fertility. He lowered his head over her and could smell her intoxicating scent as he began to draw the first rune. Bella had to fight to keep herself still. She had to remain perfectly still, and the slightest movement on her part could cause a misstroke and would be disastrous for her. But Harry's proximity and warm breath around her warm nether regions was making the poor girl struggle to keep her sanity. She had an overwhelming desire to wrap her legs around Harry's head tightly and feel what his wonderful moist lips could do to her. An agonizing 15 minutes later, and Harry had finished with that part of her anatomy and had moved on to her hips, then belly. But as soon as he had reached her breasts, she fought another internal struggle not to force Harry's mouth down on her nipple and order him to suckle her. He was so methodical and so close to her body, she could feel the warmth of his body and breath. It was torture not to just reach out and pull him on top of her and have her way with him. She knew her juices were already starting to flow from the eroticism of the moment. Her scent was already heavy in the air. Harry had finished the runes that encircled her breasts and was now moving on to her shoulders and arms. 2 hours later, and Harry had completed the runes. Harry stepped back and sighed heavily, knowing that he had finished the most taxing part of the ritual. He had struggled with himself constantly throughout the procedure. His mind continually tried to run away with thoughts of an extremely beautiful, and not to mention naked Bella, in front of him. His trousers had become painfully tight around his manhood as it begged for release. Harry picked up a silver dagger that was on the tray with the blood and pins. He sliced the palm of his left hand, and then with the black signet ring on his right hand ring finger, dipped the stone into his blood. He pressed the blood-soaked gem to Bella's forehead and began the spell that would initiate the runes that covered her body. Calling upon his magic and stating his position as head of the Black family, he called for the removal of the chastity bindings. Harry felt a pull on his magic as one by one each rune began to glow a brilliant red. It began from where he had touched her forehead and slowly made its way down her body. He stepped back and watched as Bella's body began to glow and tremble like a current of electricity was going through her. Suddenly, the glow and her shaking stopped, and the runes that had been drawn slowly faded into nothingness. Bella's eyes were closed, and she was not waking, but Harry noticed that she was breathing. Walburga had watched the entire ritual and could see the worry in Harry's eyes. "She will be fine, Harry. It just takes a lot out of a girl when they go through this process. Take her and put her in a bed," Walburga told him. With a sigh of relief, he gently scooped her up into his arms and held her tightly to him. Harry walked in her bedroom and discovered that her bed sheets and blankets had already been turned down for her. Most likely, Creature had anticipated the need. He knelt on the bed and then gently laid her down. He brought up the sheets and blanket and tucked her in. Even asleep, she was the most beautiful woman in the world to him. He kissed her forehead and attempted to turn and leave so that she could sleep, but a hand had grabbed his own. He turned around to see a pair of sparkling violet eyes looking back at him. Her eyes spoke volumes to him. They spoke of gratitude and love, but the dominant feeling they were expressing at that very moment was desire. She spoke in a low, husky voice, her eyes sparkling with mischief and passion. "We're not done yet. A/N. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Would love to hear your comments and thoughts. S/N. Before anyone gets angry at me, the next chapter will have Bella and Harry consummating their relationship, tastefully done, of course. Don't want the story pulled. Also, some of you might be upset with how Harry reacted to Hogwarts' revelation about his unique circumstance, or rather his lack of reaction. And yes, it was manipulation on Hogwarts' part. But I think when faced with either an early death or a new life with Bella, Harry would choose the latter, probably after a good long rant. But I didn't want to go all angsty in this chapter, so Harry was a little out of character. I don't think it diminished the story. I hope anyway. Thanks again for reading. Chapter 12. Disclaimer. See Chapter 1. A/N. Thanks for all the reviews, a lot of great and insightful comments. Just a warning that there is a lemon in this chapter. It is identified before it begins. More changes to the timeline. Woohoo! Chapter 12. Orion Black, head of the most ancient and noble house of Black, sat at his roll-top desk in his study located at number 12 Grimmauld Place. It was nearing midnight, and he was going over the most recent financial ledgers sent to him by his account manager at Gringotts. He was gazing at what he had in liquid assets and hard currency and was beginning to regret the decision he had made on behalf of his house to be a financial backer of the new pureblood movement. He was currently giving 1,000 galleons a month to Lord Voldemort, money that was being used for lining the pockets of various politicians and economic leaders within the wizarding world. Buying politicians and economic leaders was an age-old tradition since the dawn of the first organized civilizations. And the Blacks were very savvy in the art of political maneuverings. Whether by fair means or foul, their reputation for always getting what they wanted was not undeserved. It wasn't the political game that now worried Orion Black, but something else that had him reconsidering his backing of this political newcomer. Orion once again stared at the parchment in his hands that had been delivered to him this morning. It was from Voldemort demanding an increase of 2,000 galleons a month to the movement's coffers, and that all believers in the cause were to meet in 1 week's time to swear a blood oath of fealty to their new lord. This did not sit well with the Black of Blacks. His house had always stood above the rest. They were never subservient to another house, not to mention to any one man. The House of Black had existed for millennia, but it had done so by remaining in the shadows and never putting all their assets into one basket. And here this Voldemort wanted all the old houses to swear their lives and fortunes to him. Despots and rulers had come and gone, and the House of Black had outlived them all by following one simple rule: loyalty to one's house above all else. And this time was no different. He would help the cause, but he would not put the well-being and survival of his house in one basket. Voldemort would either accept his conditions, or he would cease all backing of the movement. As Orion was continuing to review his financial statements, the smell of smoke caught his attention. He lifted his head from the parchment and looked around his office. His nose was indicating that the smell was coming from behind a section of wood-paneled wall. Orion jumped up from his seat and took out his wand. He quickly tapped the wall 3 times and uttered a password. The wood melted away, revealing a large walk-in safe. Orion pricked his thumb, causing it to bleed. He placed the bleeding thumb in the middle of the black crest, which was at the center of the large metallic door, the crest only being about 6 inches in circumference. The magic in the crest recognized the blood immediately and the door slid to the side into a recess in the wall. The safe was lined with shelves on both sides, filled with ledgers, notebooks, a few ancient black heirlooms, and several files on every member of the family. Orion then saw smoke coming from a cubby that was labeled Bellatrix Black. He ran to it just in time to see the last few remaining remnants of the Lestrange Black marriage contract burned to ash. Orion knew that there were only three ways that the contract could be destroyed in this manner, and that was if the Lestrange patriarch destroyed his copy, thusly signifying that he no longer wanted to pursue the agreement, or if he himself had destroyed it. The only other possibility was that if the conditions of the magically binding contract were violated, making it null and void. But the ramifications and punishment of such an act were so severe that it was almost unheard of a witch willingly breaking it. The only other way was if she was raped. He needed to get to the bottom of this. He exited the safe and walked to the flue to call Lord Lestrange to ascertain if it had been him that had destroyed the contract. Though he could not see why in the world he would want to, considering the large dowry the Lestranges would be receiving, not to mention the added political strength. He reached for the flue powder on the mantel and was about to toss some into the grate when his own fireplace erupted in green flames and the head of Lord Leonard Lestrange appeared. And by the look of fury on his face, he had his answer. "What is the meaning of this black?" The Lestrange patriarch roared. "How dare you renege on our arrangement? Watch your tone, Lestrange. Need I remind you that you are speaking to someone above your station?" Orion hissed dangerously. "I have not reneged on our agreement. I was about to flee you and asked if you had." "Of course I did not. Why would I?" Lestrange replied indignantly. "If neither of us was the one to destroy the contract, then something has happened with Bellatrix. Did your nephew lose his patience and attempt to bed my niece before they were officially betrothed?" Orion accused. "I made you and your son fully aware of the spells and curses I placed on her during the binding, to keep her pure. If he has befouled her, then you would have cost me a member of my family, and I will seek retribution." "You would do no such thing," Lestrange insisted, but there was doubt in his eyes that Orion spotted. "If he was responsible, I will still honor an arrangement of marriage, no matter her condition." Orion knew that it was the bride price and dowry that Lestrange coveted, and that this was the only reason he would still consent to a marriage between his son and Bellatrix. Even if Bella were insane and barren, the money was worth it to Lestrange. And he always had another son that could produce an heir for the Lestrange family. "I suggest we contact your son and my niece tomorrow and determine what has happened. Then after we determine the facts, we may still be able to come to some arrangement on a union between our families." Orion stated noncommittally. "Very well, Orion. I will contact Dumbledore in the morning and arrange a time where we can go and visit with the children and clear this matter up." The Lestrange patriarch replied, and then with a slight pop his head disappeared from the fire. Orion would need to contact Cygnus immediately. His younger brother would not be a very happy man if they discovered a damaged Bellatrix. Earlier that evening, "Lemon warning," she spoke in a low, husky voice, her eyes sparkling with mischief and passion. "We're not done yet." Holding tightly to Harry's hand, she scooted herself to the edge of the bed and then placed both feet on the floor on either side of Harry's feet. Harry gulped as the nude beauty sat in front of him and stared unblinkingly into his eyes with her sparkling violet eyes that were dilated wide with passion. Bella released Harry's hands, and then with both hands free, she tugged up on Harry's tucked-in shirt, freeing it from his trousers. Slowly and with great dexterity, she slowly began to unbutton the shirt, working her way methodically upwards, never looking away from his eyes. She stood as she came to the last two buttons. There was barely room enough for a thin book to pass between them. Harry could feel Bella breathe on his exposed neck, and she could feel his own shallow breaths deliciously peppering her own skin. She placed her warm, delicate hands on his pectoral muscles beneath his shirt and slowly slid them down to his strong abdominal core. Quidditch players always had a strong core from the constant need to use all their upper body muscles to keep them balanced on their brooms, especially seekers who were expected to push themselves and their brooms to their fullest potential. Harry let a small moan escape from his lips as her hands lingered around his lower abs. Her hands made their way painfully slow back up his chest, sliding over his shoulders and pushing his shirt over them. The shirt fell silently to the floor. Bella stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his chest and pressed her body against his. Harry felt his chest suddenly warmed as soft flesh was suddenly pressed against his own. He felt Bella's firm breasts against his own chest, which caused an immediate tightening in his trousers. Bella gently swayed her body side to side, which had the intoxicating sensation of her breasts sliding across Harry's chest. Harry's mind by now, at least the rational part, decided to take a nap as his other primal instincts began to assert themselves. His arms wrapped around Bella, and his hands began to caress and explore the smooth skin of her upper and lower back. His hands, with a mission of their own, slid to lower regions. Bella moaned her approval as strong fingers found the luscious flesh below her waist and began to massage and gently knead the twin globes. Bella leaned her head back and placed one of her hands behind Harry's head and brought his head to hers where their lips met in tender exploration. Her right hand caressed Harry's left arm and slid down to where her right hand covered Harry's left hand, which was still occupying itself with the object of its current fascination. She lightly gripped his hand and slid it up her body and placed it on top of her breast. She squeezed his hand, sending him an encouraging signal that she wanted him to continue. She moaned into his kiss as he began to minister to her firm, B-cup breasts. Harry was surprised at the firmness of her breast, but how velvety to the touch they were. He felt her nipple harden below his palm. He took her nipple between his thumb and forefinger and began to gently roll it between the two fingers. He realized that he must have found a very pleasurable spot because Bella moaned louder than she had heretofore done. She had pinched her legs together, and she was trembling slightly in his arms. She then suddenly deepened her kiss passionately. Both of Bella's hands fell to Harry's belt and made quick work of unfastening it. She unbuttoned the trousers and, finding the zipper, unzipped them. Her hands then went to the side of his waistband, and hooking her thumbs in the waistband of the trousers and his boxers, she pushed them down off his hips. The pants pulled around Harry's legs, and whether conscious or not of what he was doing, kicked his shoes off, and then stepped out of the fallen trousers and boxers, removing his socks as well. Bella took a half step back from Harry to properly see him for the first time. She gasped as his manhood came into view. She had been unfortunate enough to have seen Rudolphus as he was shagging Olivia, but he had nothing compared to Harry. She cautiously reached out with her right hand and wrapped her fingers around his shaft. At Bella's touch, Harry gasped, causing Bella to look up and worry that she may have hurt him. But his crooked smile and dazed eyes reassured her that he was definitely not hurting. A bit more confidently, she wrapped her hand around the shaft again and began to move her hand up and down its length. She marveled at its rigidity and yet its softness. Her other hand came up, and with her index finger, she circled the head of his manhood. Her eyes widened as it seemed to inflate and become larger. She wondered briefly how she was going to fit him inside her. When Harry gasped again and his hands flew to her shoulders, he had a look of panic in his eyes. Bella was worried again for a moment that she had hurt him, but then she realized that she must have brought him close to orgasm without realizing it. She released him and then stepped into his embrace again and brought his lips to hers once more. Their kissing became more passionate as they tried to explore every part of each other's mouths, neck, and ears. Bella grabbed Harry and forced him to lay reclined at the head of the bed with his legs outstretched. She then straddled him, kissing him languidly for several minutes before breaking the kiss and sitting back on his legs. "I'm ready, Harry," Bella said breathlessly. Her eyes were large and were swirling with a mix of emotions. Harry saw love, lust, anxiety, and worry, and a host of other emotions. "Are you sure?" Harry said with genuine concern, which made her smile appreciatively. She nodded demurely. "But I want to be in control and set the pace if that's okay," Bella asked nervously. "I know it's going to hurt a bit, and I want to be able to start and stop if I need to." Harry nodded with an understanding smile. The lights in the room seemed to dim, and the flicker of firelight was the only thing illuminating the room in soft yellows and oranges. Bella leaned forward again and gently took Harry's lips with her own and gently moving her lips across his. The tip of her tongue traced across his lips, asking for permission to enter. Harry, though inexperienced with this type of kiss, parted his lips in an open invitation. Both were quick studies, and their tongues soon danced like well-practiced partners. Excitement and passion filled the couple as their bodies began to respond to the other. The heat between them increased until they were both dizzy with lust. Bella could not wait any longer. She needed him and maneuvered herself into a position to receive him. She slid herself along his length, allowing her fluids to coat him and to prepare herself. She slid all the way forward, aligning herself with him, and then gently slid back, sinking him gently into her warm folds. Harry was immediately overcome by a feeling of great warmth enveloping his length. It felt amazingly warm and snug. Nothing could have prepared him for the intense feeling of pleasure he was now enjoying. Bella slowly rocked back and forth, taking her time and taking a bit more of him with each pass. He finally reached her barrier, and without hesitation, she rocked back hard with determination, breaking through the thin membrane. She froze as she was hit with a tearing pain. She did not move and allowed the pain to dissipate and for the burning to lessen before she continued. Harry looked at her with concern, but she shook her head and gave him a watery-eyed grin. A few minutes passed, and Bella began to move again. She placed her hand on his chest as she moved back and forth. It took a bit more time, but Bella had finally managed to take Harry entirely. Although awkward at first, the young couple found a rhythm, but it soon became apparent that Harry would not last much longer. But that was quite all right with Bella. She knew that this was just the beginning of their relationship, and that there would be many more wonderful nights ahead of the two. And it had been quite pleasurable for her, but for a brief period when her maidenhead was broken. Harry's breathing suddenly became labored and fast. His hands had gripped her waist, and she knew what was about to happen. Freedom. She would be free from the marriage contract and free to pursue a life with Harry in whatever time they decided on. Harry's movements suddenly became erratic as he looked at Bella with wide eyes. She smiled and nodded to him, and at that very instant Harry's world exploded as their coupling reached its zenith. Bella was pleasantly surprised that Harry's excitement had triggered her own happy ending. She collapsed forward onto Harry's chest, who wrapped her up in his arms. They cuddled into each other and were blissfully unaware of what was happening hundreds of miles away in London to two marriage contracts that suddenly ceased to exist. Nor were they aware of the sudden rewrite of history. The next morning found Harry and Bella snuggled together in a twist of limbs, both awake and enjoying the warmth that they were creating together, with their bodies pressed so deeply into one another that they appeared to be one. "Well, my lord," Bella began with a grin, "as much as I would love to stay in bed with you all day, we should probably start the day." "Don't wanna," Harry said with a goofy grin. "I'm quite willing to stay just like this." Bella gave him a tender kiss. "Yes, my lord, but my bladder is telling me to get a move on. And besides, if you get up now, we can enjoy a hot bath together." Bella waggled her eyebrows. "So," Harry grinned, "I'll get the water running," he said, leaping from the bed and dashing to the washroom. Bella chuckled at his enthusiasm. 2 hours later, and a very thoroughly washed and sated couple walked arm in arm into the commons room, to a breakfast table filled with fruit and hot scones. "About time you two decided to join the land of the living," the portrait of Walburga stated. She smirked at the glowing faces of the two teens as they sat at the table, Bella practically in Harry's lap. "So, I take it everything went well last night?" the smirking portrait asked the profusely blushing couple. "Although in my day, one waited till marriage for such activities, but in your case, I understand your motivations. However, the use of a silencing charm next time would be appreciated." 6 times. Sweet Maeve, you two were insatiable. Harry and Bella glowed an even brighter red if it were possible. "Sorry, Andy," the two teens replied, not looking up at the portrait. "I imagine Orion has discovered by now that the contract has been voided. If not, it will be soon. We need to come up with a plan to deal with this. If I know my husband, he will be marching up to the school as soon as he can to find out what has happened." Walburga informed the couple. Bella's countenance dropped noticeably. Harry hugged her to him and kissed her temple. She snuggled into his chest and let out a deep sigh and closed her eyes. "What did you have planned to deal with him?" Harry asked gently. Bella shifted in his arms, so her head was on his chest. "Honestly, I hadn't given it much thought. I knew that there would be an eventual confrontation, but I was more focused on getting things done than what the aftermath would be." Bella sighed. "Well, I suggest we come up with something, because your uncle will be on a tear once he discovers the binding has been broken." Walburga warned. "What would he do to her, Annie?" Harry asked. "My dear, I shudder to think. He could disown her from the family, confiscate her trust vault, publicly disgrace her, and make it impossible for her to find any family who would take her in. The Black family has its hands in many, many pies. He can effectively cut her off from any help by threatening other families from helping her in any way. Walburga told him sadly, "You knew this, Bella? Did you know that this could happen to you?" Harry asked angrily. Bella tightened her grip on Harry and nodded her head against his chest. "I knew, Harry, and I would make the choice again. I don't want to lose myself, Harry, and I don't want to lose what has begun between us." Bella replied, earnestly lifting her head and looked deeply into Harry's eyes. "Am I alone in my feelings, Harry?" Bella whispered worriedly. Something arose in Bella's chest, something she had never really felt before: vulnerability. Harry looked at Bella's hopeful face, and his heart beat wildly in his chest. His words left his lips without hesitation. "No, Bella, you're not alone." Bella collapsed back into Harry's chest, hugging him tightly. "So what do we do? How do we handle this?" Harry asked. "The Lestrange marriage contract was a political move on the part of my husband. The Lestrange family was among the first of the old families to join the new movement, and as such were in a prominent position. Orion hoped by creating an alliance with the Lestranges, the Blacks would be well positioned to reap any benefits should the movement be successful. Bellatrix was the tribute, as it were, to seal the alliance. If the movement were to fail, it would not have affected the House of Black too severely, Bellatrix not being in the direct line of house succession. She could easily be expelled from the family without repercussions." Walburga stated apologetically to the seething young woman. "So in other words, I was expendable?" Bella hissed. "Sadly, yes, my dear. Politics is an ugly game, and you were to be a pawn in that game. You must understand, Bellatrix, that we believed at the time that Voldemort was on a just crusade to restore the old ways, and we wanted to be a part of that return. However, prudence dictated that we play both sides. Your cousins, my sons, were also groomed to be on opposing sides. Sirius we would subtly guide to be loyal to the light, and Regulus we groomed to be loyal to the darker families. We hoped that whichever side won, we could claim allegiance through one of our sons. By Sirius' 6th year, we knew we could no longer support Voldemort, but we were in too deep. Voldemort had a stranglehold on our house. You had become one of the Dark Lord's top lieutenants by that time. You were quite mad and extremely dangerous. Cygnus had been coerced to sign a marriage contract by Abraxas Malfoy between his son Lucius and Narcissa. We suspect it was on orders from Voldemort to put more hooks into our family. Andromeda had fled the family in her 5th year and married a Muggleborn. At least she escaped the chaos. Regulus was brainwashed by junior Death Eaters at Hogwarts to taking the mark when he was 16. He never finished his education, and 2 years later he was dead. Orion mysteriously died a month after Regulus' disappearance. He had made the mistake of making it known that he would no longer support the cause to the wrong people. His body was found outside a tavern in Diagon Alley. I followed my husband in death a few years later." Walburga finished. "How does this help us, Annie?" Bella asked in confusion. "Sorry I went on a tangent, but there is reason for it. The mental state of your uncle is tied to the health and wealth of House Black. If you can show him that the Lestrange alliance is not in the best interest of the family, and reveal Voldemort for who he truly is and what he will do to the family, you may placate him long enough to not act rashly when he asks about the unbinding." Walburga replied, "What if we were to give him a more advantageous alliance to an older, wealthier family?" Bella asked, having an idea beginning to form in her head. "What do you mean?" Harry asked, "What if I told him I have been approached by the most ancient house of Eveningshade and an offer of marriage had been suggested?" Bella looked hopefully at Harry. The Eveningshade name is still well known amongst the ancient houses and could persuade Uncle to not pursue further relations with the Lestrange family. "Bella, I know very little about pureblood politics, and even less about the Eveningshade family. It could be completely destitute without two nuts to rub together," Harry said in a panic. "Then we go see the goblins and find out. And Annie and I can fill you in on proper etiquette and how to deal with Uncle Orion." Bella stated enthusiastically. "I don't know, Bella. Maybe it would be better to just avoid him altogether," Harry weakly suggested. "Harry, if we could pull this off, you might be able to save my family from the terrible fate that is before it. If you can convince Orion to turn away from Voldemort, the rest of the Black family would follow." Walburga stated. But you must approach Orion from a position of strength and with solid information on Voldemort. Do we tell him I'm from the future? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. I don't think that would be the wisest course, Harry. Walburga Black told the young man. But it may eventually come to that. If you think you cannot persuade him, perhaps seeing me might do the trick. So, I take it we'll be taking a trip to Gringotts in your time, Bella? Harry asked. Yeah, we'll need to establish your identity with the goblins and see if there are any vaults left that belong to the Evening Shades. Bella replied. And if I don't have a Canute? Harry questioned. That won't be a problem, young Harry. Harry and Bella turned to see the Lady Hogwarts smiling widely behind them. Milady, the two teens spoke. Harry bowed and Bella curtsied. I will guarantee that you will be properly wealthy. The spirit of Hogwarts stated with a sly smile. And how will you accomplish this? Walburga asked from her portrait. This castle has been a school for over 1,000 years, and before that it was Griffin Hall, the ancestral home of Gryffindor. In my long history as a keep and a school, I have been inundated with lost galleons, misplaced jewels, forgotten ancient tomes, and a myriad of other items and artifacts. I store all these lost and hidden things within these very walls. As my champions, I shall give all that I have of value to you, Harry, and the House of Evening Shade. Within my walls, I possess the riches of kings and conquerors. You shall never want for the need of gold or knowledge. This I give to you with one request, that you use it to defend me and to live a long, long, happy life. The specter of Hogwarts offered with a smile. Suddenly 40 large chests appeared before them. Harry and Bella's eyes widened in shock at the wealth on display before them. Gold and jewels filled the chest to overflowing. This is but a tenth of what lays within my walls, my champions. But I assure you what you behold before you will have the goblins falling over themselves to do anything you want to have your gold within their walls. Hogwarts smirked. Harry and Bella were speechless, but were shaken out of their stupor by Walburga clearing her throat. Well, if the Evening Shades weren't wealthy before, they certainly are now. Walburga commented. 2 problems, though. Harry stated. Oh. Bella asked. Yeah, first, how are we going to get to Gringotts before your uncle shows up? And 2, how are we going to move 40 trunks that weigh about a ton each? Harry asked. Really, Harry? Bella asked incredulously. Do you not have magic? Yeah. Harry said sheepishly. We can use shrinking charms on the trunks and a weightless charm. We then can store them in a book bag. As for getting to Gringotts, we can apparate. Bella said matter-of-factly. Yeah, a small problem. I don't know how to apparate, and aren't you too young to apparate as well? I thought you had to be 17, and then you have to pass a test to get a license. Harry remarked. Blacks are taught to apparate when we are 14. I've been doing it for almost 2 years. Bella replied. What about the trace? If you apparate, won't the ministry find out? Harry asked. I see I have much to teach you, my lord. When you became Lord Black, you were immediately emancipated and are considered a legal adult. So you have been free of the trace since you accepted your lordship. Walburga informed the shock boy. But what about Bella? Harry asked. I never had the trace, Harry. Bella shrugged. What? How? I thought everyone under 17 automatically had it. Harry asked, a bit surprised. Harry, the trace is on the wands, well, the wands that are purchased from Ollivanders, that is. Bella stated. My family does not buy our wands from Ollivanders, we have them custom, made by a wand crafter. So, it is my wand that has the trace? Harry asked, removing his wand from his back pocket. It did, but no longer. The moment you place the black head of house ring on your finger, the family magic removed the trace from your wand. Bella told him. Okay, so I still have the problem of not being able to apparate. Harry told her, accepting the other issue. Well, I'm going to be teaching you how to apparate, but for this trip, I can bring you along with me. She told her boyfriend. You can do that? Harry asked, showing his ignorance of magical travel. It's called side-along apparition. It's a little uncomfortable, but not terribly so. Bella informed him. Okay. Harry finally said, raising both of his hands in a surrendering gesture. When shall we do this? No time like the present. Bella smiled. All we need to do is get outside of the wards, and we can go. Be safe, children, and good luck. The Lady Hogwarts offered before vanishing. Harry and Bella went to work on shrinking the trunks and putting feather light charms on them. Harry collected them all and placed them in a dragon hide satchel that Remus had given him back in his 3rd year. Walburga instructed the pair to dress in their best dress robes. She emphasized that a lord should look the part. With some last-minute tips on dealing with the goblins, the young couple were ready to leave. They approached the door and opened it. Bella took a firm hold of Harry's hand and stepped first into the abandoned hallway. Although it was an early Saturday morning and the majority of the students were enjoying a lay-in, Harry threw his invisibility cloak around them for the sake of precaution. They made their way to the entrance hall unmolested and stepped out into the brisk September air. 20 minutes later, and they had made their way through the Hogwarts gate and stood on the road that leads to Hogsmeade. Harry removed the cloak after making sure there was no one about who would see them. "Ready?" Bella asked. Harry nodded that he was. "Just take hold of my arm. It will feel like you're being squeezed tightly, but don't let go, okay?" Bella told him and received another nod. With a quick twist, Bella and Harry disappeared with a loud pop. Harry felt like all the air in his lungs were being forcefully squeezed from his body. Just when he felt he was going to pass out, a pop and a rush of air filled his lungs. "Well, that was pleasant." Harry gasped. "Is there any form of magical travel that doesn't make you feel like you want to hurl?" "Man up, Harry, it wasn't that bad," Bella stated, rolling her eyes and the green-eyed boy. Harry just groaned a response. Bella took out her wand and twirled it around her head. Soon her ebony curly locks straightened and turned a dirty blonde in color. Another tap to her temple and her eyes turned green. "Okay, let's go," Bella said. "Wait, what about me? Don't I need to change my appearance?" Harry asked. "Well, considering you technically haven't been born yet, I don't think many people would recognize you," Bella replied. "But don't I look like a Potter?" Harry asked. Bella looked at him, evaluating his looks. "Well, I guess we could give you some highlights. I know of no Potters who have your eye color, so I think you're good there." Bella took out her wand and made a few jabbing motions with her wand. "There, that looks nice. What did you do?" Harry asked. "Just slick back your hair and gave it some highlights, blue ones." She smirked mischievously. "Blue? Yep, here, look." She produced a small hand mirror and handed it to him. "I look like very Clark Kent." Harry growled. "Yeah, you look super." Bella laughed at her own joke. "You know of Superman?" Harry asked suspiciously. "A Muggle superhero. Rebel child here, remember. I've seen a few Muggle comic books and movies." She protested. Okay. Harry shook his head with a half grin. "Let's go get this done." Bella smiled and hooked her arm in his as they made their way from the apparition point near the leaky cauldron to the large white marble facade of Gringotts Bank. Next, a surly-looking goblin called out. Harry and Bellatrix approached confidently. "I am here to request an inheritance test," Harry told the goblin firmly. "You are in the wrong line, human." The goblin sneered. "End of the hall, first door to your left." Harry gave a curt bow and left with Bella and followed the goblin's direction to an office door with the words Inheritance Office stenciled in gold on a frosted glass window. Harry opened the door and allowed Bella to enter first, with him following closely behind. They walked into a small waiting room with a reception desk and another, if possible, surlier-looking goblin seated at it. "State your business," the goblin ordered. Harry cleared his throat and approached the desk. "I am here to request an inheritance test and to claim anything of that inheritance." "And what family are you receiving the test for?" the goblin asked, now looking at Harry and then slowly glancing at Bellatrix before his eyes found Harry again. "I wish to be tested for the ancient house of Eveningshade," Harry stated firmly once more. The goblin raised an extremely bushy eyebrow. "The Eveningshade family has been extinct for at least 100 years, boy. You waste my time. Be off with you, and feel fortunate that I don't have you thrown to the dragons for trying to claim family status." The goblin then returned to sharpening a rather sharp-looking black blade. Harry for a moment was speechless and did not know how to proceed, but his dilemma was soon decided for him as Bellatrix stepped forward. "How dare you speak that way to the heir of House Eveningshade? He has made a legitimate request, and you insult him by dismissing him offhand." Bella ise dangridi. But her bravado did not have quite the effect she had hoped. The goblin leapt to his feet and bared a mouth full of sharp, pointy teeth. "Mind your place, girl. This is Gringotts goblin territory, and you find yourself fortunate that you are a youngling, or you would be dead where you stand." Bella gulped but stood her ground. One thing Aunt Walburga had told them was to not show fear or intimidation. Goblins would see this as a weakness, and immediately they would cease negotiations with you. But they found respect in strength and courage. Harry stepped in front of Bella and glared at the goblin. I have made a legitimate request, sir, and by your own bylaws, you must afford me said request. Harry spoke. The goblin smiled dangerously. The inheritance test for the ancient houses is not something to take lightly. It can be painful, very painful for someone not of the bloodline. So I caution you, human, to consider that before you continue with this request. I'm aware of the risks. I still want to proceed. Harry sounded confident, but inside he was shaking. Bella reached out and took his hand in hers, and Harry felt a calm fall over him from her silent support. The goblin, whose name was Gillflesh, narrowed his eyes at Harry, but shrugged a moment later. As you wish. Have a seat while I retrieve the needed items for the test. The goblin then disappeared behind another door directly behind his desk. Nervous? Bella asked quietly. Scared as hell. Harry responded with a weak smile. You'll be fine, Harry, she said comfortingly and squeezed his hand. Several minutes later, the goblin walked in with a large bowl the size of a dinner plate. It was jet black and seemed to be made of obsidian. Several runes were barely visible around the rim of the bowl. Gillflesh set the bowl on his desk and then produced an obsidian blade that was wrapped in a dark purple velvet cloth. An ornate E was engraved on the hilt. This is the Evening Shade ritual basin and knife for inheritance testing. The family magic is saturated within the bowl and knife. You must cut open the palm of your hand and then allow the blood to flow into the basin. If you are indeed a family member, the runes around the lip of the basin will glow blue. If you are the heir, the signet ring will appear at the bottom of the basin, called by your blood. I must warn you that the knife is cursed. If you cut yourself with it and you are not of the bloodline, let's just say I hope your lady friend knows your next of kin. The goblin smirked. Whenever you are ready, Harry stood and approached the desk. He had to wipe the palms of his hands on his trousers as his nerves were affecting the moisture levels. Harry hoped that the Evening Shade blood he did have was not too diluted, or else this trip into the past would be his last. Bellatrix was also having second thoughts about Harry doing this. She had just found someone with whom she could see herself growing old with, and now he stood in front of her, and it could be the last time that they were together. Harry reached out with his hand and let it hover over the knife for a few seconds before taking a deep breath and grabbing the dark-bladed knife by the hilt with his right hand. It initially felt cold to the touch, but a second later, he could feel the magic in the knife flowing through it. The cold disappeared, replaced by a warmth that seemed welcoming. He brought the knife to his left palm, and not wanting to prolong the inevitable, drew the razor-sharp blade across his palm, leaving a long, thin cut that began to bleed heavily. Harry brought the injured hand over the basin, and making a fist watched as the blood began to fill the basin. Harry felt queasy as he watched the liquid of life pouring from his hand, but soon the bowl had its due, and the cut on Harry's hand began to quickly heal. One by one, a series of runes began to glow cobalt blue around the rim of the stone basin. Within moments, every rune was illuminated, declaring Harry to possess the blood of House Evening Shade. Seconds later, the blood in the basin began to swirl and shift. More runes from the inner walls of the basin began to illuminate. The blood began to pool together and take form, solidifying into strands that began to weave in and out of each other. Before Harry's eyes, a ring began to take shape, a ring made from his blood. The form hardened, then began to glow a dark red, almost black in color. When the glowing stopped, Harry reached into the basin and withdrew a dark blood-red signet ring that had the crest of a black phoenix with its wings spread open. The ring vibrated in Harry's hand and seemed to call to him. He placed the ring on his right ring finger. It felt warm to the touch. Harry could feel what seemed like a pulse beating from the curious ring, as if it were alive. The goblin's eyes widened almost comically as he looked from the ring to Harry in something akin to fear and respect. Then, to Harry's surprise, the goblin bowed deeply. My Lord Evening Shade, allow me to be the first of the Gringotts goblin clan to welcome back the most ancient house of Evening Shade. Bella marveled at the action the goblin had just taken. Never in her life had she ever seen any goblin give deference to a wizarding house before. She wondered what kind of history existed between the goblins and House Evening Shade. Thank you, Gillflesh, Harry said, a bit taken aback by the bowing goblin. Do any vaults still exist for the House of Evening Shade? Harry asked the goblin, who was just now raising his head. There are 2 vaults, my lord. One contains your family grimoire and other books and personal family belongings. The second is the treasure vault, but I'm afraid that it contains merely 3 or 4,000 galleons and a few other precious stones. The wealth of House Eveningshade, though substantial 200 years ago, is not on the same level as some of the other ancient and noble houses. Without a Lord Eveningshade to give financial direction to the account manager, the vault fell into stasis and the account manager reassigned. I am sorry, my lord, but we believe the Eveningshade line had become extinct, so the account was not maintained. The goblin actually sounded remorseful. Not to worry, Gilflesh. If you will have someone escort me to my vaults, I have a rather large deposit to make. Harry grinned roguishly. Gilflesh left the office to call on another goblin to escort Harry to his family vaults. As soon as the goblin had left the room, Bella had thrown herself at Harry, crushing him with a bone-breaking hug and kissing him hard on the lips. I was so worried that something would go wrong. And I thought, what if I never got to be with you again? Bella's eyes welled up, threatening to spill the tears of worry that she was fighting to hold back.